Hey everyone, my name is Rudi Rennkamel and I'm your host for this mega tutorial in Jurassic World Evolution 3. If you've checked out the length of the video, you might be thinking, what the hell is this dude going to do with us? Well, I'm going to have a step-by-step tutorial for the entirety of the game. Either you want to build a casual park or you want to build the most intricate parking lot of your wildest dreams, this is the place for you. I've got over 5,000 hours in the Planet games and over 1,000 hours in the Jurassic games. I think I can bring both worlds together for you very nicely. But if you want to know what you can expect, this is on screen what we are going to do together in the upcoming 4 and somewhat hours. We will be taking everything without any cuts or so. It's going to be real time. I'm going to guide you through every single bit so you understand how to build properly. If you want to have a specific thing, there is a table of contents for you now on screen where you can go to the chapter you need, or you just sit through with me and grab a drink or a snack because you will most likely need it. If this tutorial is helpful for you, you found this helpful, please ensure that you consider subscribing if you haven't already, or become a member of the channel, or do whatever you think is nice to support me. There's a lot of potentials here on the channel. Click the link here for instant gaming or whatever, do a super thanks. It doesn't matter, everything would help me. But now I'll say have a lot of fun in our tutorial. It's gonna be great. You will be achieving some cool stuff, and at the end of the day you can build the park of your dreams. By the way, this is gonna be feasible for console and PC players alike. You just sometimes have to juggle the buttons a little bit, but that's that. Let's get started. Right, number one, well, we start with the menu, shall we? Because that's the first thing you're greeted with. There is a lot of change comparing to the other games. First of all, it's looking much more beautiful than these relatively technical old ones. It has this insane scene in that valley, but we won't talk about that. We will talk about all the menu points you have over here. Fairly simple is continue. That makes sense, right? Load game makes sense. Weave campaign makes sense. Challenge mode also makes sense because that's where you basically find your challenge mode. If you've done the campaign already, you can then hop over to challenge in order to build management if you are kind of a management player. If you're more like me, a sandbox player, this is the option for you. We'll get into all of these in a second. Then we have a DLC, which gives you all the input into DLCs and what you can log. And something brand new is the Frontier Workshop, where you can download a bajillion items or full maps, even if you want to play full maps and parks and whatnot. I see already a lot of cool stuff coming where people do some adventure maps or stuff like that, because you have the first person view, you can drive with cars, we can do all kind of shenanigans if we want to. So there is a huge longevity, and we have got settings and we can exit the game, which we totally will not do. There's also like a little description down below on the left hand side. This, in case you're watching this in the future, is about launch day. It's just a couple days after launch, so in case there have been major updates along the way, they will not be featured in this video, but maybe you'll find a updated video on this game, so check out my channel if there is any. But if you're here with me just after launch, let's enjoy that. So I think we're gonna skip the first 4 because they are very much obvious, and we go through the other ones down here, so at least the Sandbox and Workshop to give you a bit of an idea. Sandbox is giving you the option to play Sandbox. We do have an island generator, which we'll get to in a second. We do have square levels, which is pretty awesome because they give you all the different biomes we have as a square box. That means we have a huge canvas to play with without any kind of predefined landscaping or anything. So if you want to go full creative mode and even landscape yourself, these are the ones for you. You can then change the different biome types. We've got 9 different biome types. They define kind of the weather and look of this whole thing, but you can also create a lot of different other settings. You can predefine either you want to play creative, standard, custom, or whatever, and you can also say who you want to have in, so Jurassic World staff and guest, DFW operatives or Dinosaur Protection Group workers. You can also have guest only if you want to. You've got Jurassic Park staff only, Jurassic Park staff and guest, and so on. That makes a lot of sense. You can really do whatever you want, and this makes a total sense if you want to do something creative. For example, just like a backstage area or site B, you only need workers there, for example. Very nice. You can change a whole bunch of settings about the dinosaurs. Again, I won't go into every single one. That's a tad bit too much because it is obvious. You can change all the settings for your dedicated sandbox. In case you want to play with all the different management options on, you can do so. But if you're like, you know, I want to play the game, but I don't really like refilling the feeders, you can just turn that off. Or if you say, I don't want to have my juveniles grow up ever so much anyways, then you can do that. Or if you say, like, I want to have my dinos but live for a bit longer, you can tell them only to live longer, and so on and so forth. Gameplay has a couple of other things as well. You can turn off the scientist needs, for example, if you just want to do something very quickly. That was a big low, actually lose in the Jurassic World Evolution 2 launch state. It didn't have that option, and so even in Sandbox you needed to wait for all the scientists to do their job, and you only had 2 staff centers and blah blah blah. That is gone. Now you have the option to turn all of this stuff off and just go for the full Sandbox experience. Or if you're like, you've done all the campaigns and challenge modes and you want to build something on your own but want to have the challenge of the management, you can turn all these things on if you want to. You can do the same for the park options and the environment options. You even have the option to change the color grading, which is, there are a couple of color gradings. They are normally tucked to the map, so that means they're dependent on the map you're in, but you can use a different color grading on different maps, which I, for example, do in my 1998 series, because we do have some really cool stuff in Indonesia and China, and when you use that one on the Mediterranean one, it gives you that kind of retro vibe, which is pretty cool. So you can change all these kind of settings. Then we also have the different type of campaign maps if you want to go through here, and we do also have legacy maps. That means we've got Isla Nubla 1993 if you want to build the original park. If you want to do Isla Sorna, you can do. We have Jurassic World as a map if you want to build that. We have a Canada map. We have Germany from the last game. We've got United Kingdom from the last game, and Northwest USA and Southwest USA, which is Yosemite and some kind of Grand Canyon kind of area. So there's a whole bunch of stuff, like a million options, and the island generator, which is going to be the next chapter, but we'll get there in a second. Now, we also have the workshop I want to quickly touch upon, and that is a wonderful feature in order to you getting some inspiration. So you can go in, you've got either a page with trending assets right at the beginning, or you go into the browse feature, and in the browse feature you can see either all the assets, or you go into some of the tabs. You can say buildings, and then it only shows you buildings. We've got that wonderful kind of van kind of thingy where that guy lived in, and I think that was Jurassic World Evolution, Jurassic Park 3, I should say. We've got the scenery options, like all kind of scenery stuff in here. We've got modules. That means if you need some modules, viewing galleries and stuff, you'll find that in here. Or the individual modules, just like the helipad style that you can clip together to some of your builds. We've got the workshop parks. That means full parks for you. So that is pretty awesome indeed. And if you go to browse, you can also search either for a tag. If you have a dedicated tag or share code from someone, you can search for that one. Or you just type in, for example, kitchen, because that's the one I built. I built the the Raptor kitchen scene from Jurassic Park as a viewing gallery, and then you can go to here, install your blueprint if you want to. You can see how many people downloaded that already and how many people liked it, how many times it's been used, and we can install that, favorite that, or whatever. I can upload my own creation here if I want to, and so you can upload your own stuff. We'll get there, how you upload a creation, we'll get there, but we need to do a creation first before we can update, so be patient. We will get there. All right, as promised, the next chapter is going to hit us with the island generator, but now you are aware of all the options that the game offer, just basically like that. So let's get into the island generator. So here we are in the island generator, and I may say that the first couple hours of the game, I was just like sitting here clicking together a couple of islands myself. If you have ever played the wonderful Jurassic Park Operation Genesis, you will know about that thing. It is fairly similar to the one we had in there. However, there are a couple of things to know. So first of all, we can swap a camera to press G, and then you basically can roam around yourself if you wish to. If you press G again, you have that kind of rotation effect. We can also share and edit the DNA code. If we press M, you can see there is this edit island DNA code. So what you can do is we can just type in a couple of other letters, confirm, cancel, and that is then the island generated code to be shared with people if you want to. However, this is not something we want to do. The real fun is to the top left here. We can change the shape, and if we go here, you can see the island DNA code right away changes. So if we bump that up all the way to the top, you can see it becomes a little bit more of a more separated island look. And if you go all the way down to the other shape, it just kind of gives you that more full island. It kind of feels like doing islands in Anno, by the way. But yeah, so that's what you have. Then you can control the trees, which is a bit more intuitive. So you go down, you have none at all. And if you go all the way up, surprisingly, you have almost the entire thing covered in trees, like a full jungle. And you can tell if you press water, don't worry, you'll not have all the water on, you just have a lot of lakes scattered around your island. Or if you go down, you have water basically non-existent if you want to build that. And the same goes with mountains. If you're like fairly happy with it, it's like, you know, it's too many mountains, you just get rid of them by going all the way down. You've got a basic flat map, almost like a flat island, and then with a lot of trees on. And if you go all the way, you get a very defined kind of almost arena-like look, which is fairly interesting to look at, to be honest. So yeah, but if you kind of are okay with it, but you want to have like a different variant, you just click on next island, and it just kind of generates the next island with the same predefined aspects. And you can see how quickly that just works, you know. However, I want to go with a bit of a shape like this. I want to have a lot of trees, but not too many. I want to have quite a lot of water and basically no mountains whatsoever. So there we have it. That is already quite a nice one, but let's go for the next one. And so that one's also pretty nice. Look at those little water elements over here. You know what? I think I wanna have a little bit lesser trees and a bit more mountains. Yeah, that's okay. And a bit more water maybe. So that's kind of cool, and just clicking next island until I'm like super happy with it. I think this one is kind of cool because we can then also build over here to the other side. So yeah, that's all you basically need to know about the island generator. There's really not that much to talk about. You can create a couple of fantastic things with that, but you also need to understand, and this is where we swap the camera, like these areas down here, they're basically non-buildable areas. You can see wherever it goes very strictly down, this is like piece by piece, you can do whatever you want, but these beaches down here, they're not really accessible. Like the one you can play with is like the upper level of all these kind of islands, which is a bit of a sad thing. I wish they would be able to change this for the future to really give us access all the way to the beach. So why not, I guess. It's just like with freedom of piece by piece, that all would be possible. But yeah, well, it's not. So we are here, we're sitting here, we're having this. But okay, so that's it. And I think, you know, at this point, I don't want to ramble around too much, because I think this is very intuitive, very much easy to go to. I like this island. I'm just going to click a couple times on next island until I'm fair. You know what? That is fine. That is super fine. I like that a lot. I do like that a lot. We're going to say confirm island and start. And bam, you're in. No more loading times whatsoever. You're just in. I love that. The island generator is just a fantastic treat, isn't it? And I just like it. So we're gonna go over to the next wonderful chapter of our mega tutorial, which is none other than the basic controls, the UI, and just the overall interface. Alrighty, we are in the park. We have successfully generated an island. We know what the game is offering us. We know all the menu differences in the modes. But what we don't know is all the stuff what we have in here. Maybe you've played Jurassic World Evolution 2. Then all of this may actually be familiar to you, unless a couple of new little toggles we have over here. So the basic, first of all, on spacebar, you can either play the game or stop the game, which is for most people the same. As I said earlier, there are a lot of options to rebind your keys. I will show that as the very first thing before we go through every single item on the left-hand side of your menu. You got to learn that in Jurassic World Evolution, in comparison to other Planet games or other builder games, the menu is on the left-hand side and not on the lower side, which I personally like a lot. I don't know why, but I find this very intuitive and nice, and it just doesn't take so much screen space. And in a world where we have widescreen monitors and TVs and whatnot, it gives you just that bit more and less space on the side, but the rest is fairly clean, which I like a lot. But going into the menu, you can see there are a lot of menu options, by the way. Most of them are fairly intuitive, but we will go into the settings, and then you can see see, there are a lot of settings. I don't want to cover that. This is nothing for a tutorial. You find out yourself. But what is important is mouse and keyboard, in my case, or controller. You can rebind a lot of things. So if you go, for example, on a controller and the basic controls, you can then also change the options you have. There are a couple of options to change. You can invert certain things, but if you're on mouse and keyboard, you can virtually change every single button, as you can see. So it doesn't make any sense for me to give you the exact buttons or hotkeys. I will just give you the combinations, and you have to match that with your personal settings. We also have different type of keyboards across the world, just saying that. So please make sure to correct yourself if you find that I have a bit of a different key binding than you have, so you don't get confused. Now, that said, let's quickly go through the menu, shall we? On the left hand side, we have the main options. On the right bottom side, which is the one we are starting with because that's fairly similar to all the other games, but also fairly simple, we have a camera little icon that just opens up 3 different camera modes, which I'm going to quickly explain. So the first camera is the standard camera, which is going to pivot around the center focus point. I'm going to show this to you with maybe this tree. This tree over here is nice. Check out this tree, okay? We are just rotating the camera around this tree right now. It's going to be our focus point at the moment. Now, if I go to the second camera, which is a new one, the free look camera, we're going to check that one. Now, if I pivot around, we are not going around the wonderful tree anymore. We pivot around ourselves, which is very handy if you want to go close up to something, because on Q and E on my keyboard, you can either go down or up. And if you hold shift while you do that, it's going to be faster and slower as well. So that way you can really nicely pan around. The whole camera will be slower because it gives you more control, and you cannot really zoom. You're basically going forth and back when you zoom. So that's the difference. And then there's the third mode. This is the camera mode for placement. So that one is pivoting around a central point again, as you can see. However, it still gives you the control to go up and down with Q and E, and you can also go all the way down to the ground and just like go into the ground, opposed to the first camera mode, which is kind of the game collision camera, which does make you collide with the ground. As you can see, I can't really go down lower than this, but if I change to the third one, I can go lower than that again, which helps you to be more precise with building. It's a bit of a confusing one why they put the second in the second spot and not in the third, because 1 and 3 are fairly similar, with the difference that 3 can go into the ground and 1 cannot, and 2 is a completely different idea of where you pivot around. My personal favorite is the second one, and for building a quick park and clicking together modules, the first one is my go-to option, in case you were wondering. Then we do have a fairly new set of icons over here. For the Planet Coaster gamers or Planet Zoo players, you will know about that one. This is redo and undo. Personally, one of the best features ever in any game, because it doesn't only help you with building but also with playing the game. So let's say we're gonna put down a path, and there's a bit of a foreshadowing. We built the path and you're like, oh no, I'm not happy with that one. So normally what you would do is then you go to the delete option, use the demolish one, and click that away. However, you could only just say redo this, and boom, they're gone, because you're basically redoing the last 2 options. But or undo, I should say. This is undo. But if you're like, hey, you know what? No, the path was actually pretty fine. Let's bring it back in place. Normally, you then need to do, oh, where did I put this? But now you just do redo. Bam, bam. And the path is all the way back in. Even better than that, you can do this with your very much go-to combinations on your keyboard, which is Control-Z and Control-Y, which is in every other computer program, the forward and back button, or the undo and redo button, which is super nice. You can just quickly get things in. There is a limit, however, to how many times you can do this, which in the Planet games, it always is around 60 steps. So in case you place a path down 60 times, that's the limit where you can go back to. Put you down 61 times, then the first path will not be able to undone or redone in that sense. But 60 times is pretty okay. The only thing that kind of changes that calculation is when you do terrain work, because terrain work is weirdly counted. So pushing up a hill is not one action. There are like multiple actions involved while you press the terrain manipulation. We'll get to that when we do this. So it's a bit of an odd one, but these 2 options are fantastic. They will help you so much, because otherwise you get into a lot of trouble with the piece-by-piece building, I tell you. Now, after that, we go into fairly easy terrain. That is the speed controls. You have pause, you've got slow-mo, normal speed, and fast speed. Unlimited, this normally is where your money is in. For the case for the case of the tutorial, I have unlimited money, but a lot of the gameplay options are activated, so we can talk about scientists and stuff in a second. Don't you worry. We've got a star rating, which is the indication of a star rating of our park, obviously, and we do have a kind of maintenance rating in here to give us an idea. So that's what you've got in the bottom corner. Now going to the left-hand side, we do have a control room, which is a very familiar menu if you have already played this game in the past. It does give you an overview of your current park. We didn't do anything so far, so there's no need for that. We do have an expedition map, which we can't yet use because we do need an expedition center. We do have a fossil area, but we don't have a science center. We have a research area, but we don't have a science center. We have a scientist, but we don't have a control center. And we do have a marketplace facility, but we don't have a marketplace facility. And we need to first of all research the marketplace, but because before that we cannot place this down. This is only if you have the management options turned on. If you have Sandbox option on the creative mode, all of these will be available to you right away, despite the fact you don't really need them anymore because you can create whatever you want initially without any further hesitations to do market research, blah, blah. So that is very important, but we get to the operations when we are in the next part of our tutorial. Then we do have the site map. So that is a wonderful map giving you an idea where is what. You can also toggle certain things if you want to go through. We haven't built anything yet, so this is why there is nothing in the list. You can also expand the list and give some more stuff to it. The whole UI has been refined. I really like the little transition of the colors here, the gradient and stuff, all very modern and slick. I love it. It's really cool. Then we also have a management view option, which looks familiar to the previous thing we had, but it didn't give you the map view. It just gives you the normal view with an additional sense, I should say, because you then can change what kind of sense you want to have. You can search for shelters, restrooms, you can see the coverage of your amenities and then also switch between the different needs and the demand. You can see where your transportation goes and how heavy the demand is and so on. We will need these settings later on to manage our park, which is going to be a part of the tutorial way later in the list. You have seen the list at the beginning, so I don't need to tell you, but you can also check down below as always in the menu bar, or if I do upload all these as separate videos, you have to go to the mega tutorial or watch the next tutorial, just easy as is. Now that's the first block of 3 done. Let's go to the next block of 4. These blocks are also kind of logical blocks, if you will. This is all your management view. This now is all your operations to run the park, and this is basically all stuff to make your park look nicer. And well, kind of don't know why power is in here, but I kind of think power is also to run the park in general. Anyways, so first things first are the operations, and within the operations we have all the different buildings which you need to, well, surprise, operate your park and have all the kind of stuff. We will get into that. As you can see, we will need to research a couple of things. I have it only in to showcase the research to you in a bit. As soon as I've got shown the research, I will switch the settings to Sandbox again, so we have the availability and don't need to wait for all of that, but we'll get to that. These are fairly important, we get to that in the next point, but just as you know, in that menu you'll find these. In the enclosure menu, you will find everything related to enclosures. In the attractions view, you will surprisingly find everything related to attractions. In the guest tab, again, very surprisingly, you'll find everything related to your guest, and you will always start with the basic options, and later on you will be able to unlock bigger and better things that you will require. Now, that is the next logical block done. If we talk then about the next one, we do start with the environment, and opposed to the other ones where you just open a sub menu, as soon as you go into the environment, you get a little bit of a menu to the lower part over here. What does that menu do? Well, we do get into terrain editing a bit more in detail in a separate element of this tutorial, so I'm not going to do too much, but essentially you get all the controls of your kind of environment, trees, lakes, food for your dinosaurs, because food sources in this game technically are environmental sources, which I think is a cool idea, because you will also have your herbivores will find your food in here. We'll get to them in a second, but you can, for example, if they need barren, your animals need barren as a feature, you will have to put down barren, and that then counts towards their demand. We'll get to that, as I said. Now we also have the path option, gives you all the options to lay down path as we've done earlier. We get to that in a second, but you know, that's that. And we do have the power. As I said, all the different power items are in here. We then have the scenery tab, and that one, my friends, I'm gonna just quickly show you, because that is something very much later and way more complex and in-depth. So we are doing this in there, but this gives you the access, and this is also where you go into a completely new menu for the scenery options. And we have the last logical block, which gives you the options to transporting, multi-select, first-person view, which is basically letting us plop down to the ground and have a look around. And we get a demolish option. However, the demolish option is pretty cool because we got a second option to it, which is the bulk demolish option. So while we have a normal demolish option, and therefore I'm just going to place down a couple of paths so you can see that one, we go and select the demolish option. Now you can see I hover over this and I can individually delete all the path pieces. But if I'm lazy, I want to do this in one, you have that wonderful option over here to delete all these things. You can increase the radius, and then you just mark this, say confirm, and everything is deleted. Just going to show you like that. Now it asks you, do you want to delete this? Yes, I want to demolish, and it does demolish the things. However, it does only do so if you turn on these things. And for example, in here, you can either turn on or off the path. So for example, if I do this again, it does tell me, do I want to demolish this? Well, I say yes, but it doesn't do anything simply because the path that I laid down is excluded from this. So I'm just going to say, okay, on, and then I'm going to say this again. And usually it should now say demolish, and the path is gone. So this is that. You first of all need to just confirm these things in the menu. And after that, you can just easily destroy these things. This is very handy if you have built a nice area and you just want to get rid, let's say, of some individually placed trees, but not get rid of anything around them. You just say in that menu, okay, I only want to get rid of nature, and the rest still should stay there. So a very handy feature to be a bit more precise in your demolishing activities. But yeah, so that's been it. Fairly long part for the main controls, but if you're new to the game, I think this is necessary for you. And if you are a veteran to this, you have skipped this part of the tutorial either way. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, this part is called the basic park setup. In this tutorial part, you will learn how to set up a basic working park in Jurassic World Evolution 3. There are different ways how to start this. If you go into, let's say, the challenge mode or the campaign mode, sometimes you already have predefined things and you build from there. But if you are starting from scratch, and this will also help you in certain campaigns, you will need to do certain steps. And as this is a mega tutorial in which we're doing everything built up from each other, I will not show you every single tool and then explain everything. We'll learn them as we go. So don't be confused if we're using quite a lot of these options, even though we haven't done a deep dive on them yet. We will do this deep dive by building, and so I'm going to explain what I'm doing, and so you will get the idea how to approach that. So the very first thing, we need to figure out where the hell do we want to start building, because that island, as beautiful as it looks, has a couple of quirks to it, because we do have certain areas and locations that are not very nice to build in. But I think the area where I want to start is basically this. This is a kind of a nice little big landscape over here. And what I want to do, I first of all want to get rid of some of the forest. So I'm going to go to the environment tab, and then there is this remove option, and I'm going to put the radius to the biggest, and I'm just going to remove some of the stuff over here. So that is fairly easy, and I want to actually get this all leveled. So I'm going to go to the environmental thing. We will do a bit of a deep dive later, but for now it's all the flatten tool is the most important one. Put radius intensity to the highest, and I think the height I want to go for is kind of this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm dragging this all the way through, and now the game is leveling everything to this height. So you can also make fall off, intensify, blah, blah, blah. You can do certain things, but you know, we're just going to do this. And then some of these edges over here, whoops, some of these edges may look a little bit ugly. So what I'm going to use is the smooth terrain option to just smooth them out a little bit. Okay, so that's fairly nice. That's just really how I like it. Okay, now this is done. There's like a space where I want to start my wonderful park. And now we need a couple of operations. The game gives you an indication top of your screen is always the indication what is missing. If we click on that, you can see there is at the moment none of these things. So what do we need? Well, actually no guest or connection. There's no arrival point. So that's the first thing you will always need, is an arrival point. This is where your operations come in, where your workers come in, where scientists come in. Without this, nothing is gonna work. Everything in this game has to be connected to an arrival point. You've got two different options in here. So the one arrival point has no helipad included, so that can be some kind of generic arrival point. As you can see, this one looks like a bit of a bus station, as you can see, so that's nice. I can place these down, or you have one, and as we are on an island, the other one makes a lot more sense. We take the one that has an operation to it, which is a helipad. So we're going to use that one, and for the sake of the tutorial, because we will be doing some work ourselves, we are going to go for a general one. You know, we're going to use the... What about the... Yeah, let's go with the normal Jurassic one for the moment. We will be doing some stuff. I want to place this down here, and now you have a couple of options now to place it down. Either, sorry, I'm just going to put that down again so you see that. Either on your keyboard, you just use the rotational keys. Down below in the menu, you can see on my keyboard, it's Y to rotate, and I think on C doesn't give me the other option. Or I basically hold down C, and then I can, Y in my case, and then I can rotate the building while rotating my mouse, or just moving my mouse. This way you can place it. But if that isn't precise enough for you, you can use your advanced move option. Again, that depends a little bit on your keybinds. For me, it's X. Pressing X is going to bring up the menu, and this is fairly new to a lot of you guys out there, even to the Jurassic World Evolution fans or JPOC veterans amongst you guys. You will have this wonderful option. This is almost like in a 3D tool. By grabbing these arrows, you can move things along these axes, and there will be pieces that have a third option to lower and raise the building itself as well, but these operations will always need to be grounded, hence they do not have an option to be you know, pushed up or down. But you can also do this. You can press X again, and now you get a rotational option, which is going to give you the option to rotate that thing very, very precisely. But if you're like, you know what, this is just like a little bit too wobbly for me because it's 360 degrees free rotation, you can press the shift key, or whatever is your key for that, which is gonna lock angle snap. So that is now 15 degrees snapping points if you want to, and you also have the toggles displayed to your top right if you want to have a little quick look over here. It gives you the control keys you will need. They may be different for you guys, but yeah, I want to place this down real quick. So we have built this one, and it tells you path is not connected because obviously we have nothing in the park right now, and in order to make the park operate, we need some operations. So this is the arrival point. I think this is a nice area. We may actually make a bit of a bigger area later on. One thing you need to know also in the sandbox mode is as soon as you go to operations, everything else for the arrival point is locked. The game will also tell you why certain things are locked, but here you can see you cannot build more than one arrival point, which is, to be honest, something hopefully Frontier is going to fix, because in Sandbox, I'm not sure what exactly is the issue to have two different ones, because that would just be two locations from where people would be getting into your park. But anyways, it's not working, so you can only place one, and some other things, as you can see, must be researched. Okay, we've built an arrival point, fairly nice. Okay, but what else do we need to run a park other than obviously habitat? We'll get to a basic habitat. Now we've done that, and now let's move up a little bit of speed. So we will need a response facility to have capture teams and stuff. We'll put that down in a bit. We first of all need a control center, and again you will have different options. If you're wondering why I have so little blueprints in here, that is because I have not researched anything, but because now you also do research the different blueprints, which is a cool little option to make this a bit more rewarding to play. So we are going to go with the Jurassic World Center in this sense. Now we're placing this down with the exact same method because I want to make everything nice and tight together in this space over here. I'm going to move this all the way, and we can also okay, I'm going to bring this all the way to the edge over here, and now you can see the edge is automatically created, so it's always on the ground, and the game immediately will tell tell you there is no power source. What is that? So we go to power and we put down a backup generator. Again, we can place this thing down as we want it to as well. I'm going to place this down relatively in the center over here, rotate that a bit, which is then also as if this is part of this building, you know, because now you can go a little closer to some of your buildings now, if they are, because you can be so much more precise. I'm not sure why it gives me building constraints right now. Let's put that down again. Okay, I think this is maybe because I went a little bit on wobbly terrain. I'm just weirdly concerned. Anyways, I'm going to put this here. So there is this power generator, fairly nicely placed. And now we need to just have certain things with path connected. So we're going to use the path tool. And in the path tool, you have a couple of options. You can adjust the width or the terrain. So at this point, adjust terrain means that it flattens everything below ground. And if you don't have that turned on, it's just going to go over the hills and just conforms to the terrain. We can also have a small or wide path, but we don't have researched them. So we have to go with the normal path indeed. Now, as we have connected something, as you can tell, the path is built, things are connected, and we can, if we want to replace certain things and make this look like so, or look like so if we want to, just gonna make it this way. And that's all about this first step. Pressing play real quick, you can see the dust is clearing and we've got our first operations done. Now, if we go for the control center, for example, we can view some scientists, and we don't have any scientists right now. Scientists are a staff option in this game. Essentially, they are the staff members, if you will, from the Planet games, but there's only that one staff member, and you need a certain amount of scientists to do certain tasks. I'll get to that when we do the next building, but for the moment, I'm going to recruit a scientist, and you can see when you go into the scientist recruitment window, you get all the different type of persons, and they have different traits to them, or different points you can spend then. As you can see, this one over here seems to be a fairly generic person. He also doesn't cost that much, and he only has 2 welfare points, 1 genetics, and 1 logistics points. And for certain tasks, you will need a certain amount of points. So let's say, for example, if you want to research a new blueprint that is maybe a blueprint more leaned toward the logistics, you may need 4 logistic points and only 1 welfare, let's say, as a currency. And then a person who has only 1 logistic points and 2 welfare, you need 4 persons of Thomas, for example, to make that. But then you also, on the right-hand side over here, you've got Scott Ismet, for example. He's got 3 out of 9, and the slash means how much you can upgrade this person by doing upgrades to them with training and so on. So that will help you to increase the skills. So this one can come in at the highest with a total of 9 logistics points. So this is a very valuable scientist if you need them to, spend for whatever this is. So we're going to recruit this one. I mean, we don't have any money issues, so we're going to recruit a couple of those right now. Just going to recruit mostly the ones with the most points and the most potential. Just going to recruit her. Let's see what we else have in here. This one has a fairly high genetics potential. This is a bit more of a general potential. So that should be fine for the moment. We may actually get in some more later. You can also see they get a couple of other things. So for example, unrest, sometimes they need to rest. That's where you need a staff center for. That's fairly similar to other games as well. And you can then go into different research menus, but we don't have a science center yet, which is where we get to. Now we have staff members. Again, as I said, they do need a staff center. And how the hell does it tell me that I have reached the amount of staff centers? I definitely haven't. But we can first of all put the other things down, a science center and an expedition center. I'm just going to quickly build them. It's going to make the Jurassic World, or do we have just a Jurassic Park version? The Jurassic Park version is nicer. So we're going to put this one down. I'm going to see if I can bring this down to this area here. Let's have a look. I want to have it somewhere in here. So I'm going to leave some spaces in between, and I'm also going to put down the second operation we need as well. This one is going to go all the way here to the back. Just going to place this one here. So we've got everything roaming around that central energy thingy, and we're just going to connect the different paths. Just going to go with the luxury. No, we're just going to go with the classic standard path over here. I mean, we are on an island, and we're going to say, whoops, I want to have the default off. There you go. And now we can build the path, just connect these things. And if you want to don't want to go into the menu all the time, you can press P on the keyboard or whatever is your hotkey, where you can then just build out path easily. Oh, by the way, if you want to build a round path, you just click in my case, it's Shift key. For you, it might be something else. You can toggle a round path as well if you want to have a more roundish path, and then just connect things like that. Looks maybe a bit more nicer in case. So that is fairly nice, isn't it? So this looks really, really good, and you get these icons already that they are now operational, and you can do certain things with them. So if we go, for example, to the Expedition Center, we can go for the map, and we've got a couple of dig sites available. So if we go, for example, to Canada, you can see that we need 5 logistics, and we have, for example, Ismat and Aguilar, and we can start the task to bring them there. So if we then go to the expedition map, we can maybe do a second one, but at this point we seem to have reached a certain limit already. As you can see, we can't do this because we have not enough logistic points to spend, which is a bit of an issue here, and we have to wait until the first one is done. We don't have anything in here. We can go to the fossil map, but we don't have any fossils yet. We can go to the research map now because we have unlocked the research by putting down a research center as well, the science center that is. So I just want to show you how you can access this one via a different one. You can see view fossils, but we don't have any. And you can also, if you click on that, view the research, which gives you the option to go to the research. I love that new kind of thing in the middle. Some of the research stuff is not available right now, but what we want to have is we want to go for operations. And as you can see at the moment, we could go for power 2, or we can go for staff center, which is exactly what we needed. And in order to do this, what we will need, you can see again how many assigned points we need for certain things. So what we got to do, assign scientists, 1, 2, 3. And can we start the task? Yes, we can, because we need only 3 of these points. So I'm going to get rid of a Kasari, because that's still enough with 3. And we hit OK. Now things are running. To the bottom right, you get the indication how long certain things you have in the background going on with your scientists will go, and you can see this is just taking a couple of minutes. While this is happening, you could also obviously speed up the game, and then things are happening. So we're gonna go for normal speed over here. So at the moment you can't see anyone roaming around, because the game kind of wants to have, first of all, an attraction before they do something. So that is kind of the thing that's happening now. To run a park, you need an attraction, right? And you need something. What I want to do is I want to put like a little bit of a hatchery area in this spot as well. Before we build out our real park here in the front, I want to make sure that we have a hatchery area. Maybe we will get that into the back and can even fence that off with some security fencing or so. So what we want to do while this is happening, I want to do my first enclosure stuff. And therefore, I'm going to put down a hatchery, and we're going to go with a Jurassic Park hatchery, okay? So this one is not really that big, so we're going to bring this thing to the back here. As you can see, we will require a path connection, so I'm going to rotate this thing like this. I'm just going to bring this all the way over here. And let's see if we can squeeze that maybe here. This would be a very nice location. And maybe we can bring this even so much closer to the other ones. Somewhere over here is nice. Okay, we put this down, our hatchery is built, and we again connect this to the path network that we have nicely established over here. So that's that, a bit of a wobbly path. Doesn't really matter too much. And normally you also do have a narration, but at the moment the staff center is just unlocked, as you can see over here, but you can't go to the next step because it still needs a couple of things that you want to do. But you did pin the node, so you will research that as the next bit. You can see this one doesn't work because our scientists are still busy. You could then go into an option where you have enough scientists available if you want to. But over here this does say now fossils, because no, they're not back yet, so we'll look at that in a second. But as we have now the wonderful center, we can just build the staff center in order to have the research points, or like the resting points, I should say, so they don't go tired. What's pretty cool also with these builds is now you can really connect them easily to the path by just moving it all the way closer. And you see, as soon as this path icon goes away, it automatically is connected to the path, also in the freeform menu. Okay, so now you've got got build the staff center, and if you click on that, you can view the scientists, and now they can, if you click on them, you can make them rest because you have this, and then this takes 4 minutes of their time, but it will get rid of the unrest bar. By the way, if the unrest bar is filled, if you put them on too many tasks, they will not be able to do that, or if they do this, they will be highly likely to quit the job or even do some sabotage or something like that. So this is something you need to keep in mind. So again, expedition map, they're still in here. Why is this paused, by the way? Is this because the game is paused because we're in the menu? Okay, never mind then. Now it's going on. Okay, so this is done. We've built our hatchery, and the hatchery will be able to produce dinosaurs, hatched dinosaurs. But before we do so, let's put a fence around, shall we? Because we have a couple of fencing options. You can see there is the small electrified fence, the small electrified fence too, and we do have gates. What we are going to do is this one maybe, and you can see we are in the range of energy, which is good, so we can place it down. I'm just going to build a very, very tiny space, because this is only going to be a release habitat, and from over here we will be able to fly the animals everywhere we want. Okay, so you can see now the fence is about to be built. It takes a while until it's built. If you build full sandbox, they will be built initially, but if you don't play on sandbox or in challenge mode or with the options on, be aware that it takes a moment until the fence is built. So in case you release the dinosaurs right away and you haven't built the fence, it will still take time until it's in place. Okay, now as this is done, we go into the hatchery, and as you can see, the hatchery is welcoming you with a couple of options. You can either synthesize a dinosaur or you can automate a bay. We'll get to the automation way later, don't bother about that right now, and go into synthesizing a dinosaur, and oh wow, we just cannot. That is the disappointing moment when you go into a game and you have no idea what to do. First thing that is problematic, we don't have enough skill, which is a problem, but we are also here with the Acrocanthosaurus, which is not the one we have at the beginning. Now, we were waiting for something, right? Yes, let's speed up until our expedition comes back, because that is fairly important for the starting of a wonderful park, because otherwise you won't be able to synthesize a dinosaur. But now they're back, and we can see what kind of expedition they have done. Now, here we are with some fossils, and now you can get in and do something with this. They come in with a mineral, and what you can do with the mineral is you can basically sell this, or you can extract a fossil, which is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to extract that one, and you can see we need 3 research points for this. So we're gonna use Mathlot and Ismat for that, and say, do this. And again, you've got 2 minutes and 30 happening, and now we wait. So that is basically what you need to do, and you can't really do anything else at the same time. As you can see, this one is going to be uncovered right now. If you go in speed mode, it does go a little bit quicker though, but as for the tutorial, I'm just going to skip forward so you don't need to wait. Alright, so our wonderful first extraction has been happening. We click on the Science Center again and go on to view fossils, and then we already have one thing uncovered, and that means we may already have a genome, and in this case we have the genome of the Edmontosaurus. And as you can see, uncovering this wonderful fossil, the next one, is going to bring us a further 16% towards the dinosaur, and that one 25% as well. So if we have, for example, these two over here selected, you can also select the next one as well, we can begin the task. So all of these, so we're gonna go and begin the task, and now we again need to find our specialist. We're gonna use Aguilar for that and say okay, let's go. And so it takes a while again. While this was happening in the background, we do have a park rating contract gotten, and this park rating contract will make us does ask us to achieve a park rating of at least 0.5, and it does give us 8.5 minutes to go, which is something we won't get right now. So I'm just going to put this here. I just wanted to mention, if you keep that on, you will eventually get some contracts, and you can select different ones that will give you different benefits. Some of them give you money, some of them will give you fossils and whatnot, so that comes in very handy if you don't have all of these. So as you can see, the research is something you should focus on very early on. But you know what? This is fairly slow, isn't it? Just to give you an idea, also in the normal gameplay, there is a different menu to all the buildings. There is this kind of upgrade area, or there is a setting area. So first of all, here you can edit a group. We are not going to touch this yet. We will touch this later. Don't touch it, okay? Don't press the button. But we will go into the upgrades. And if we click on the upgrade, you can see there will be a lot of upgrades that we have to research. But there is, for example, faster research, which is a self-fulfilling kind of thing. If you research faster research, you can then research faster for faster research. Get that? But you can also assign a extra scientist or have a fossil storage capacity increase, and you've got 2 slots to fill in. So in different levels, you will have to use this wisely and change this according to what your need actually is. The same goes for all the other buildings too. You can have upgrades on virtually any of the buildings, the operational buildings, and they have different type of stuff. So for example, cheaper expeditions or extra scientists, or all of these also get storm defense, which mostly is in storm heavy maps or storm heavy levels. If you have them, you will have to use that kind of storm defense all the time, because otherwise your buildings will be broken all the time and you have to repair them. So you can see the different things out here. And now we finally get it. The new viable genome is the Edmontosaurus, which is pretty damn cool. So we go in here and we again view the fossils. We don't have any because we have obviously done all the research of them. Now let's go to the expedition map and see, okay, that one is done. We don't have anything else we can put in here, but we can see what do we find over here in the USA. Or in that one, you can see over here would be a Dilophosaurus. We do have Edmontosaurus again. So what we're going to do is we're going to send people over here. Still 2 logistics required. So I'm going to send you, MacLeod. You're going to go there. And while you're going to go there, I'm going to back into the research and in the fossils and so on. We go quickly here. And I think we should be able to see this with the dinosaurs, with the genomes. Dig sites, nope. Enclosures, nope. We do have a couple of gene modifications. I think we don't have anything in here. We did also research some of those. Anyways, where we want to go now is we want to go to the hatchery, because we were told that the first dinosaur is about to be synthesized, and you can see the Edmontosaurus now is available to us. There we have it. Edmontosaurus is available. You can see the genome is at 80% right now. The higher the genome is, the more likely it is that your wonderful kind of synthesizing task is gonna be successful. You can see what the appeal is, you can see the batch size, you can see modification options, and if you go in here, we can modify a genome, we can select different skin variants. I'm gonna go for the Amazon rainforest, and I'm gonna pair this with the pattern over here. That one is a nice one. And you can then say begin tasks. However, first of all, I'm going to save and edit, because that's what you need to do first of all. And then over here, you can see begin the task. And we're going to do this. And you can see, again, we will need 5 points of the science need. And we're going to use Aguilar for that again. And Aguilar will be helping us to synthesize the dinosaur. Now, this one is going to start. You can see now, first of all, for the synthesizing, it's the first step. There's a little dot, which is going to say until there you need to be successful. And hopefully it's going to work. I think I did even turn off the success rate, so it may actually fail right now. If it does so, I'm going to skip forward to a successful one, because I don't want to showcase a fail over here. Let's quickly speed forward in order to not have that much of an expected survival rate is 70%, which is great, you know. And now as this is done, automatically the game will give you a little hint that we are ready for incubation, which is what we want to read. Now we need to select the eggs. You can see batch size is a maximum of 5. We got viable eggs out of it 3, which is great. Now you can select them, and this is brand new to the game because we do have breeding. We can now change the genome to male or female, and you can see different positive traits to them. This one has 1 genetic trait. How cool. This is a female trait, and it does give us a nocturnal trait. Cool. So we're going to keep that one as a female, because I think there is a way of female giving some of the traits to the babies a bit more higher likeliness than the males. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and change this one to a male, which then also looks different. Also, it doesn't only look different with the skin, it does does also look different in its body. As you can look at the crest on the head, for example, it is definitely more pronounced on the male, just as the body as well. So pretty cool. Also the beak looks a little bit different. So that's that. But at the moment we can't begin the incubation because, as you can see, our scientists are busy, which is not really cool, is it? So what we are going to do is we're going to go back to the scientists and we are going to check if we can recruit someone. Now, as you've seen, there is a couple of things we need, and I'm definitely going to go for Fuagong because Fuagong has a lot of potential. And let's see if there's someone else with it. Yeah, look at this one. Beavis also having a huge potential indeed. Oh, and Christine Kassab also has a huge potential. So we got all of these now, and let's see if we can start the incubation now, because we should be able to begin. Yes, because we have enough now. So we're gonna go all of these, and now, as you can see, we need 5 of the health icon over here, and we're gonna use Gong for that because he's pretty much having all the traits we need. And now the incubation begins, and you can see already a kind of a lot of information, which is very helpful because that's the last part of this part of the tutorial. Now you need to know what you do. So adult population is 4+, what you need to have. Then we have wetland 31%, water 7% only, pasture 50%, ground fiber 12%. Now, as this is not going to be the final habitat, but this is enough to showcase what we need to do. So they just need a tiny bit of water. So what we're going to do is give them a tiny bit of water. There we have it. Then if you go over here, you have seen that they need a lot of pasture. You can basically then bring all the pasture in if you want to. That may have been a bit too crazy. And we can also give them other things they need. So if you want to have different pasture to not have all these kind of things floating around here, you can do different stuff. It will always show you what exactly is the one. If we go back in here, what they need, you can see again, okay, pasture was 50%, wetland is missing. So what we can then go is into there, and then you can see down here we've got wetland, swamp, and so on. So we're gonna paint a little bit of wetland in here too. So there we have it. And just to give them a little bit of an idea, you know, it's not really that crazy, but it's just enough, okay? So when we check in here, is there anything else that they need? Security 3, which is a bit of an issue, as you can tell, because we only have security 2. We would need them to research more. Expedition is complete. We don't look at that. From now on, it's all kind of repeat and do the same thing over and over again. Sometimes you just get a couple of different results from here. Oh yeah, this time around you can see these. Sometimes things just give money, which in the campaign is super helpful, but in our case it doesn't matter because we have infinite money anyways. But in here you can click these things in here and now begin the extraction, and you can see we would bring our genome to 100%, which would be easy. Now let's see where the incubation goes. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way and end this part of the tutorial, obviously, with releasing the dinosaur, because you have your first working Jurassic Park, which is very important. Okay, now what you can do, there are 2 different ways of releasing a dinosaur. You can either release it via an airlift or normally into the habitat. I will release it into the habitat because there's one last thing we haven't done. So we're gonna release this, and then it automatically jumps over here. You can then also press slow motion if you want to, and it gives you that exit animation in slow motion. That is pretty damn cool, isn't it? So we have them coming out. If you press right click, you're gonna skip that and you will see, okay, they're exiting. Now, while this happened, you can see, oh my God, what is that? We are running out of fuel. The backup generator does potentially run out of fuel, so getting bigger generators and stuff, or energy sources via the research, is important for you. So I'm going to close that. You can always resupply, and because we are not short on money, we can always just do that. You can also automate that later on in these things. No worries about this, but this is the thing. Now, we have released these Edmontosaurus into the habitat. They have a lot of comfort issues because that is way too small of a habitat. That means we would need to bring them into a way bigger habitat, but we cannot do this right now because we are lacking one very important facility, and that is the response facility, which is going to be the one most important one if it is about bringing your dinosaurs anywhere on the map. I'm going to place this down here, and we are going to bring the path over to the normal area. And then if you click on that, you will see there's a ranger team and there's a capture team. If you click on the capture team, you can add a task. And when you do this, there will be some icons on the screen and gives you options. This option we have over here is tranquilizing our dinosaurs, which is exactly what we're going to do, so you can see what is happening. Now, what happens is the helicopter is just going to start and then do this automatically. You can see they're flying over and they're trying to tranquilize your dinosaurs. You can, however, also add direct control, blah, blah, blah. And now if you're in here and you press the aim key, you can do this yourself if you want to. You can also just do, whoops, I just went out of this one. As soon as you exit that one, it will continue doing this on its own. But if you want to do a bit of shooting action, where's the other one? Can we rotate around, please? Oh, they did already tranquilize all of them. Okay, bam. Normally you can just, shoot them if you want to. There you go. You get also the little info that you hit the dinosaur if you did hit. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, so if you want to have a bit of fun flying around, you can also do this a very, very straightforward way of flying with WASD or your arrow keys. So yeah, that's what you can do. You can also go up and down, but I don't want to mess with this around too much. You can find out yourself. That's a fun little thing. Now they're lying around over here. What you can do now is use the transport option. Click on all the dinosaurs, and then you can see all of them are selected. That is the little checkmark icon. You say finalize selection, and now you can transport them basically anywhere on the island. What we are going to do for the funsies is we did have a separate island somewhere, didn't we? There was like a bit of a landmass somewhere that was not connected to the mainland, wasn't it? So that is, well, actually you can bring them up here. For the funsies we could do this. They can rage, they can do whatever they want, but I think we are just going to search for, where's another bit? Oh, it's not. That was a different generation we had. Okay, so then, what we're going to do? We bring them elsewhere on the map. It doesn't really matter. Let's fly them down here. So at this point, what's going to happen, there will be 3 transporting helicopters appearing, and they will now take the Edmontosaurus to whatever location you have told them to bring. And in this case, this is how you can relocate animals to certain areas. There is, however, a new tool in the enclosure, which is a delivery zone. What the heck is a delivery zone? Well, there is a delivery zone that you can put into a habitat or anywhere else on the map if you want to, which is where they bring dinosaurs. You might be wondering, why would they bring them if you create them in the hatchery? Well, there's one operation I haven't talked about, but it also is not researched quite yet, which is the marketplace facility. We'll get to that in a bit. This is where you can purchase dinosaurs. Also in campaign, it does need a bit of, research until you're getting there. So don't be afraid if you don't have the option at the beginning. But this is the time in the tutorial where I would say you're good to go. You have successfully set up your first working operational park. This is the absolute basis you need to know to build a park. From here on, everything is just kind of straightforward. You go to the staff center, get more scientists. You go to the fossil and research center and do some more research if you want to. So, you can now click virtually on anything that you want and unlock them. So for example, for this one over here, only research node can be pinned at a time. Okay, we pin that node if you want to. Okay, you can also extract more fossils. You can go to the expedition map and so on and so forth. It's, as I said, very straightforward. You can now research different time. Lagoon viewing, for example, is something you could research. Or the dinosaur encounters is a cool tool. Or the aviary viewing gallery. You can now research the tours, which is also pretty cool. What else do we have over here? We can use hybrids if you want to go for hybrids. At the moment, you cannot. To the right side, you can see the unlock requirements that you need to have. You can also gene modifications. You can research those. Cross-species adaptation. You can have we can have medicine researched over here, which is very important because the dinosaurs may get some disease, and then you need certain medicine to cure them. If you don't have the medicine, they will either die or it's going to take a long time, and it will jump over to other animals in the same enclosure as well. You can go for enclosures and search for ground nests, for example, if you want to make them hatch or some eggs themselves, do some mating. We can go for dig sites. At the moment we don't have that many dinosaurs resource we can discover. But for example, we could go for tiny habits for dig sites, and then we get some new dig sites. For example, let's just hit, what was the other one, 2? Is that these 2? Let's begin that task real quick and skip forward. So you can see, so when we now go onto the expedition map, you can see that's what we're having. There's a lot of stuff unlocked. Let's just, for the moment here, we've got 3 on this side, 2 here and 2 here. And if we wait real quick until this is done, you will be then able to tell. Also, you can see our maintenance rating is slowly going down. It's 97%, which is also mostly for the fence over here. Important to know, but we'll get to that in a moment, because I forgot one last thing to leave you guys more or less alone if you are not into all the detailing. So now we have got a research complete. This is the herbivore. And now you can see there's a little yellow icon to the expedition map. Go here, and now you can see there are 3 more available here to Eastern Asia, which will give you access to the Psittacosaurus, which is cool. And now you could make this and go there and research, and it takes time and blah blah blah. Okay, as I said, maintenance is going down. How do we fix that? Well, there's another operation we didn't talk about. That is the maintenance facility, and fear not, this is just the fun one. This is a very fun one indeed. I'm wondering if I should actually be placeable. Why is it not placeable? I thought they actually did a better job on building constraints. It's a bit odd. Honestly, I thought you can place them way closer together right now, but I think this is just when you do the custom designs. It doesn't matter. We want to have this area just like nice and bring this over. So just gonna place this here in that corner. Nice. Might also be just the terrain elevation here. I don't know. Anyways, the maintenance facility is basically to maintain stuff. And again, just another thing to kind of get the team, add a task, and then certain things will appear. Now, there is nothing to be fixed right now, but you can also create patrols. We don't have a patrol right now, so we could create some patrols. In order to do that, we would then, automation settings, you can see work rota, maintenance only, repair only, or maintain and do that. Now, you can also change different skins on your cards, and let me just show you. There you go. The skins would also translate to them directly. You don't need to change anything. So these are just like the Jurassic Park quads. Very cool indeed. And now, for example, if you go in here and we don't have anything, we can either control this with direct control, and again, we can then resupply, and we can all these kind of things. If you don't do this manually and you don't just drive around and resupply yourself, you can create something that is, and go to the operations, there is a maintenance post. And now you can see, oh my god, there is stuff happening. We're gonna put this maintenance post here. There you have it. And now, as you can see, it does say no teams assigned. If you're not, click on here, say that, add task, and add this one, and boom, there we have it. Now this thing will automatically do a patrol every now and then to basically resupply all the goods automatically in that region, which is very handy indeed and very helpful. However, this can become in handy at the beginning that you don't have that, because if you want to juggle around your resources a little bit, it may be clever to not have this automation at the beginning, because as long as you have money, they will resupply, restock, and fix things. But it may be, if you're very short on money at the beginning and you just want to get things up and running, you may say to yourself, I don't need to resupply the staff center right now or the operations center or whatnot, because it costs money and this building at the moment may not be necessary for me. Then you can just skip that task by basically saying, whatever, I'm just going to do this differently. But as you automated things, they will always do it. So you can see our entrance area is taking shape a little bit. For now, it looks fairly like Jurassic World Evolution 2. Not really that much difference in it. A couple of new buildings and so on, you got it. But we haven't yet uncovered the magic, I tell you. This is what comes next. And just, like I'm a Sandbox player. So obviously I'm very excited for the rest of this as well. But it is, I get it. It is important to understand how the management and stuff works, because this is the core of the game if you play the game like a management sim. But as I said, we are well into that now. Everything is understandable, and to be honest, the marketplace kind of doesn't work that much different from hatching and so on. It just is that you have a marketplace where there are already predefined, pre-hatched dinosaurs that you can purchase, different ages, different genders, different traits, and yeah, depending on your resources, you can then purchase them. And when you purchase them, you do give them kind of the, delivery area, and then they will be delivered here, which I cannot show you at the moment because I haven't changed the settings, but we'll get to that later when we build some proper habitats. But this is, as I said, the general basic setup you need in order to get an operational park. From now on, to get the guests in, maybe just to really make it completely done, let's focus on the guest as a last little bit. I could make this into, you know what, we do put this into an own segment because that makes things a little bit more kind of focused. So let's do that quickly. So in this part of the import tutorial, we are going to look at the guest facilities. We have done everything for the stuff. We have a fully operational park now. You can build, but you don't have guests, okay? So in order to have guests, we need to give them a reason to get to us. And we have a guest tab. And in this guest tab, we have a lot of different elements to be put down. So we have to research a couple of things. But now, as you can see, the restrooms are available to us. The emergency shelter is. A hotel is. A hotel will always give us access to more guest availability. But there is no reason for them to come. So we need, first of all, a reason to come. And that is by seeing dinosaurs. Now, the issue is we have basically brought all of our dinosaurs somewhere else on the island, as you can see. So what we're going to do is we are quickly going to build a viewing gallery over here, and we're going to connect the path real quick. So just through here. And this is just for the showcase reason. I'm just going to build a little bit of an L shape over here, hoping that I measured that correctly. And we're going to have some guest facilities in here. We can give the whole thing a little shopping facility, which we're going to place down here. And then not in scenery, in guest, we're going to give them a food amenity, which is going to be placed, if it does let me, somewhere next to it here. There you go. There we have it. And the last thing we are going to do is a small drink amenity, which we're going to place in the center here. Now we got all the different amenities in here, and as per usual, you can change different trades and products if you want to. So say we have hot chocolate in here, and then we can change the features, which is a claw machine and a fountain, which gives again different trades and does attract different types of guests. So we have everything done, but there is yet no one to come because we don't have dinosaurs. In order to showcase, we are going to synthesize again an Edmontosaurus, and we're just gonna skip the whole thing real quick because otherwise this is gonna be too boring for you, but I'm gonna show you. Alright, that is done, and I also have just quickly enabled the sandbox settings, so we don't need to wait for a million years. You know, there are the Edmontosaurus, and you can also see we also have already an Achyomythomymus. Oh god, I hate this name. Achyomythomymus, I think is how you pronounce that. In here, I still have the social needs activated because we will get into proper habitat building in one of the next chapters, so I didn't turn that off, but all the other requirements are off. But as this viewing gallery now has 10 visible dinosaurs and a local dinosaur appeal of 331, finally we have guests or people coming into the park. This is kind of the logic behind, you know, as this is happening, now they're all roaming in here. We also have some amenities, so as you can see, it does already have 131 guests in here, potentially, as you can tell. So yeah, that's just how it is, and you can now use the management views to see where certain things are. So for example, here you can see the dinosaur view, you can see shelter. We don't have any shelter, by the way. This we could also, restrooms and shelter is something we have for the guest as well. Now I have kind of uncovered everything, don't you worry, but I'm gonna put like a shelter down right over. Where can you place that to make it nice? I think here by the dinosaurs makes sense, right? Can I place it here? It just wouldn't let me here. Okay, so I'm gonna put this down here. Building control. What the heck is going on? Okay, I'm gonna place that here and just going to put it in. It's a bit of a quirky thing. I didn't really have these issues while I was in the early access. Maybe like a bit of a weird one here. But yeah, going into the guest facility, we've done that, and we do need an emergency shelter that we can then place. I wish to place that here somewhere, to be honest. Okay, it doesn't let me, but it does let me put it here. Okay, so that's it. And then also the game is very annoyingly telling you that if something isn't working. What's kind of cloud icon if you click on that one? Missing ground fruit. Okay, so, you know, the animals are going to tell you if they miss something. We could easily just do that real quick and see where there is ground fruit available. Ground nut, ground fiber, ground leaf, ground fruit. There we have it. You know, we could give them a bit of ground fruit here to get some foodies if they need to. Not sure if it's going to go away. Yeah, no, it's going to go away. But yeah, shall not be the task. Now you've put all these things in. Restrooms are in. This is in. And if we go to the management view, you can see guest is green. Transport, we don't have any. We've got the guest distribution, all guests, but you can say general, adventure, nature, luxury, all guests. So you can see which type of guests are where. You can see where the coverage of the guest amenities is, and you can see how much profit generation we have. Again, amenity configuration is not really a higher satisfaction at this point, which is kind of obvious. Drink, shopping, and so on. You can see all is a low demand at the moment. It's very self-explanatory. To be honest, I just show you right now. You can check this yourself. It is becoming more valuable the more your park grows, obviously, in the future. And just to give you a hint, if you research certain things, you get more power options. So, for example, you at some point will be able to translate power from A to B by having, let's say, another backup generator. And you can see now over here, there is another area of influence, so to say. Depends on which one you build. But sometimes you have these things. And if you just place that down, this one has no effect because it needs a cable connection. And then you're going to bring this over into a radius. I think over here is the case, but it doesn't immediately work. What you need to do is you need to have a connection point to it, which is not that one, but it does actually work with a that one maybe over here, which is still in the area of influence. I think one of these things. Oops, I'm too stupid to put it down. Oop, there you go. And then you connect those two. And now, because this is in the area of influence of a generator, it does get the substation, because generating stuff is going to go here, and it does connect this to the other area where now you have energy. That is pretty much what you can do with the power. So yeah, it's fairly simple, to be honest, but you can also have power stations that have a much higher output of energy, and you can then connect immediately these type of cables to it if you don't want to have these fuel generation things in here. And again, redo and undo comes in very handy if you don't want to have these things built anymore. But yeah, that looks, as I said, very much like the Jurassic Park or Jurassic World Evolution 2. We want to now go into the territory where everything is changing and everything is different, and that is the first thing is going to be landscaping. So let's get into that next. Okay, we have gotten our park to operation. We have shown how guests can be sufficiently made satisfied. And we have checked how you can hatch dinosaurs, get them from markets, blah, blah, blah. But this is not a nice habitat whatsoever. This looks exactly like you would do it in Jurassic World Evolution 2. Just the graphics are better, which is not an effort we have done. But what we want to do is a proper habitat. We had our Advantosaurus roaming around over here. Now, they are not contained. If we click on these dinosaurs, for example, and they have a habitat that stretches out fairly big over here. And look, this is their territory. You know what? Let's just keep their territory a little bit, but let's make them stay in here by using landscaping. Okay, so what we're going to do first of all is we're going to use some of the landscaping tools. I'm going to explain quickly what we have in the environmental tools. We do have the environment itself where you can put down certain things, you know, swampland, fruit, blah blah blah. We've talked about that briefly by making our little test habitat in the back. You've got way more options than in the last games, and you've got also typically putting some rocks down. You also have some wetland, which actually gives in some very shallow water, which I think is really, really damn cool. If we press play, we've got some very cool footsteps in here. They look very nice indeed, but that doesn't help us much in order to contain them. If we go back, you can see the next thing is water. As the Admontosaurus cannot swim, we could use deep water as a natural barrier. Now, we do have an issue here. I think we will not be able to create a waterfall. No, we can't, okay? Because I thought maybe the game is so clever to let us do this, but apparently it doesn't. So we need to create deep water first of all. And this is going to be a natural barrier for our Edmontosaurus. They will not be able to cross this area because they will not be able to swim. I'm not sure if they're big enough to wade through deep water. I'm fairly certain they can't. I think it's only sauropods that will be able. And then we can also give them like a bit more of a shallow beach. So this is what we want to do. And now you can tell this is kind of a natural barrier on this side. As you've seen, I just really without further ado used a different tool, which is the smooth tool. Now under the environment, next to the water, you also have this feeders over here. We do have herbivores, so the feeders do not play into account, but some of the feeders can just be placed down. We'll get to that in the habitat part of our tutorial. That is not part of the terrain build. Now, this is looking nice, right? But now we want to have another natural kind of habitat separation to the top here. What we are going to do is we're going to use the wonderful terrain input. Now you have in total 11 different tools. We've got the raise terrain, which, well, not that surprisingly, does what it does and says it raises terrain, and while it does, it also creates some automatic rocks here and there. Now there is the lower terrain option, which, again, very surprising, does give you the option to lower terrain. And you can also decide the fall off or the slope. Just going to show you a bit of the thing. If we go to the highest fall off over here and the highest slope, and we press raise, you get a very, very pointy bit over here. We get a slope all the way down. You can see it is barely moving up that much, you know, because it does not give that high of a slope. Give it like a middle ground. You can do that. It's not going that high up. And if we just lower down the fall off and we raise that, you can see it's not getting that pointy anymore. It's a lot more rounded, you know. So if we get a middle ground of those two, you get this very subtle effect of raising stuff. If we get these things fully to the right, you get these very intense pointy spikes. And if we get both down, you just move very, very, very subtly the terrain, almost like none. But if you want to be very precise and just give like a subtle terrain difference, that is what you want to do. Also make sure that you don't occasionally have this water turned into shallow water, because then they can wade through. So yeah, we've gotten some pointy bits. If you want to flatten that all out, there is the flatten tool for you, and we're gonna keep the radius. It still has the fall off and slope option, which is only relevant for the edges, but we're gonna make these all in because we want to have it as, you know, powerful as possible. So it brings the whole thing down. As you can see, it just gets rid of what you've done over there. Now this one is a raised terrain to flat. So for example, if you are like, I want to bring everything up onto this height level, you just click on this height level and it brings everything up to this level. It's almost like flatten to terrain, but it will, no matter what you did, it will bring it all up to this height now, you know, whatever that makes. You can always have it to the dedicated height you have clicked on first. It's a bit of a tiny difference here, but it does make a difference. And then we also have lower terrain to flat. Well, that lowers the rest. You know, it's just kind of, as I said, it's kind of a separation of what that tool, the flatten tool, does, but it gives you a bit more control. Roughen terrain is for the lazy people. If you want to just create a rough terrain yourself, you can do it very much under control, as I've shown, but you can also do it differently by just, you know, use the roughen terrain tool, and then it does surprisingly roughen the terrain. Again, not really that much to say. If this is too rough to you, well, you can just smooth that out again and give it smooth as a baby's butt, you know, that's what you do. You can also have a smooth bottom. While we were talking about the baby's butt, it will create and it shows it to you, just the bottom part, but not the harsh edge on top. This is very handy if you want to create a natural barrier. They really thought about that. So I'm going to show you. We're going to raise the terrain a little, and we want to have a flat area over here. I'm just going to go and make that radius, okay, well, a bit bigger like that, otherwise that looks weird. So we're gonna make a, you know what, just let me just get rid of some of the trees here, just so you guys see that better. Okay, so here goes that. Just getting rid of these trees so you know exactly. Maybe, yeah, I think that's fine. And then we go all the way back and have this radius is fine. Now we're just gonna drag the whole thing out here So, and we're gonna make the radius, actually, you know what, I'm just gonna make that a bit bigger. So the radius goes here, make like a nice little plateau. And you can see I set the slope and fall off to very harsh so they cannot climb it. Because if the incline would be too subtle here, it would look really, really, really odd. Or it will actually give the Edmontosaurus the option to walk away. So now as we've created a natural barrier, the barrier looks absolutely ugly, okay? But now what this tool, for example, does is it just gets rid of some of these ugly edges, as you can see. Now it smooths out the lower part nicely without getting rid of this thing. Because if I use the normal smooth tool, for example, you can see it creates an average between the area that is affected by your brush. But sometimes you just don't want that. You don't want this harsh edge, you know? And this is where this tool comes in very handy. You can press whatever you want. The upper part will not get any more smoothed out. And, well, the other tool is, what shall I say? It's just the opposite, you know? You're just gonna go and have this, but it keeps the lower part steep as well, which again is a different technique to keep animals maintained in a certain area. So that fall off would be way too harsh for animals to walk down here, so they cannot go down. This is definitely an option to make your habitats be more secure to your dinosaurs and just make them look better. So this is why I'm just going to use that lower to side option, which is a lot nicer to look at, and it just gives that kind of nice canyon side vibe or whatever. Then we can make a ramp. So if you want to make them go up here, we can just drag a ramp. But as you can see, the ramp, it has a fixed incline no matter where I place that, and it just kind of creates that incline. But there's also a dynamic ramp. So if you place this one, you can vary the height by just dragging it to certain heights, as you can see. You can change the radius, but it does give you a bit more control over how you build that ramp if you want to. So here you go, and it connects nicely to that edge that you have created on top there. So, and now you can play around with the tools yourself, just like, you know, use them on both sides here with that kind of rounding tool, and you get this flat kind of area, and it just looks like the side of a nice hill, whatever, you know. And you could do that a couple of times. Like if you want to create this as like a volcano side where you typically have these kind of shaped areas of terrain, you could use the ramp tool, just kind of create a couple of ramps over here if you want to. Hold on, kind of just one ramp here, one ramp here, another one goes through here. So you got these kind of ramps, and then you use this tool and just smooth these outskirts. There you have it, and then it just kind of looks all a bit more organic. But what it also gives you is the kind of option to build path up here that can then be for viewing areas or so. But at the moment, this might become a little bit of an issue here, because this could be where the Edmontosaurus could break out. So in order to fix that, we're going to quickly use the flatten tool and just make that a bit sharper just on top, you know. And then to get it nice, we can use that tool again to the, whoops, that's the wrong tool. That one is the one I wanted to click, and it's smoothed out again. So that is how the Edmontosaurus now should definitely be contained in here. I did destroy that lower end, so we're gonna get this back in place by just having deep water go all the way around here again. Make sure there's no shallow water in here. But you may think, hey, you know what, Rudi, I've seen wonderful waterfalls. I want to have one myself. Hey, fear no more. I'm just going to quickly do that, okay? So this area would be a noise area for a waterfall. What we do for that, we need a water source on top and another one on the ground. So we're going to build one on top here, which goes all the way to the edge. And then what we're going to do is we're going to drag another water source to the side. And at some point, when they somehow connect, it should just give you an effect. I think maybe we need deep water for that in this specific case over here. Hello? How are you supposed... Okay. The game sometimes just gonna play its tricks on me. This is... Maybe... Did I do something wrong here with the slope? Okay, it didn't. Hello? Why are you not creating the waterfall? There you have it. Okay. I don't know why the game was like that, okay? Now it creates that. You just need to have both water sources connect to each other, and then they connect that. You can also do much more subtle variant. Like if I go closer here, you can see there you have the subtle variant. Doesn't that look nice? And you want to go more subtle? Well, you can. Just like use a different height, and then you have it. We can almost bring this all down into the other water source over here if you want. So just going to drag that over here and see if we had the right height. Oh, actually, you know what? We were too high. Now Is it? Well, I'm not sure. It does run into the wrong direction, I think. So let's get rid of this one and try to start actually lower. So I'm just gonna start with the deep water here. Why not? And bring this to here. And we have that little different waterfall. And again, if you want to have that more shallow, try to find like a middle ground height. So this one is to both sides. And then, well, I should have gotten rid of the trees first of all. Ah, but that looks so nice, doesn't it? So that's how you create these things very nicely. And if we hit play, you can see the water flow. Just so looks so beautiful. And now what you can test is you can then again click again on the dinosaur and you can see where is the traversable area. Oh, it seems like they can still get up here. That is interesting. And that's also interesting that it can move through the water. Sometimes though, this may actually be the, yeah, they can see that is the old habitat and you need this to update. And as you can see, the deep water does do what it needs to do. There is no way for them to move out of this. It's a bit of an odd one. It doesn't work instant, but it seems like we have done a good job, as you can tell, because they are contained in this area. However, they can move over to the other side in certain areas, and this is where the waterfalls come into play. This is where the water is shallow, so the animals will use that as a land bridge to cross over to the other side. So this habitat looks already a lot nicer and a lot better than what you were able to do. How the heck are you just tricking the system? You should not be able to do that. Okay, well now you should. Okay, well, whatever. We could just put some rocks in here and then they cannot go out. This is just because of the natural barriers where I just can't get this any closer to here. Maybe that little bit I left open was the issue. So sometimes you just need to slap them like a rock in between or a fence or something like that, and then they won't be able to move over. That one is like a little bit of a, yeah, whatever, a rebel that goes out, okay? So what we can do else to make it look nicer is we can use the wonderful new environmental painting options. We have more than in the last game, and we can now paint our area. So if you want to have this wonderful sand, you can make it like this. If you want to have some shrub areas, paint some shrub. Different sand, well, fear no more. We can even make like a nice beach. There you have like a beach. If you need a cliff, because that is a cliff, we can paint the whole thing into a wonderful cliff, which looks good. But we also have rock. So if you want to have like more rock, you can do so. Or if you want to have groundwater, which looks like a swamp, you can do it this way, and it is actually wet terrain. So you can make having the option is very nice because it does give you the groundwater wetland effect, and you can make the wetland bigger without really making it bigger. So for example, give them a bit of an option here for some wetlands next to the water to make that beach look maybe a bit more wet. You can just do so by just painting it, okay? And then you have it. It's just fairly simple. That looks like as if water dribbled over to the beach. A lot more realistic, to be honest. Looks nice, okay? But you can see these terrain paints were a bit harsh. So you can obviously use them to, and say, let's lawn, and we go to intensity, basically 0 and a smaller radius. And now what this does, and you can see now it just creeps into the texture. As you can see, it blends in so nicely. I'm just going to do this with different ones. Here's some of this sand, and then just click that. And in this case, I would even go and make the intensity a bit higher, so to be able to click these things together. You can also create some very nice mixed effects, just like so. I think actually intensity 2 is the best way to go. Just mix some water in, mix some grass in, mix that in, and then all of a sudden you get this kind of mixed texture. It is so cool. You can just drag that things through here, and then you're just like, okay, let's just paint that all to the kind of edge here a little bit, and then you still need some rocks to this here. So it's a lot more precise as in the previous games. You can really do this nicely and use the terrain tools to your advantage, and that is so super cool. You have so much control over various things, you know, waterfalls being an automatic treat to the game. You can do so much with water tools now. It's looking so damn good. But there is another thing to it, and I don't want to go into the scenery building just yet. But because it is kind of part part of landscaping, I will quickly touch upon that. You have seen that in the environmental tab, you have some rock options over here. So sometimes if we go for the barren wilds, is that the wrong? Yeah, it just creates these kind of boulder look over here. Look, this is just creating that boulder look if you want to. Sometimes helps to sell the idea even better. It even gets some into the waterfall to make that look better. But that is a terrain brush. And if you're like, yeah, I wanted this one, I want to place this manually, you can click yourself as you wish to, but you won't be able to select that one. Therefore, you go into scenery, and then there is a rock tab. There are a lot of rocks, but what they have thought of is to bring the dynamic scenery in the top. Dynamic scenery means that is always the type of rock which matches the brushes you have. So if I pull this off, you can see this is exactly these type of rocks, but now I have full control over the placement. It just gives me the option to place this rock anywhere I want. I could even put this, well, not outside the map, but very close to the edge. And this is exactly what I would have needed to contain the Edmontosaurus, which is exactly what I'm going to do now. I'm going to place this here, and I could use Shift to move it up and down. And I can use, again, the Y key to rotate, or hold down Y to get the full rotation. I'm going to click this down. It's built. But what if I want to be more precise? So let's take this one. I can, again, press X on my keyboard and open the wonderful tab. Now, I pressed X, which is cool, and now I lower this down and I can rotate this, look. And now I got another axis to really rotate this in all different areas. This is also your introduction to the gizmo. I'm gonna explain a bit more about the gizmo when we get to building in the next part, or one of the next parts of the tutorial. You can move it around. Also, it's a bit of a, you know what we quickly do. You can place this down, and just for the send of this tutorial, just gonna make this, go to daytime, apply that, and we should be back to daytime. Actually, this should be, yeah, that's daytime. So we see a bit more, okay? Now, let's say you're not happy with the placement of this rock. You just click that rock again, and you say X or R or whatever to advance move. And then, as you can see, you can move again. You can manipulate again. You can scale that one again if you want to. You can make it humongous or smaller. I'm just going to make this humongous. Why not? And then sink this a bit more into the ground. Just have that pointy tip and just place it down. Look at this. Isn't that awesome? And if you're like me and you're like, oh my god, I love that. This is a very cool rock I placed down. I like that a lot. I want to have it again. You can now click Control D, which is duplicating an option, which is very straightforward. And now it is basically tucked to your cursor. And again, you can place this anywhere. And as we were talking, this pointy bit over here required one. And so I'm going to place this here. And it almost can be like the Pride Rock in The Lion King. Just going to make this like so, a bit smaller maybe. And just going to put this here. Look. That immediately gives the whole area more character. And then again, I like that one. Just copy that one over. And I'm like, I want to have this filled, this area. But let's make that huge and use that as a little bit of a plateau. And you can then make use of the rotational tool. Try to match basically this ground level as best as you can to make it really a seamless transition. Move it in and it looks like as if it's part of your area. And all of a sudden you can see this relatively ugly kind of harsh edge we had at the beginning is starting to look a lot more realistic. I could now put in a little time lapse of me making this nicer, but I promise to not. So what we're quickly doing is we're going to go to the back to the rocks, and what you can now also do, again, these will be always the one matching your terrain in the scenario, but you can also access all the other ones. So you can see there is the texture of, that should be the desert. Then we've got the Mediterranean one, which in this specific case over here, they almost look white because of the different color scope we have in the map. We also have the temperate ones, which look also very grayish, but even though I like them, they look like a bit of a tropical stone. So we could also have these in here, just like a bit of a nice little area. And we could also use these humongous ones in if we want to, just get a bit of a kind of a feel as if there's like maybe this could be a mine of some sort, or like, you know, that there is some hidden iron or so in here, could be nice. And then we also have the tropical rocks, which are the ones we have, and there will also be blueprints. So Frontier has also given you some blueprints that you could utilize yourself. These are basically some rock formations for different areas, which you can also scale as a whole sometimes. Okay, they did do something in here that you cannot be scaling. There you go, this one is scalable. And also, if you reach the maximum size, as you can see over here, scaling will not scale anymore. It will just make the pieces go further away from each other, which is a bit of an odd one. But yeah, here you can do, woo, this is like a little bit of a cave. So we can use this and make this like a tiny cave or smaller cave. And yeah, let's put it that way. And then you've got that cave up here. And if you click that, it's a whole group, and you can move the whole group along your map. And you're like, okay, let's have a look how big the Edmontosaurus is. So that one is okay, and we can just look. Also, that does look like a face. Oh my god, have you seen that? Hold on. That like stone down here looks like a face. What the heck is that? Okay, never mind. Let's move that down. My brain does brain things again. I'm gonna place this down here, and you have got a nice little cave, a shelter for our dinosaurs. Easily done with the tools available. And now, again, as I said, I want to do this plateau a bit more nicer. So what I usually do is I'm going to go to scenery, I'm going to go to rocks, and there is a fantastic rock, by the way, which is this one. This is one of my favorite ones, or this one. I think for my specific case over here, I'm going to use this one because they are very, very flat. You can use them very nicely to match the terrain, as you can see. And then I'm gonna just go around the edge and place it somewhere over here just to make that edge look better. You can pair that with other ones too. This one is another very good example, and you can just ever so slightly reset the orientation here and there. Very nice. And then let's use my favorite piece, that one, because we can also make that huge and then just sink it in. It doesn't really seem that huge anymore. And we move that into this position, and I'm just gonna rotate this a little, have a bit of a nice edge here, just move that up. And then if I feel like this is too much in here, you can always just ever slightly kind of tilt this a bit more and move it further over, and it just doesn't hit the area too much. So that's a very nice area. And then I figure, you know, we need some bigger ones on the sides. So this one's gonna make this side a bit nicer character. So I'm gonna bring this one down just to give the whole area a bit more of a nice character, you know. And as you can see, that's a little planet trick we have. If you got these rocks, they have certain different areas and angles from which they look good. And if you match them correctly, you can get a very nice effect. I'm going to explain that with this rock. So this rock has several areas of texture. The upper area is super, super rough. You know, you don't have a flat ground of any sort. It's like a lot of rough edges. Very hard to connect to anything else. If you, for example, use that this way around, then the front side here is very hard to match. If you place another one down, it will become super repetitive quick because it's so distinguishable. So you don't want to put these things together on this edge. However, if you place that down as they have it on the side, which is a lot more nice and flat and straight, you know, you can place that down and utilize another rock which also has a flat side like this. You're going to search for the flat side, which in my case is this one. There you have it, you know, and there you have almost a perfect transition. We cannot say that these are two pieces. But if I were to use, and let's do that again, if I were to use, whoops, let's say this side, yeah, that side maybe, you can way better see that there is like a little edge in between and it doesn't really fit. So that is a very good trick in order to get a seamless connection between two pieces. And now, if you want to have both pieces moved at the same time, they're individual, right? So you just hit Shift on your keyboard and you see you can select both. Excuse me. I was a little itch on my throat here. Once you have done that, you unfortunately need to confirm first of all. Then you have this confirmed, and now you can move it along. Either you press Advanced Move, or you press, in my case, it's J on the keyboard. Actually, it's not, because it does only work with the Advanced Move, I figure. You just hit Advanced Move, and it gives you the option to Advance Move both of your selected items at the same time. I want to have this on top of that water source, because otherwise the water source looks a bit odd. And I'm going to scale them at the same time and sink this in so that this is becoming kind of the source of where the water is coming off. There you have it. Look at that, nice. And all of a sudden, our wonderful backside of the terrain looks super, super nice. Last thing I want to do, and this is just like a cosmetic thing, you don't have to do that, but we have done the backside. It looks a lot more realistic, but I feel like the last bit I want to do is just smooth out these ugly bits in between. So there you have it. And one thing I also like to do a lot is that I want to give the cliff kind of a bit more of a cliff texture here, just to separate that from the other areas a bit nicer, you know, just cliff the cliff in a little bit like this. There you have it. And continue somewhat of the sand on the top going down here as if this was like a pathway. So here we have it. And last but not least, you could then, if you want, like, you know, we want to have some palm trees towering that upper area, we're going to make like a click here to have some palm trees up there. And here we go. Look, that was just half an hour of work, but a way more beautiful habitat than anything you could have done in Jurassic World Evolution 2 by any means. You really stretched your creative muscles. You wouldn't be able to do that. And that was just a, you know, way longer build than you usually take, because I needed to explain a lot of things. And usually you don't. You can just enjoy. Also, I find a huge joy in these things. It's so rewarding now to build these waterfalls. I could literally build waterfalls all day long, and it's just the most rewarding thing. But as I said earlier, this is one of the little quirks with the map. I wish to have that connection that the game automatically kind of still creates the waterfall leading into the main water. That would be fun, because this gives you a bit more of a realistic connection of the map. But yeah, so this is fantastic. I think we're ready for the next part of the wonderful tutorial. Now we are getting to my favorite part, building, and we are starting with the building basics. I will split building into basically two main topics, and then we will have some additional topics, as you have seen in the table of contents, that is basically filling gaps and doing some versatile stuff for natural borders. But we are here in the part 4, the basics of building, and I think I have to explain a couple of things in order to, you know, give you a chance to understand how the building system, the piece-by-piece system works, because it's not entirely straightforward, and there's a couple of things you need to know. So you will find that there are two ways of having pieces. First of all, we do have our brand new scenery tab on the left hand side. We're gonna open that real quick, and you can see there is a whole bunch of stuff, you know. There is all kind of categories, and within these categories you will have a whole bunch of individual pieces, just like Lego. If there is a blueprint available from one of these pieces, you'll find that dedicated one down here to the blueprints. But you can also just go to the blueprints tab, and then you'll find all the different blueprints in here. So there are some default blueprints from Frontier, but there are also some other ones that I made. At the top over here you can see there are some of my blueprints. So for example, if I take my Jurassic Palms entrance that I've made, then I will actually have that one here, and there you can see that. I'm just going to turn that around so we can actually see this nicely in the sun, and I'm going to plop this down, and you can see, boom, there is the building. Now, if I click on the building, you can see the whole thing is highlighted, and the reason for that is this is a group. So if I go back to my pieces, and I'll say, you know what, I'm just going to go fences, and just going to plop down a fence here, and a wall there, and a window kind of here, whatever, you know, we've got these things plop down. But when there is a piece and you want to just move that one, you click that one, now you click that one, they are individual. You can't move them at once. For that to happen, you can either hold down shift and then click multiple ones. Once you've done that, you can confirm this, and now you have selected all these objects. And if you then press R on your keyboard, for example, or whatever key you have to go for the advanced move, you'll be greeted again with our gizmo. As I promised, I'm going to quickly explain the gizmo a little bit more in detail. So, this is a very common 3D editing tool. In case you've always been editing in Blender or Maya or whatever, then you will be familiar with that kind of things. It will allow you to move objects on these dedicated axes. This one, that one. However, if you want to be a bit more productive and quicker, you can also move that along 2 axes at the same time. So let's say you want to move this down, but also to the right hand side, you grab those 2 and move it over. Once you're happy with the ground placement, let's say, and you just want to move that on the ground, but it stays on the ground level, you take the lower ones and move it around. You get the idea, okay? If you toggle again the button that is dedicated to toggling the tool, for me that's X on the keyboard, you toggle through 3 different menus. My god, that was a hard pronunciation for me as a non-native speaker. Toggle through whatever. You can see that we have the normal move tool, we have a rotational tool, and we have a scaling tool. Scaling works just as you imagine. If you scale that, pieces get bigger and smaller. The cool thing is you have multiple things selected. They will actually scale accordingly to its other counterparts, so relative to each other, which is pretty cool. But when you've reached the limit of 0.5 or 2x, it'll start to be different. You can see if I go smaller, they will just come ever so much closer to the center. And if I go bigger, as soon as the biggest thing is reached, they will further move away from each other but stay at the same size, just as a little hint to what's going to happen. Now, if we press through, here you can see when I move this, I am fully free on 360 degrees. There's no kind of, limitation to how specific and how detailed I can rotate my things. However, if you press, in my case, it's Shift on the keyboard, then I am moving things in steps. This is going to become a little bit more handy in the advanced step in the next part of our tutorial, where we build some circular stuff and so on. But if this snap is a little bit too small for you, you can still, down here in that little settings bar we have, you can also change the amount of degrees you want to have this step. What is the 36 degree, by the way? This is 1/10 of a circle. Weird, we didn't have that before. Anyways, 45 degrees will then make you plop, as you can imagine, 45 degrees. So in case you want to make a kind of half corner or whatever, this is the way to go. So this is going to help you. If you then click through and you're back to moving pieces, there's also a very nice control that is called the move snap. This is going to come handy in if you want to build, let's say, an alley or a pathway where you want to have trees always separated by the exact same distance. You can click this on and you can see there's this very subtle kind of measurement ruler almost on the screen right now. Lighting isn't the best for that one, to be honest, but if you move that, you can see it goes only in these steps. If I make the steps bigger to 4, you can see these little indication points will become further away from each other. And you have kind of this magnetic feel to it. So when you move them, you can see they snap basically in these steps. This is going to become in handy. I'm going to show you real quick with this piece, because there's something else you need to do. Also, why is this selection? I just want to have that piece and move that over. By the way, if you want to move a piece not with the gizmo, there's another button on the keyboard. In my case, it's J for whatever reason. It should be M, but that's for map reserved, so I think that's why. But on J, it then will be aligned to your cursor in the middle. If I quickly do disable the move snap, you can see I can freely move that on the map. This is a big advantage, and you can then also point with your cursor on other objects and it will automatically be on top of these objects. So that is very important to note, because this gives you freedom to quickly move things or groups from one end to the other. So just grab that, yeah, J or whatever that key is for you. When you have an existing group, by the way, we'll get to that in a second, you will see that little indication that you can add a piece to a group. We'll get to that, okay? Because thinking of groups is very important, but I just want to get rid of all the controls so you are aware of what's going to happen. So if we are in this piece over here and we just go into the advanced move, again, that's the other way of moving pieces. Now you have the gizmo, and we go back in with the move snap. You can see this is what we can do. So I'm going to press this again and move this along these little things. Just going to put this on 4. But now you're like, hey, Rudi, I need another one. You know, I want to duplicate that. You can either you press on your keyboard. In my case, it's Control D, which is a very straightforward way of copying things, because that's like in most programs the case. And now you are able to place another one, and you can see this kind of grid allows you now to place these things very nicely exactly where you need them. You know, you can also rotate your pieces, and then they will be, you basically can build the perfect, what is that, atrium kind of whatever area over here. Very nice, and it's just very, very nice, okay? So this is super handy when you build quickly and you want to make things look very nice and tidy and nothing too, you know, too creative. Creative may be the wrong word. Maybe too a little bit more off-grid, I should say. This is an easy way to just copy over. But what you can also do, this was the normal copy, but you can also copy this by pressing Control X in my case. The X is the dedicated key for toggling your different move tools. Now, or the advanced move, I should say. Because now, the big difference, and to show you the difference, I actually have to quickly turn off the move snap. So, when the move snap is not activated and I do duplicate this piece, I'm gonna be having the piece again, as I explained earlier, on my cursor. And I can move this wherever I want, you know, and I have multiple pieces, they just, you know, duplicate, and you can just press and play them wherever you want, okay? So that's how you do that, but they are all over the place now. And let's say I want to have a piece now perfectly aligned to this corner. Now I have to go here and very carefully move it here, make sure that I don't come to, you know, this piece on top, so it's not gonna plop on. I'm just gonna move that here very much like this. There you have it. And then it's gonna be very hard. Or let's say I want to have like a double wall. It's not really tidy. So what you can do is you can select the piece that you want to have. So let's just undo all these things. And you want to move this exactly. You now press Control X. First of all, you think nothing has happened. You may think you just have misclicked and just opened the advanced move. But see what happens if I move the piece. Ooh, there is one. So what Control X does is it basically copies the piece from the origin of the selected piece. This may seem a bit odd in the first place, but it is of a great help when you want to build stuff that is completely aligned with the center of where you're building from. So imagine, for example, you want to build like a hallway or something, and you want to make sure that all your columns follow the same direction exactly from the first piece you're replacing. Or if you want to do some forced perspective and stuff like that, you will be able to copy that from the origin piece. And now, as you have full control over the movement, you can just ever so slightly bring this exactly in the position if you want. This becomes even more handy if you do want to do something that is, well, actually off the charts, and you don't want to build this with the grid, as I said earlier. Let's say you want to build something like this, like a corner to your whatever you make. Let's say like a yard or something like that. You don't want to have like a corner, you know. And I made this very nice and round over here. You wouldn't be able to make this clean by just copying this over. Let's say I'm just gonna do this again. See, just gonna try to make it as clean as I have before. So just try to put that in here. Just gonna do this again and again. So let's have a comparison. Yeah, and there you can see that already. You got these marks in between, and this one over here is super clean. The reason for that is that it is exactly from the origin position, from the center of that piece. It's dead center. There's no margin in between. When you place that freely with your hand, there will always be that very tiny margin. Even if you're so precise, sometimes you don't notice, there is that little margin, okay? So this is all you need to know basically about the controls. Let's get into the idea of groups and grids and free placement, because there is a difference. Now let's click on my module over here, my blueprint I've done from my Jurassic Palm series. In case you haven't seen that one, by the way, highly recommend. It's a 90s kind of 80s 90s inspired Jurassic Park build, Miami vibes, you know, GTA Vice City. People were saying in the comments as well. I totally understand why you would say that. Now you want to edit the group. Click edit the group, and we are in the group. What you can see now, there is going to be that grid on the ground that is indicating the orientation of our group. However, I have also used a couple of pieces that are not on necessarily grid pieces, you know. Grid pieces, and you can find grid pieces if I go to the menu, will always be indicated by that little gradient grid in the background. You can see all these pieces that have this slight gradient in the back, they will only be able to place on the grid of certain kind of way. Now, what you can do, you can only rotate them by 90 degrees. You can only place them exactly in these things. It's kind of a little bit like the move snap I've showed you earlier. However, the move snap can be actually oriented in any direction you want. This grid will always be facing only these two axes. You can, however, change the size of the grid to be a bit more precise. So let's say if we want to just kind of make this a little bit like that one, you can do it this way if you want to. If I make the grid bigger, for example, there's just no way to get them together. Oh wait, actually it is. That's a fun coincidence. But like usually it doesn't usually end up with something like this. But you can see you can only move them there. You couldn't just move them anywhere in the center if you want to like half rotated or only 45 degrees rotated. However, as you can tell in the menu, you will always find stuff that has no grid in the background, like this non-grid. It's actually cleverly named like that, non-grid straight wall. Click on that one and you will be seeing I can move this and rotate this however I want. See, that is very clever because now I could do whatever I want with this wall. So let's say like this and like that, and then we have a whatever angle that is, but you could make some really cool architectural styles with this, you know. Super cool, super handy if you don't want to have that. You know, deleting pieces, by the way, you can either do that by clicking, you know, delete, and then you read it by that little bulldozer, or you're basically just selecting the piece and clicking delete. Obviously, that is just how you do. Everything else I've already showed you over here obviously does work in a group as well. However, be aware that all the grid pieces only can be copied with Control D. So let's just quickly search for a grid piece. I'm not even sure. Also, I need to go into the red. Free look camera. Whenever you are in build mode, I highly recommend to use the free look camera. Let's see if I can find a wall. This is a wall, you know. There you have it. Window A concrete wall. So this one cannot be copied from its origin. So if I press Control X, it will still give me the option to move around, but you can see it is tied to my cursor. There's no way to have it from the origin, and I can only click it around like this. But if I take, for example, this roof piece, and I think... Now that's a grid piece too, but this one isn't. So this is the straight column. If I click Control X now, you will be seeing there is our gizmo again, and I can freely move this and rotate this in any direction I want. Okay, but what does it mean with all the groups? Why is the group relevant actually? Because you can see the yellow outline around here on the left hand side, that little slide yellow dots and the left hand side toggle tells us we are in a group. Well, the good thing about a group is you can move or copy the group as a whole. Like I just selected the group and did the same, Control D with the group, or I'm gonna select this and Control X, and again I'll get my wonderful tool to move it precisely. However, by the way, if you click through the toggles, you'll notice that there is no 360 rotation. This is because there are grid pieces involved. If you create a group out of non-grid pieces, like these ones over here, just gonna quickly show you. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna click I on the keyboard, by the way. This gives you a multi-select option. If you click I on the keyboard, again, you can just drag over your pieces. It should also work if I click on both. Does this work now? Yeah. As soon as you hit shift one time, you also get the option to select multiple things. Confirm that, and now there is that little option, create group. Let's do that for a moment. There we have it. And now if I click away from the pieces and I click again on one of the pieces, now you can see all the pieces are highlighted. They became a group. They essentially became one piece, if you will. It's technically not correct because it's still not one piece, and especially on console, the complexity meter will actually notice that there are multiple pieces. It would be cool if there's kind of a bake function that would bake them together, but that's not the case. However, now you can duplicate this group, and if I now toggle through the pieces, you can see this piece, this group, has the 360 editing option, which is super handy if you build something, let's say like a natural structure, or like let's say a group of rocks or so that you want to edit in all direction, or you want to make a tower and make this tower slightly offset. These kind of things are available if you build your group only with non-grid pieces. I think that was clear, I guess, to just completely explain that. Okay, but also because I said we are doing a bit of basic building, we will exactly do this because I want to make sure that our backstage area over here looks a bit nicer. So what I want to do is I want to cover the whole ground mostly in concrete. We're just going to leave out some spaces for planters, and then we're going to copy the planters around. And as this is the basic part, we'll get to the advanced part over here. However, in the time in between, I'm just going to delete everything we have over here because that's just annoying. So what I'm going to do though is I'm first of all going to flatten as much as I can the area over here, because I will show you a trick that is also going to be very fun indeed. So I'm just going to use the intensity. Radius should be good. Let's try to have everything somehow on the same height. It doesn't need to be exactly the height, to be honest, but just some way, somehow should be kind of going again, it doesn't matter if it's not fully, because there are some really cool pieces. Let's go to the scenery pieces, and you can see there are floors. Now, these edge foundations, they are pretty cool because they have a wonderful function. If you place them down, let's say like here, they are on the grid, but they will essentially flatten all the areas, and they will be always on top of whatever you have, and they're almost like a texture, if you will. You know, if you just put that here on the side, I'll get some building constraints over here for whatever odd reason. Should not be the case, but hey, there you go. So we have all these pieces, and they do align properly with the ground. I'm also a bit confused to why there is this collision with the buildings. May actually be a setting that I have not done. But yeah, we are going to cover the ground in building pieces that will then help us to make this area look a bit nicer. I'll get to this now. But before we start, because I just double-checked that, the reason why I wasn't able to put something in here was because it was a specific piece I forgot to tell you. So there are some floor pieces in here that do something interesting. So if you place that one here, as you've seen, it flattens the ground for us. This is something I should have said. So these floor pieces are super cool when you build like a flat area and you want to make sure it's all flat. But I actually didn't want that. So what we're going to do is we do use the normal asphalt piece over here. That's the biggest we have. Now, there is a trick to align this properly. You can see now it's kind of in an odd rotation, and these buildings all have somewhat of a rotation that I like. So what you can do, there is an option down here that is called align to surface or align to surface, and we can turn that one on. What you can see now, if I hover over with my cursor, it does actually take the orientation of the wall I'm trying to attach that to. But as I don't want to add this to the building, I'm just going to press X on my keyboard once, so I get control over the movement, and it's not going to be added to the building. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to reorientate that to the ground, but I'm using the angle snapped in my favor in order to make sure it's exactly rotated by 90 degrees and completely flat on the ground. Toggle again to have the scaling option, and now I'm going to move this down to the point that I'm happy with it. So actually I will do this over here to see that people have also their feet kind of not too much sunken in. I like that quite a lot. So I'm going to place down only 2 pieces. That's all I want to do. 2 pieces, full stop. Then I'm going to just click shift, that I've got both, confirm this, and create a group. In our case, I'm going to say collision off, because otherwise we will have a problem with all the pieces around, the people around, first of all. And I do want to avoid that. You can also see how important it would have been for me personally to ensure that I have all the buildings, first of all, on the same height. I now kind of leveled things that I shouldn't have leveled. I'm wondering if I should quickly try to go and use that lower level here for the buildings. Or maybe actually, let's see, how is that obstructed? I just want to make sure that this is lower than this. Can I just lower that here and then just try to... Okay, that doesn't really work exactly how I want this. So yeah, whatever. Obstructed. Okay, we're going to keep it the way it was. It's fine. It's just going to be a showcase. You make that more tidy than I do, okay? Now, with those 2 pieces measured and laid down and whatnot, I'm going to select those 2. Press confirm. Just going to copy a couple of these over. Just a couple. If you do something like this, make sure that you have them aligned nicely next to each other. Otherwise, the texture is going to find itself fighting with itself, with pieces overlaying each other. Just gonna demonstrate that real quick. So these are overlaid now, and you can see the texture does some weird things now. It just kind of, it looks like a weird movement. If I move around, you can see it wobbles a little bit, because essentially the texture is exactly on the same horizontal layer, and the game doesn't know which one to show first, and that's why it's constantly changing which of the ones it's going to show first. Okay, now as I've done a couple more, I'm just going to select them again, confirm that, and duplicate this from the same origin. So until I'm happy with the amount, I think this is fine. I'm just going to use a couple more to the side here, and just going to move them over. So now I'm happy with this. You can see we went all the way through. I'm just going to select all of these things, and then again confirm. I hope they get rid of this, because I already feedback that I want to get rid of this kind of need for confirm. So what I'm then doing is I'm just going to copy a couple of those over until I'm satisfied with the placement. which I am over here. So again, I'm just going to select everything, which I don't do. There you go. Confirm that again. And now from over here, it's becoming always a bit more productive by just, you know, making sure that this is good. The game also tells me that the scenery collision is disabled, which is important because otherwise you couldn't push that all in. If you do something like I do over here, again, you can see how freaking important it would have been to make sure that things are aligned on the same height, because now that starts to look very, very shabby indeed. But I'm gonna go through that now because it is a showcase in that sense, and I wanna not spend too much time on realigning everything right now, because that's not good for you, also not good for me. What we could do though instead is we can search for maybe a straight area like this, select those two, and we're going to sink this down into the ground until we are happy. Somewhat like, actually, you know what, we can do this twice. Once goes like this, and then the other one, which is going to use all of these pieces over here, and we're going to sink them even further down so that the car parking is visible. There you have it, you know. And now you can see we could also spare out the pathway if we wanted, just to show you how easy the manipulation would be now. I'm gonna see what would fit in. So I'm gonna select 1, 2, 3. Like this is a kind of nice roster over here. I'm just gonna copy this as well, move that over, because there's essentially nothing over here that would hinder me to have that. And then I'm just going to rotate the whole thing. In this case, I'm gonna be a little bit more generous on piece, or not generous on piece count. I'm just going to duplicate that. You could then technically delete these lower ones over here because you don't need them, but I'm too lazy to do that right now. So yeah, you can see this is how you could all bring these things in. But what I also want to have is like a nice fence around this whole area. But I'm lazy, okay? I don't want to do this like a bajillion times like I did right now. The whole process was a bit tedious, wasn't it? So what you can do instead, and this is a very nice trick, let's leave the building and we're going back to the scenery. And once we go into the scenery, we're gonna select ourselves a piece. In my case, I wanna build like something with wood. Let's type in wood. Also use the search function. That's super, super important. Now, this is a wooden piece. That's very nice. You know, we could also add that to the group if we want to. What's that over here? I think I'm gonna go for this one. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to align this as best as I can with the orientation of the group over here. I'm going to show you why in a second. So you can also get almost perfect with it. So just like, come on, just ever so slightly. Yeah, there you go. That should actually be perfect. So I'm gonna place this thing down. And when you place down a grid piece, you automatically create the base of a group. So that comes in handy because you don't need to just fiddle around and create a group yourself. I'm going to go to all and I'm going to say metal real quick because I want to have something metal. I'm going to use these kind of roof trims because I like them quite a lot. I say align to surface, and you can also say position snap if you want to bring this to the exact dead center of the piece. You have position snap and it's now exactly in the center. So if I scale, I should be able to, oh my god, it's such a small piece. Do I have a bigger one of these? Yeah, I have. Okay, scale that down so it's matching the size of that one. Okay, so fine. Having that one is nice, and I'm just going to use this piece also as poles if you want to create like a fence. So that one goes in nicely. Rotate that around, you know. This is almost already advanced building, but it's just like, I'm gonna call this basic for the moment because I'm just going to show a basic trick. Okay, so now we could do many things, but I'm gonna utilize a predefined item. I'm just gonna use, you know, that is not nice. There are a couple of nice pieces we could use. Actually, you know what, I wanna test this one. I had this idea in mind quite a couple days now, so let's test this now, how it looks if I use this rotated around to make this basically be the top of our area. So we have kind of this mesh piece, there you have it, and then scale that a little bit bigger because then we can have that tucked to the ground, like the lower part over here. It looks nice. So here we go, you know, place that one in, just like align that to the outer pole over here if you're nice and happy with this. Just place, just gonna move that over so we have both of them. It's a bit of a tedious process, but we can also have this aligned here if we need to, and then also because the centerpiece otherwise would look odd. I'm wondering though why they are not scaled. Okay, so I need to scale them accordingly. This is actually odd why this wasn't scaled. Should actually be scaled. in that sense. But yeah, so it would be nice to have a mirror function at this point, but we could also just move this a little bit further in to have that in the center. That'll work as well, because that's gonna sing it. I'm show you why. Okay, we are done with the fence. I don't want to waste your time, because you get the principle now, and now you can just select the whole thing. And if you now say confirm and you press Control D, you will be able to duplicate the whole piece. But as we are on a grid, this now snaps exactly into the position over here, and that is fantastic. This is absolutely fantastic, because that will give you the option to just very quickly, as you can see, click together a wall. And also now, if you want to sink the wall a little bit lower, you can just do so by holding down Shift and sinking that thing a little bit more down. So now you'll be able to just so quickly build together a nice wall around your area. Look, this is exactly what you would do. And then if you're basically happy with this, you could just select all the pieces in here, like so, for example, confirm, again, do the same process, and it's giving you access to basically the entirety of the grid to make exactly what you wanted. So also just kind of try to find the right height over here. Is that the right one? Yeah, and then we have these things lean to the outside, move it into position, and here we go, you know, building that nice fence out. And you can see now that backstage area starts already to look quite a lot nicer. That one is a bit of the outside here. We could just, if we want to, we now could just put a couple of trees around, you know, to wrap this thing a bit nicer in. Well, actually, they're not big enough. Can we just get some bigger ones? Here we go. There you have some. Just hide that away a little bit if we want to. So here we go. I don't really like that. We need some more sun on the plaza. So actually, because it's late in the day. But so that's a nice little backstage area as we go. And then we could now bring out the path, make like a wide, large path over here. Broken main thoroughfares. That's okay. But I think the facility one over here is nice. So we're going to bring this out. And then this is going to be our main path to one of the coolest areas we are building in the tutorial. So this is done, and now we need to get back into the group, because you can see there is obviously the problem that we don't have a gate in here. Now it's very easy to select the pieces, just delete them, and then clean off the areas to the outside that you don't want to have. So in our case over here, this time around, I would need to actually get rid of this one and, oops, go back into the same group over here. By the way, if you're editing in a group and you want to go into a different group, you can just click into the other group, and if then there is like the highlight, edit the different group. So for example, like we are now on the big plaza, as you can see. So like now I want to go into the fence again to edit the fence. I'm just going to make sure that I'm in the basic editing, and now it tells me edit group 10. Click on it and you're back in. But you can also, the fence is down here. I'm just gonna into the, hello, sorry, that's not the fence. And we're in. So this is how you can go group 9 and group 10. But it's weird, because that is a little bug over here. Usually it should tell me to go, there you have it. It told me group 10, but it was still that piece I was clicking. But now we're back in the group I was trying to get into, and now we're just going to move this piece over. And the same goes for this piece, just making sure it is nicely aligned. And now I can move also the grid piece and make sure that the grid goes down all the way to 1 meter, and it almost aligns perfectly, just making sure that this piece goes over as well. And as we do have an issue over here, the straight awning, we could now also put the awning in again. So let's say awning real quick. So I'm just going to be too lazy to find it. This is the little thing I wanted. Again, make sure to have aligned to surface. Then we just bring that over to the position that we want to have it in. In my case, I would now need to align this with the size, because that is definitely not the size. So we're just gonna go in here. So if you want to be super precise, you can basically just click down. So press down, click on that piece, and if you now toggle the scaling, you'll be seeing what you scaled that to. It's 1.2 scaled. So go to this piece, again, cycle through, and then you can click this to 1.2. This will be the exact size you have scaled that to, and now you can move that into position, and everything looks just clean. So that's our gate. It's not perfect, you know. We could now, if we want to, just move the whole thing so it's hugging this a bit more nice, you know, whatever. That's kind of the idea. This is the basic for buildings, but we don't want to end here. We don't want to end with building. You have a general idea now on how building functions, how piece by piece is, what are groups, what it's the advantage of groups, what's the advantage of the grid versus non-grid pieces, but there are a whole bunch of tricks I can show you, my friends, which is going to happen in the advanced tool, the advanced building, and therefore we are building out our habitats in this region. So let's do just that. Okay, let's go with the advanced building part, and I'm so excited for that one because this is going to give you a couple of very cool tips and tricks. Now, we're going to start by putting down a couple of habitats actually because we need them as a base to build. We haven't done this in this tutorial too often. We have built our wonderful Edmontosaurus kind of natural habitat over here, but that was more terrain work than actual habitat building. We are going to have 3 habitats in here, and that means a land habitat, a lagoon, and an aviary. So let's go to the enclosures, and we're going to place down a lagoon first, and I'm going to place down the lagoon. Oh, that's an old space for us here. Yeah. So I'm going to place the lagoon down here. You know what? I'm just going to rotate this a little to get the kind of V shape. Yeah, maybe like this. This is kind of okay. So it's not a V shape necessarily, but it's okay for our purpose. And then we're going to take an aviary, and I'm going to use I want to have the Jurassic Park one. And we're going to see how far we can move this over. I think I want to have it here, just very close to the mountain. And I'm going to make this... I think this is nice. This is nice. We're going to make this be over here. And then we're going to have our another habitat on this side, which is going to be Y. We are just going to make sure all the trees are gone for the moment. And we are going to be here. So... that is fine. That is absolutely ace. And I think for the advanced building, we should technically, I'm going to leave this in for, you know, for the extra tutorial I'm going to release as an individual video. But for now, we need to put in the pathing tools first. So the next chapter before we go into the advanced building is going to be pathing real quick. You've seen that in the agenda. You know that this point was actually called pathing. So you may have been a bit confused, but I noticed while building, this is why I explained that this is going to be a full walkthrough tutorial, which makes hopefully sense. Let's get rid of the dust because that's kind of annoying. Simply because, yeah. So the pathing in this game is a little bit different than it used to be before. We have a couple of new styles of path. We can change the color. I should have talked about that earlier, but it's actually fine. So if I'm gonna build the path, it's most likely very much as you were used to. But now if I do say the curb, I want to have the curb out here in a black, for example. Accept that and build another one out. You can see now the curb outside is going to be black. Now there is also the path and there is the curb detail. And then we go all the way, all the way in. There is like a little detail in between, as you can see, and that has some green grunge. Now if I go back to path, and you can see this one, let's make that pink for the purpose of showcasing that a little bit better. You can see now there is that pink detail in there for what it's worth, you know, and you can make the path all the way green if you fancy having a green path. That's just how it is. This works basically with all of the different pathing options. So that one over here you can see is a cobblestone path. You can see path detail, path, and curb. Now if you want to have a very bright, you can also go for the normal color, accept that, and you have a very bright kind of cobblestone, as you can see. I think there's really not that much more I need to talk about. You can also undo the same pathing as before. But what is pretty cool is if you want to build certain plazas or so, you can now just, as always, build out certain areas. And now, as in the old games, it just works exactly the same way. You just basically paint over these areas. Sometimes you get these in the middle, so I will always recommend to just undo the step now. In the old game it was a bit more finicky because there was no undo button. As this is in now, you can basically undo, so you always have kind of the perfect way of smoothing. Otherwise you would do it like this, and then deleting becomes a pain, which is going to show you if I had delete. You can see there's now that kind of wibble wobble in between, while the rest is pretty straightforward. So I would always undo until I'm happy with kind of the smoothness of my plaza. So just gonna always try. You can see this while you put this down. You can see where the path actually toggles to. Now, if it is on the side here, it's always a bit more tricky. You want to have it very straightly aligned. There you can see this is 90 degrees aligned. Pull it all the way down until it is 90 degrees, and then you have it. It's not like the most easy way of building plazas, but it's also not the most complicated way of plazas. You've also seen that you can build roundish paths, but at the moment, my paths are kind of zigzaggy, aren't they? Well, in my case, it's the shift key, but it might be different for you. If I press the shift key now, you can see I'm building a curve with my path. And also, where you put the curve defines how much of an angle you have. So in this specific case, if I wanted to just have exactly this thing over here built, I can't really do this now because, there you have it. You need to really be careful and see as close as possible to the lagoon and then automatically connect to the next piece if you have it, and the same goes over here. Sometimes you have a bit of a problem with like snapping, which you can override by holding down the control button, and then you basically override the snapping. But sometimes it just doesn't let you because there is the constraints with the building. Then you just need to stop a tad bit earlier, just like, hold on. Nah, come on. It's a bit of a finicky one, as I said. But sometimes you'll be lucky. Okay, I was almost lucky. So just like all the way back. So you can see there's a bit of an issue with the angle I'm in. I should have done this a little bit different. So just to show you an easier way of doing this. Now, the most easy way is to basically just use straight tool until you're happy, which is this, and then click away and make sure that you do the same on the other side. Because when you do this first piece, you will have no issue with any kind of snapping or angle snap or whatnot. And you're happy now. This is the straight thing. Just make sure that you press the shift key. And now you can see sometimes you have been too close and then it doesn't. You can sometimes try it from the other direction. The next thing is you just need to try to do that a little bit further off. It's a bit of a sad one, that there is no way of making that a little bit nicer. I wish to have a snap option to have the path really closely aligned, but now I got it. This is like what you can do to make it look as good as possible, and then you can always do it like so as well. So you can always move it around the lagoon if you wanted to. So that works pretty fine. Actually, over here it does snap nicely, so you just follow around if the lagoon offers this to you. Sometimes you can also override this. I'm not sure why this is. It's just sometimes it works. Now we have a little bit of a hill over here. How do we overcome that? Well, you can say adjust terrain on, and at this point you will see now you go over the terrain and there is like this bluish indication. That means we are flattening the terrain on our way through here. Well, I'm not sure what it did over here, bit of an oopsie. You can always then smooth it out later on like this, use the smooth tool, and it's a tad bit smoother. It's not the perfect of perfect paths, but it does do the trick. It does work. So there's not really that much more because unfortunately we don't have things like bridges or so that we would have wished to have. One thing that you also need to know is if you join paths together, it depends a little bit on what mode you are in. So at the moment I am in the kind of curve mode, and when you're in the curve mode, it will also give you some more subtle ways of joining the path over here. This is a very nice example. It's very nice and subtle over here. I wonder though if the good old Planko trick still works. Does it work? No, they didn't fetch that in. Would have been fun. In Planko, you could have smoothed out areas like that by building it and then just deleting the piece afterwards. And then it kind of perfectly smoothed out this little edge over here. It's a bit of a shame. It's a bit of a shame it doesn't. But yeah, that's how it works. But if you have not toggled the curve path, as I have, now we have the straight path, then you can see that the kind of joint is always very harsh, basically just as harsh as a straight path would go. That's just how it is. And again, when you toggle the curve, you have the option to have a bit of a nicer one. Most likely what I do is I'm just going to get very close, and then when I'm happy, I'm just going to connect, but also try to drag it in the other opposite direction, so it gives me that nice little back curve in, you know, as it usually is. So that's how you can make these things look a bit nicer and work nicer and so on. One thing that is pretty cool in this game is you don't need to, so let's say let's say a tree. We're going to have a foliage, okay? We're going to have a tree, and we want to have the tree very much in here. So in order to do that in the old games, you couldn't put it on the path in the first place, but people would glitch through. So what you would need is then just make sure to kind of delete the path element in the middle, just like so, and then place your planter like really exactly in here with the trees, you know? You could just like plop them down like so, and now they, you know, they don't move here. But what if you just wanted to, let's say, put a planter just below that one? Let's say you want to put it here, and the other one here, and the other one here. And you want to have path in between. Now, that was finicky in the first place, but what you can do, and it's so much more easy, just go all the way back, leave the palm tree where it is, and then just make sure that it has enabled collision. And what happens now is that people will not run through, and you can do the exact same thing with your planter as well. Just again, search for the planter, put the planter down, and just align that to the surface so it is nicely aligned. You know, boom, boom, and just rotate that a little so it's not always copy paste. Boom, you've got all these trees in, and no one will actually run through them because it has this toggle for collision now. The same goes for dinosaurs, by the way, as well. So if you do that in a habitat, dinosaurs will not go through, and this is absolutely perfection. I am loving this to bits because it really, really does help a lot. So this is all you need to know about pathing, basically. You can also create like inclines, for example, by adjust terrain. So let's say you have this path over here, as I said, and you want to have it go all the way to the top of the mountain. It normally just does it, you know, you don't need to do anything on here, but you can also just kind of, when you build on this too steep, let's see if I can find a bit of a steep one here. There you can see it. It automatically creates that ramp in between if the terrain is too steep. That's why I didn't do it here, because the terrain wasn't too steep. It just did exactly what it should do. Actually, I like this path where it is. I think I'm going to leave this over there for the moment being. So that's about pathing. Let's move now finally to the advanced building. All right, let's start with the advanced building, and I'm so curious to bringing that to you. This is actually what I've waited for the whole time in the tutorial, because that's exactly my alley. This is exactly where I think I excel, because that's what I've been doing for 8 years in the Planet games now. But the first thing is a kind of strategy. You need to know what you want to do in order to at least be a little bit structured. So this whole thing has already been in my mind for a while. So what I'm going to do is I quickly draft out what I want to do. Therefore, I'm always going to use the environment tool. Most specifically, I'm going to use the environmental paint. Make sure to have a certain okay-ish radius for you so you know exactly what you want to do. So here's the catch. I want to make sure that this area is going to be like a whole huge plaza area where we also have a facility or maybe like a pavilion around that. I think one or two facilities in one building would be very nice in here, actually. So I'm going to mark this one with a bit of a different sand type. This is going to be the facility. Then we do have a huge plaza going all the way here, so that's that, like this. But what I also want to have is I want to have a main building connecting both hatcheries, because we need hatcheries, as one. So I want to see that we can build a building that is somewhat over here, having both hatcheries. I have to see where the connection points are actually, but that's fine. And then what I'm going to do is I have a pathway leading somewhere through there, through an archway. That's going to look fun, I guess. And then on this side, this is going to be the other side. I want to have a bit of a viewing platform area, which is going to be part of the plaza, you know. It's going to be this. It's going to be like a bit of a viewing area, which is going to sit here, and it's going to merge into a viewing for our herbivores, which are going to sit in a habitat that is going to be here, connected to this one there. So this is going to be another kind of viewing spot, which is connected on the one hand side to the lagoon, moving over into what is going on here. You know, that's that. And hold on, there we have it. So this is pretty fine. We can also kind of connect this to a viewing point if we want, because I think that would be fun in this region, you know, to have that whole area nicely aligned. But what I also want to do is I want to have another viewing spot on top here. So I'm just going to use a bit of a different one. So that's where I want to have like a viewing area, you know, that's to give the people a reason why they would actually go up here. So that's that. And I want to make sure that this is going to be like a very nice planter area. Let's see if we find kind of shrubland. That's going to be a planter area of some sort where we'll have a couple of trees and nicely enclosed and whatnot. And the rest is going to be filled in by just like some shrubs and so on. And last but not least, let's just quickly get rid, again, this is also part of it, is cleaning the area that you need to clean. And in my case, I want to get rid of the water. So just to keep that momentum over here. And the whole thing is going to be also aligned to this height for the moment being. Let's just do this and then align the whole thing a little bit nicer. So here goes that. And again, I will be doing something with this as well. So I will use this and the radius goes down. I'm just going to make sure that this is somewhat over here. Radius goes up again and then have it a bit sunken down. There's a reason to that. I'll get to this in a second, but I'm just going to make this work. So here we go. Oh, I like the fact you can go all the way to the side here. Didn't notice that earlier, but yeah, that's fine. Don't worry, we'll get into building, but this is important. Trust me, it is important because you need to have a certain idea of what you're doing. Otherwise, you'll be lost with all the opportunities you have in the game, you know? Just gonna make sure that everything... Oops, I need to actually go all the way to the highest. There you go, to have it to the same height. So here we go. Nice. Look at this, my friends. Look at this. Okay, we have done quite a lot of things, and now it is time to start building out. I'm going to put the hatchery stuff. We're going to do this first to show you a couple of things with this. So what we're going to do is we are going to, first of all, have an aviary hatchery. Let's see where we can... Hold on, need to go to the standard camera mode in order to place it. That makes the whole life a bit easier. There we have it. So we can connect this. I think, which slot is nice? I think this slot is actually nice. I'm going to put this one here. And then I'm going to go to the other one, which is going to be the lagoon hatchery. This one is a bigger one. Obstructed by classic facility main thoroughfare. What is that? Is this one? Hold on. Why is this? What the heck? What the heck is this? Okay, oh wait, I'm so stupid. There's the pathway in the the pathway is actually in the way. That was too obvious. So here you go. Yeah, I think this is that's actually a fine place. So we built the hatchery. There are a couple of pieces around, but you could also, I'm just gonna revert that real quick because there is a way to build the hatchery a different way. Now let's click on the enclosures again. There's the hatchery, but now you can see there is a custom design. And now when we place down the hatchery, it is just the bare bone hatchery. You could do the same, by the way, with the aviary as well, but it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna show you why. So this is fine. You know, we've done that, and I deleted the path, but now we just connect them together again, just like so. It doesn't matter. We're gonna make this path look nice anyways, because this is gonna be the one leading through here. You know what? I'm just gonna do this as I wished to do it beforehand anyways. So here goes that. That's fine. Then this one is not going to be that much visible anyway. So let's say you are happy with the style of this aviary, for example. You can then go in and edit the group. Now in the group, you'll be finding all the pieces that Frontier has used to make the hatchery. The easiest way of seeing which pieces these are is just select everything and then hold down Control to deselect the aviary piece in between. Now you can confirm it and basically copy, like move the whole thing out. So you can see this is basically the kind of scenery that Frontier has used around the aviary. I don't want to move this out. I want to copy this out actually this time around because I want to see which kind of pieces they use. So I'm going to say confirm and copy the whole thing. Just copy that over to me here. You can see there were some of the pieces that do align the ground, which is a very clever way of them doing this, to be honest, because that will then make buildings in general pave out the ground, which is awesome. But I want to have this kind of straight wall. This is the one they used. Awesome. They use also some off-grid pieces, so the straight column over here. Look at that. Very clever usage of those. I'm just going to copy myself those two over, just to have some of the pieces they used. They also have used some of these cool pieces. There are some corrugated ones. What's that though? Oh, look at that. That is a very nice girder kind of piece, like that. And we have some diagonal concrete stuff. Let's go back into the building. Edit the group. And what else did they use? Nice stuff. Oh, look at some of the crates we have over here. We can copy them later if we want to. I just want to see and steal some stuff. I think they did yeah, there you go. Non-grid ones. I'm going to copy this one over like so. Okay, I'm very happy with this. But for the moment, I'm going to move the whole thing as I have over here. I'm going to move this further out of the way. Because it's just annoying for me at the moment. So we have a separation of, actually we have a selection of grid and non-grid pieces. What I want to do right now is I want to start with the grid pieces. In this case, it's the straight wall they were using. Again, Control D for copying. And now I'm going to block out what I want to do. In my case, I'm also going to reduce the size. I'm going to leave it on 2 meters. It's fine. I don't want to get more precise to that. We need to keep open the entrance of the building. So for my build over here, I will actually start building out from this side. So as you can see, this will become floating a little bit in a moment because because it's going down here from the ground. But we can fix this easily. So again, what I was doing is I'm going to place these things down. Now over here, it would be super nice to have like a diagonal wall, wouldn't it? Now the good thing is there is a diagonal wall. If you look in here, straight wall concrete, we could now just go to the menu and say diagonal, what are dog? Oh wait, there's an A missing. Yeah, my bad. Diagonal concrete. Let's see if that, okay, I need to be more precise. So there we go, concrete 2. I think is it concrete 2 or 1? I think it might be 1. Concrete, that is panel 2. Okay, where's the concrete? Diagonal wall. Concrete, no, what do I have to type in to find concrete? It's a bit of a, there you go. It is like a, okay, whatever. But this is exactly the wall I was going. Sometimes if you see they don't align, rotate the piece twice and now it's on the same side. The logic behind, okay, let me just quickly explain the logic because otherwise that's becoming a little bit of an odd one. I misclicked on my mouse to make it faster, whatever. I'm gonna copy over this build, this thing for a moment, and I'm gonna bring this all the way to the grid. Look at the grid on the ground. Now you can see it is exactly in this corner of the grid. However, if I do rotate this twice and move that over, you can see it is now exactly on the other side of the grid. So the logic is, and we'll talk about that when we rotate pieces in a bit, the logic of the grid pieces, they are never on the grid. They are always on the edge of the grid. So the joint is always free, if you will. And this is why if you rotate this, it will either be on the inside or on the outside of a dedicated area, if you will. Technically, it's never on the inside or outside because it's like, you know, it's not on the thing, so it's always on the inside. Depends a little bit on which side of the grid you're looking at it, but you get the idea. So that's why sometimes, also I'm gonna pause the game real quick, not people having go through here. Sometimes you just need to rotate the pieces and you can see they're slightly off, just twice rotate, and here we go. So as I said earlier, I want to make it appear like one building, so I'm very happy with the way it goes through. I'm not going to leave it here, I need to have the archway open, but I'm just going to try to see where it goes, and that is fantastic. Look at that, my friends, it just exactly goes where I wanted it to be. So I'm gonna delete this middle piece. This is, you know what, actually I think what we need to do, by the way, camera is the wrong one. What we need to do is to get rid of this one too. And I'm going to place one a little bit in the middle. Let's make the grid 1 so we can have it here. So it kind of gives that bit of a nicer opening because we need to, if we look right here, we need to have that both. I'm just going to copy this complete wall as we have it over here. I'm gonna copy that over and see that I get into a very nice straight line. Let's see that we align that perfectly. I think that must always be it. Maybe not quite, but we can try to find the perfect alignment by just having this diagonal wall go exactly over here, just for us as a measurement, you know. That's fine. So we're just gonna grab all the pieces again, just like them. You have it, and now let's move this into place. I think this is a fantastic place. It is. Okay, cool. And now we have these pieces. Oh, can I move this? Look, why is it aligned here perfectly and not on this side? It doesn't matter. We're going to put some columns in anyways, but this works fine for me. I'm just going to delete this because people need to walk through. And I'm going to copy the whole thing over to the other side too, just to see that we have everything connected. Awesome. In this specific case, it just works, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this out one click over here, just to ensure that we don't have the hatchery moving in. So let me just see that we can find this. This is the exact spot. So we can actually realign the path a little bit if we want to. But now we've got all the gates open. And oh wait, hold on. I think I moved over a tad bit. You gotta be careful with that. You gotta be careful with this. Anyways, just like so. I'm gonna make sure that it always is on the same grid. Can I have one click more? One click more would be here, and now it is definitely a little bit off center. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go here. It's fine. It's fine. This is where we go. This is where we have the path. And again, because it has collision, you don't even need to bother too much about where the path actually goes, because people will only walk where they can anyway. So I'm going to edit this real quick. As I could build forever, but I don't want to make this tutorial like 12 hours long. What we're going to do is we're just going to select the pieces over here. So I'm going to get rid of the selection just like that. I'm not sure why the aviary is always saying something. And now we're just going to copy that, and I'm going to copy this twice. First thing is I'm going to move this down to get rid of the lower problem we had over here, and I'm going to move this up. Here we go. Look at this. Fantastic. So this is already part of one bigger building, which is looking absolutely horrific and not nice at all. Just going to do the same thing with this wall, so we just have it on the same level. Oops, my bad. I just misclicked. I have a bit of a quick finger today. Shouldn't be the case always. And then bring this down too. And obviously we're gonna finish off this wall here too. So again, let's see that we have it. Noise. And you know, here should be fine, because then we should be able to just like see where it goes. Wait, I'm gonna make the grid on 1, and then we should find the perfect plot. There we have it. And on the other side too. So both are merged perfectly. There we have it. Inside the building, by the way, you don't need to bother where to place them. As soon as they go into the building, they technically are in. So there is no collision, no need to worry about collision. I was also trying to figure out what kind of pieces they use for the roof. Okay. Well, there is no roof on top because they used basically the part of the building that already has this kind of cool roof. Anyways, I want to make a nice roof. We are going to make a nice roof. What we are going to do as well is, and this is something you'll see in a second. The problem with these kind of lagoons is if you build in here, you would technically build over the exit animation, which we don't want to do. And in order to avoid this looking to be shabby, we are doing something different. We are working now with some off-grid pieces. We just have defined our main block of the building. It's not more like this, but now we are getting quick and efficient, okay? So let me first of all do the following. We're just going to bring in these pieces so we have everything nicely contained in here. But what we do is we can also do something else. Now, first of all, we are going to have this piece. Remember, we're going to use this in a bit. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use one of these off-grid pieces, copy that one. Remember, we've aligned the surface is on. We can also have position snap on if we want to. I'm going to put this on. You can see now we are in the middle of the piece. That comes in handy if you want to rotate this piece and have this aligned properly. I'm going to do something now. I'm going to make this very big, like so. And I'm going to try to align this and make some kind of nice looking edge pieces. So just going to have this, another one goes in like so. I want to tilt this and have like a almost like a roof pattern here, just overhang a little bit, just kind of like this, you know, that looks nice. And then I'm gonna rotate this in a way that we block out some nice elements here. It can also be, yeah, why not have that kind of roof thing. And you know what also could be nice, we do have this kind of girder, which I want to have somewhat smaller below. Well, actually, you know what, that would be too small. So I'm just going to bring this in as like a side piece here, which could be nicely connected to this area. Or you know what, actually we need to rotate this a bit because I like the looks of it. So we do have it a bit like so. And then maybe from the lower end, let's see if we can maybe have one more tick. Yeah, there you go. This would be fine as like a support piece down here. And I'm just going to align this to both sides like that, and one more time. Or you know what, to make it nice looking, we can end this off with this piece, so you have like a seamless kind of piece here. Now you can make use of the gizmo, by the way, in order to use movement on certain areas. I always like doing this. I want to just copy these things over, just those. So I like select those, have all the pieces, and then I can copy them both over to the other side if I wish to. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to align them basically with this piece. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use that one and copy this in the middle of them both. Make that stick out a little, so it is basically the connection between the girder pieces, but I'm going to bring this down so it has a bit more of a meaning. Okay, so look at that. That makes our whole building from the outside look fantastic. However, it would be super tedious now to, oh god, you know, just select all of these pieces and then, you know, start moving them all into the right position, and that is going to be horrific. Instead, what you can do is just make the following. It's so super simple. I'm going to select all of the pieces, just get rid of the ones next to them, and make sure to use that piece as well. Now, what we're going to do is we copy this over, just somewhere else. It doesn't really matter. So here we go. This is where we copied that over, but you have already noticed it's not free. It was on the grid. What we are going to do is we are going to get rid of the grid pieces within this piece. You only are left with all the pieces we have added to this one piece. You know why? Because we already have this all in place. You don't want to have these pieces duplicated because that would be horrific on your performance, and on console it goes towards your complexity meter. You don't want that, but you want to make use of this grid piece anyway. So that is an offset grid piece which we can delete later on. So I'm going to select all of these pieces again, say confirm, and now if I duplicate the piece, you will be able to see I can place this easily along all the pieces that we have already built. As long as you're using this exact grid piece over here, it's gonna work. So we can also now rotate around and then find the exact position on this grid as well. And you can use. I'm gonna leave out the middle because I don't want to do this in the middle, and then see if we have the right orientation on the other side too. Yes, we have. However, we need to move that over a little bit, I guess. Wait, hold on. Maybe the problem is, yeah, I think we have to do something about this, which is not too bad of an issue. Well, there we have it, I guess. Is that the correct orientation? No, it's not. Okay, well, this is a bit of a problem, but we can fix this easily. So what we got to do is we got to basically bring over, like, remember, the thing is, this is not exactly on the other side because we, as I said earlier, they are to both sides of the grid. So technically, you would need to use this piece over here as an orientational piece, which is super simple to do. So we're going to copy this one over. This is the exact piece as well. And what we're going to do now is we're going to use the option we have. We're going to say confirm, duplicate that around, go around, and now we would need to put it exactly in place. However, I would recommend doing this a little bit offset. So what you want to do is you go exactly here. So that's that, and then you use this wall because that is exactly the wall you would need to have, and either to the front or here, it doesn't matter where. I'm gonna place this here, and this is exactly the margin you need to move the whole thing along. So you can do this in various ways, but we can use that piece now and put this somewhere here. And now select all the things, And despite that one thing, now you hit whatever is your key for the advanced move. First of all, confirm your selection, then you go into the advanced move. And now you can see the gizmo is averaging out the center of all the pieces you've selected, which is super simple. And now what you need to do is, you can see we aligned that to this point. Just move the whole group about the same amount in one direction. So just like that. So this is exactly the duplicated movement. So if we just take that piece and put it to the other side, you can see we are still aligned. We could have actually done even more. We could have just done one more, you know, I'm just going to confirm that and move this ever so slightly much more. So it's just aligned with the backside. Here we have it. Okay, so now if I did my job correct and I have the right piece, I think it's the one in the front. Now, if I select this, we should be able, confirm, we should then be able to align this. And in this case, whoops, we need to go one to the back. There we have it. And now we should have exactly the correct. Yeah, this is exactly the correct one we wanted to. Because now, as you can tell, and also I would need to go here. So, you know what, I'm just going to go back and leave that where it is. We should have duplicated that in the first place. So there you have it. And then we can start off over here to be really on the corner, and then just have the next one go here and start the same over here again. So this is very simple to build, as you can see. At this point, all I did is just copy these things over, and now it is fairly simple to just delete these walls. It would be so much more harder if you now need to go in and find all these walls in there. I'm just going to delete these things. We're going to leave these for a moment. I'm just going to delete all these things. Boom! That's simple. That is how you quickly copy these things around and make the building already look so much better. However, what you will figure is that this wall is missing. Well, you could now, because this wall is 45 degrees rotated. We don't want that. We would need to have this exactly 45 degrees rotated in this area. Now, for only these 3 blocks, I would go in, just select all these pieces, confirm, copy that from the center, and now make sure that if you are in the rotational space, make sure the angle snap goes all the way to 45 degrees. Click it once, go back to movement, and now you can move this in just kind of until you are happy with the placement. Somewhat like, I was just gonna try to figure out exactly how much it was sticking out. So I think this is almost the amount, and then you drag it in to the right position, like here and like here. And you could also go all the way in if you wanted to, like here. Done, okay? Very much done. To cover up these corners, there are various ways to do it now. You could use these 2 pieces and then just copy them over and clean off your corners, because there's also like a corner over here that is not cleaned off. Confirm again, and you can see when I start doing this, I stop talking the way I did before, because now I'm kind of in the groove, if you will. Just like doing all these cleanup works here. Just use these ones, that's the correct one. Confirm. Move them over, just align them here, do the same on the other side. So we've got 2 sides, you know, but that's fairly nice. That's fairly nice indeed. All right, so what would be really cool is if we have like a very nice alley going through here, right? So from the top, this building starts to shape out nicely. Oops, I exited the building. Now we are relatively happy with how the building looks, but we need to get rid of all the stuff we have in the way here. So let's just... whoops, hold on, we're in the wrong building. Now we're in the right building. Just select these pieces, get rid of them to clean it all up, and now we are focusing on making this alley nicely. Various way of doing this. We can use some awnings and stuff. So you go in, search for whatever you want. I'm gonna go into the awning tab actually to show you a couple of nice ideas. So I thought this piece already over here is a very interesting piece to do something like this. It's way too much. It's kind of a, how's that called actually? A lagoon awning pillar, whatever. But we're going to make that smaller, and what looks very nice is if we just place it in the front here, rotate that around, you get this kind of very nice roundish, roundish appeal. So that is what I was going for. Look, that is kind of cool, isn't it? So this gives me that kind of idea to make our area here nice looking. So we could bring that also more to the front. And then we're going to push the whole thing over to the other side. This is nice. But what I would love to have is a roof that kind of follows the edge that goes nicely aligned with this one. So the first thing I'm going to do, because we had all these concrete pieces in here anyways, I'm going to copy this over, scale this all the way to the top, the biggest one available. Just rotate, so to clean off that line here, you know, just making sure that this is going in like so, and then it cleans off this. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side, so to have it nicely aligned. And then I'm going to select both pieces and say confirm, copy this upwards a little bit because I want to have some space until we need to do the movement. I'm going to get all the 4 pieces, confirm, and now that's straightforward, just copying all the pieces. By the way, if you have them, the game will automatically keep copying the piece, which is very handy indeed. And just gonna have it here. So that is fantastic, you know, that is really fantastic. I believe there was a glass piece that is actually transparent. So we're gonna search for glass and see if there's one piece. Actually, I think it is not even called glass. This is why it's not in, I think if I go for filter, is there glass as a filter? Confirm is the piece. There we have some glass roof pieces. And I think there's only one off-grid piece because like this roof over here is, oops, let's bring out, this actually is glass, but it's not a non-grid piece, but it has this one and this one. These are the only 2 non-grid pieces. The other ones, as you can see, they are not translucent. They are all opaque and get this weird kind of area. At least we have some. I thought we had none, but this one slipped through for me. So I'm going to use this piece instead. This is going to be our part because you can make them relatively small. What I'm going to do is I'm going to align this here to make sure we have the right orientation. And then I'm going to bring this to a size that I'm very happy with, and this is the smallest space over here. Let's make that darkish blue to go in line with the blue we had over here. And now there's a bit of a nice way. We can follow that curve now, and we are going to do exactly this. So that is where we are at, and we now have to make sure that we have disabled the angle snap. Well, technically, we can enable the angle snap and set the angle snap then to the lowest degree, which is 15 degrees. And 15 degrees is not good enough for us. It will not make a perfect round shape anyways. So what we can do is we can make this by hand. There's otherwise no real way of doing it. Well, there is one I'm going to show you in a bit, but not in this specific case. So what I'm going to do, again, get rid of this, and I'm going to try to utilize this movement along these 2 axes to my advantage. Make sure that I always align the pieces, and you will be saying now, are you crazy? I'm not even remotely patient enough to that. Just give me a second, okay? We are going to do something really cool with this, and you will be able to just quickly reproduce that. So we are almost done with the entirety of this idea. So we just place that here, and the last little bips and bops goes down in here. Bring it almost to a flat stop. I think we go almost to a flat stop. It doesn't matter. And then we're just gonna bring this in here. All right, that is fantastic. As you can see, we are not quite in the middle. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select all the pieces. And what you can see, I am a little bit off here anyways. So we can just move that again. We can also scale that a little. I'm going to scale this a little bit more, as you can tell. And as I was saying earlier, it is scaling relative to all the pieces. So you can really do that if you want to. Bring that a little bit more up. And we're almost in the center, aren't we? So just gonna move that over. One more tack. There you have it. And then, you know what? We can move that up. As long as we're not going over that edge over here, it's all good. It's all really good. I'm gonna move this in so we see that it's perfectly aligned. Look at this. This almost looks smooth. And then we've placed that. Okay, fine. But we want to have it on the other side too. So what you're going to do is you Control X again from the center, rotate this, and now it's important that you turn on the angle snap again, because we want to rotate the whole thing by exactly 180 degrees on the other side. And then we move it along the axis, and boom, as per magic, we are on the other side. However, we need to align that, obviously, properly with the same area. So here we go. And you can see there in the middle, which fits exactly in, there's a little bit of a blank spot. You can now fill that with whatever you want. I thought about this earlier and I wanted to do this kind of concrete column. However, this one is obviously way too big. So let's scale it all the way down. It should almost have the right, yeah, there we have it. And now if we rotate it this way around, it fits right in. Just kind of try to find the center, move it up, and here we go. Nice. That is perfect, you know? And now all you need to do is just kind of grab all the pieces available here. So that makes the whole thing relatively quick. Just select them and select that middle piece as well. We will have a bit of an overlay. It doesn't really matter. Now we have it completely Control X that from the center again. And now it's up to you. You could either go and click it all together. I'm a lazy person. So what I used to do is move that somewhere where you can easily select pieces. So just 1 and 2, and then just get rid of it, confirm it again, and copy it 2 times, like so. And then get rid of it, confirm the selection. Oops. Again, I was a bit, there you go. Confirm the selection, and again, copy it. It is so much more easy to quickly then build together these pieces. Now we have enough. I'm gonna say confirm and move back in. As long as you stay on the axis, it's all good. You're gonna move that exactly back into position. And now, as you can see, just gonna align that here and just do that one more time. And we're there. Boom, look at that. Look at that. We have this building nicely connected. And it kind of made sense to work with the roundish pieces over here, because like round aviary, round lagoon, this kind of made sense to me. So this is also why I did this. But it still doesn't look finished, you know. We still need to do a roof, and that kind of front looks horrific still. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the straight wall corrugated, but this one is on the grid. So we can't really do much with it over here. But I like this. I like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say corrugated. And what the, why is that working? Oh, because of glass. Sorry, that was my bad. Okay, corrugated. You could also just do it differently, but there should be an off-grid corrugated wall. There we have it. This is straight corrugated off-grid. And what we, wait, hold on, this is not the same, right? Is there another set for corrugated stuff? Because that did not look, huh, that's interesting. It did look a little bit different than the piece itself does, right? So, I mean, we're gonna go with it. It is the same, but this one seems to be a bit of a different one. Did I, huh, interesting. How's that one called? Straight wall corrugated. This is the straight wall corrugated non-grid. Interesting. I wanted to have it the same kind of bluish color, so I'm gonna use this color instead. So just copy this color, click it on this piece, and paste it in, hit accept, and hold on. Did I use the same one? This is the color I want to. Copy, 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 accept. And then we go into this piece, and then we say copy, and then we say enter, and accept that. Fine, we finally have it done. All right, now we use this piece and we're gonna move it over into another position. Oops, that was the wrong key. Just to the free place, and also make sure again that the align to surface option is on. There should be a toggle. There isn't a toggle quite yet, which is a bit of a pain. And make sure, because we want to stay in our group, make sure to hit X one time, because now if you do that, you do not add anything to the other building. If you would have just clicked to place it, this would have become part of the building, okay? Which is not our target right now. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to use the corrugated to build out a nice little area that I find suiting for our build. So what I'm going to do over here is 45 degrees, should be fine. And I'm going to use this corner piece like so. And I'm gonna move this all the way over here too. Actually, you know what? We could also do 45. Actually, we go a little bit further in there. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that as is, and a bit more outwards. And then we're gonna, and again, I moved into another building that I didn't want to. Just gonna keep editing. And now we're going to select the pieces. And oops, I should just first of all copy that one over so that it makes us happy. So over here, these two should be a bit nicer connected to the left-hand side. Sweet. and I'm gonna use these ones, confirm, bring them over to just have somewhat of the same. How much does it stick out? Quite a lot though. So this is that, and I'm gonna use this one, and again, just opposite side. This is the opposite direction, and align that here. So we have somewhat of the same, which is freaking good. This is good. No, I like that. I like that a lot. And what we got to do is we are then moving, not all the ones, but I'm just going to select the outer ones, and I'm going to select this and bring it down. By the way, it's kind of a fun little thing. If you select multiple pieces, I have a little bit of a workaround. Normally, I need to go with my cursor over here to confirm it. However, if you just use the move button one more time, the advanced move it should be, you place this again. If you click, you have still the selection, and now you can do advanced move again. So basically, it's kind of the confirm button, if you will. You just have to do your action afterwards. It's a bit of a workaround, I know, but it is worth it because it makes your whole work a little bit more easy and quick. I do hope, though, that they get rid of the whole confirmation within a group. It does not make any sense. I'm just going to say that again. It does not make any sense. Okay, but what also does make sense is to leave that whole area open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select these three. Again, do my little trick. Bring this one over and place it just here. And the same goes on the other side, because I think that should do the trick. And then we have a nice little front. I'm going to bring this over all the way because that is then aligned properly. Actually, this is so far in, you know what? Then I'm going to do the following. I'm just going to make this a little different. Let's do it that way. Also 45 degrees and bring this over. So it just kind of makes a bit more sense. It doesn't because it just aligns with this too oddly. So I'm just going to do that instead, which is fine, which is absolutely fine. I should do the same orientation on this side, but we are going to kind of solve this issue a little bit different. So I'm just going to use the upper pieces again, which are all these over here. And again, little trick, and bring them on one more, just to have like a bit of a raised area for the lagoon front. Even though, you know what, I don't like that. I want to keep it flat. I think I want to keep it flat. That looks the best I have. Now, one more thing I want to do, I want to go in and say concrete, because there are a couple of really cool pieces. They are off grid, but you can use them nonetheless. So as you can tell over here, there are some really, really cool concrete pieces you can use as whatever you want, but specifically like this column. It is a very useful thing if you want to hide certain things away. In my case, I did this quite a lot in my build beforehand, but you can also use these planters, and these planters have the advantage that they have a very cool lower end. Okay, well, don't quote me on that, but the bottom looks really cool. So I'm going to use the bottom of the planter as like almost like a stucco column, if you will. So I'm just going to place this one here, which is slightly aligned with this column. So I'm just going to have one to the left and one to the right as well. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to copy, oops, how the heck am I supposed to just select all of these then? There you have it. Confirm that again and bring it over to the other side. Just again, align that so it makes sense to both sides, you know. And now you've got the issue solved that this wall was kind of sticking out. And you can also use these pieces if you want to, in order to just make the upper bit a little nicer looking. Therefore, I'm going to kind of make that a little bit smaller. And then I'm going to bring this in, as I said, as like a bit of an upper nice trim, if you will. It's actually like a trim. So let's put it that way. And then we're just going to place it a little bit differently over here. And that can go all the way to the other side, like here. And I'm going to bring this all the way over because I feel like this is a good idea. So we have this little sunken in, so it has this gate kind of hugged in, but for this straight thing I want to keep it as best as possible. Okay, so there's not really that much more I can explain about this specific technique. This is now just making things a little bit more clean. You know, I'm not going to do too crazy things right now with the building. You got the idea. The next building is going to be a roundish one, a circle building, which is what you need to learn as well, because that is a super advanced advanced trick that has been pioneered in the Planet Coaster game, Planet Coaster 1 that is, but it's been utilized for many cool things. I want to just put some gravel on top of the roof, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use gravel, make it as big as possible, and align this properly here. I'm going to show you how I would, like, technically this is how I build all the time, so you know there's not really that much in. I wanna just copy that over, say align to surface to really have the correct orientation here. So I'm going to use for a flat ground, and then just like search for that one, and now bring it up back to the height that the other gravel was. Again, it doesn't need to be perfectly the one, because the texture is fighting, as you can tell, over here anyway, so you don't need to. Make sure it's not sticking out too much over here. Sometimes like a little corner like that, it just doesn't make any problem, you know. Just like have all of these, confirm, bring them over 1, 2, and 3. The last bit over here just needs a tiny bit of adjustment, and then I'm just gonna click through these ones, confirm. I'm just gonna bring this all the way over here to the other side. Look at that, almost perfect. So then I'm gonna use the lower bits over here, bits and bobs, just making sure to bring this all in. Looks like these two are required to bring in there. Look at these, and as it was 45 degrees, we can just do it like so, you know. That one is not required. 1, 2, 3. That one should be done with this one. Bring that one over, and then it doesn't matter which one you use to come up. Boom, there we go. You have done a fantastic job with me together to create that one building for both hatcheries, you know. You could now make like a backstage access to the side if you want to put like a parking in here. You could totally do so, you know. You can use like whatever you want. You can use like concrete, and then it's like a wall piece, a floor piece, it doesn't matter. Like use the floor piece over here. Let's just go out of this building and do this as a separate building just for the showcase. You can just say concrete. Just gonna put this here. Make sure you find like a height that you're happy with, and then you're like just putting down these things. You can do, I mean, you can do whatever you want, you know. You can then just have this, and then you type in whatever you need. I just want to make sure that this kind of, did I put this to group? I didn't. Just move that over, and then you can edit the group, and you can now, whatever, you can say truck. I think there is a truck in here. Yeah, you can put some props in, like so, as if trucks were placed over here. You can say trash. There are some trash thingies, you know, put some of those in. Well, I'm not sure if there's like even a dumpster. Is there? It's like come off the, like these things are also pretty cool, by the way. If you want to place them on top of these buildings, you can do so, and they are like emitting some little vents and so on. That's actually pretty cool if they do. But yeah, so this is what you can do, and then put a fence around if you fancy doing so. But like that is just very important for you to understand how that worked. Okay, so we've done this, very nice indeed. But what about the kind of viewing up here? And I want to have like a roundish viewing. How do we do this even? Or how do we do a roundish area here? We are doing two separate ones now, because the technique is the same, but you need to think about this in two different ways. Okay, so the first one is being like just a round, almost like table, okay? Therefore, you need to find, for example, round pieces. We're gonna use the round bamboo wall. It doesn't really matter. I am going to show you the trick. You are going to place down this piece, and what you will do is you will actually place this thing down like this to create this kind of odd star or whatever this is. So the reason why, and I'm thinking we don't have, I think the pillars we have in game don't do what they should do. No, they don't. So in the Planet games, you have a piece that goes exactly on the joint of the grid. I wasn't able to find a piece like this in Jurassic World Evolution 3, but it doesn't matter. You can still do the trick I am going to show you. Now, a little bit of logic. These pieces are now 4 pieces intersecting and creating a new center. And the center is lying exactly in the dead middle of all edges. So if you think about it, it also matches exactly the center of each joint. That is very important to know because we are working with a 3D tool at the end of the day. Now, you can now literally use any type of wall you want. I'm going to use this wall now. It doesn't really matter. I just need this to align certain things. It is very important now that you use a 2-meter wall that aligns with this. So the 2-meter wall is going to be placed here. It doesn't matter where you want to have it, but I want to make a table. So what I'm going to do, this is my central diameter point. I'm going to bring this to the center. This is where I want to have the center of my table. Let's use the orientation here to find out where this should point to see how big the table should become. So that's nice. I'm going to sink this into the ground a little just for my reference. Actually come up a bit more, so just that it touches the ground. And now I'm going to use this thing and I'm going to copy this over to how far my circle should go. And I think this is a pretty okay distance. Now the reason why I have this piece in is just to help me a little bit, guide me, because what is important is that this piece needs to be exactly on this specific column, line, whatever you want to call it. It wouldn't work if it's going here. You can always see that if it creates a next line on the grid, it's not correct. Now it's in, you know, out, in, out, in. That's where you want to have it. Okay, so we can get rid of that one. You don't need this. So we are using this piece now as a reference piece, but we need to delete this later. We cannot build anything, any structure with the grid anymore. I'll get to that. But what we're going to do is we're going to say stone. I want to have something with stones. And again, very important, and I'm not sure, can I say non-grid? I think you should be able to say non-grid. Where was that again? Organic, decal, wall height, grid prop. Oh, wow. I can say grid prop, but can I say non-grid prop? That is typical Frontier. Okay, you're watching Frontier, please ensure that we have a non-grid one. So did I say stone? There we have it. Let's go for some non-grid. Oh my god, they are nice. What is that even? I haven't built with those pieces. They look really cool. They look really, really damn cool. I think I like that one. Is there more of you guys? Oh, I quite like this. Yeah, let's use that one. This is a fantastic piece. But now what is very important, just put it down because there's a bit of a... Wait, hold on. Just select that again and go for position snap on. There you have it. And now you see the piece is clicking exactly into a area. Now, a bit of an issue here. It should have been connected to the middle. We have to be a bit more precise. Now, if I you can see I rotate this, it is absolutely perfectly aligned with the piece. That is important. If it's not, you will have an issue later. It needs to be position snapped with the grid piece, okay? So this is your main point of reference now. You need to ensure that this is going to be exactly here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do a bit of a prop building. I want to place down a couple pieces I want to utilize over here. I'm going to put this one down. What's this? A trim. The trim is nice as well. I actually use the bigger trim, I guess, just to, yeah, the bigger trim. And is there anything else? Let's type in fence, I guess, because that would be nice as well. That one is a little bit of a big one here, but it doesn't matter. We can make that smaller. Or is there like a smaller one here? Ah, that one is nice. So I'm gonna rotate this in. Oops. Hold on, you are not in the center. I can't really work with you, man. What about you? Are you in the center? Not really. So, yes, let's use that one. So I'm gonna scale that down. Does it scale down? Not quite, but it should do the trick. Okay, so we have enough pieces now to build what we wanted to. And we can now get rid of this piece. We don't need that anymore. What we're going to do now is we're going to move it down to the height we wanted to. So may actually be this height. Whatever, maybe a little bit higher up. I don't care. It's a bit like this. So what you could also do now is you want to make sure that we have a constant ground. Well, maybe it's a good idea to say we're going to have a ground. And again, we're going to say stone. Maybe we find something interesting. I think maybe this piece could work just fine. And align this with the prop snap in the center here, you know. Oh, actually, it doesn't prop snap to these pieces. Okay, so let's get rid of this until we have this again. And have the position snap turned on. interesting why you wouldn't be centered. Now you are. And so we're going to use this piece as a ground. Let's find out which height we want to go for. So this aligns nicely over here. Actually, I like that. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this. Okay, so this is perfect. And what we're going to do is we're going to select those three, confirm, and we're going to just copy them over until we are happy. You know, just about here. And then the last piece can be brought in. Now you can get rid of this piece, and we are going to move our fence into the position we need. So you're going to move that down. And in case it's sticking out a little bit farther, there you have it. Don't mind the texture fading. We get rid of this by just, there you have it. And we're just going to click together our fence real quick again, because we are having a huge tutorial at hand here, and I don't want to make it awfully crazy long. So here we go. Just put that fence in here, put this trim in front just to make it a nicer looking. And this thing, as I said, is also very nice to have as like a style element. Okay, but what we also need to do is just gonna have this way more to the ground. And we could also, if we want to have a bit of a nice tilt in here, we could make it like so, you know, and then just also maybe have a step in there. Why not? Okay, so that's nice. You know, we've created something like this. But what else would we do with it? Now, you can select everything, and now the magic comes in. Because we are having this grid piece now, we use Ctrl D to duplicate. What is important is we're gonna rotate the whole thing, and now this middle part becomes your point of reference. You wanna ensure that this is exactly in the middle. Once you clicked, you can basically get rid of the first layer. It's important that you just get rid of the first layer, so all the pieces should remain once. Now we're gonna select everything but the center pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, gone. Okay, we haven't used them anymore. Confirm. But if we use the advanced copy now, boom, this is the advanced copy, and we enable the angle snap, you will be able to see that we are now rotating the whole thing around a fixed pivot point. And this pivot point is so perfect that if I go quick, you can already tell there is the perfect circle incoming. Now, you can see there are some gaps in between, which I'll get to in a second. But we first of all want to build out the circle as we like. You could now make the circle as big as you want. So for our purpose, I'm going to make this whole thing one time around, so we have it really nicely done. So like this, and there you go. Wonderful. Look at that. Now at this point, you could, if you want to, get rid of the center pieces, which we are going to quickly do. The group will remain, you know, the center grid will also remain because it remembers what happens, but now we use all of them and again do the advanced move. If I rotate now, you can see basically nothing is happening other than a little wobble. But if I get rid of the angle snap, you can see now I have the control to move these pieces into position. Look at that, just like how I like it. And then I can also try to find this one. Sometimes there is a little gap in here, which you cannot really get rid of. You would need to measure then a little bit. So it's a bit of a tricky one. I did build out because I didn't really measure anything right now, but I just went a little bit too far out. I should have been a little bit further in and it would have looked good. But you can overcome this by simply leaving maybe a little bit of a bigger gap if you want to. So just like, again, advanced move and not make it too dramatically tight. Just make it so. And then the other one is also almost like that. And you still get the shape you want to, you know. To get rid of the entirety of the gaps in between, you could either scale the whole thing now, which is obviously a thing you can do, but you would need to scale this after copying. So just go over and ever so slightly scale this a little bit bigger. Yes, of course, you'll get a little bit of an offset then. Don't worry, this is a thing. And now you're just gonna go here. And then you could, if you want to, put that in the middle, and to not have them glitch over each other, you can then also scale this outwards a little if you, or inwards if you want to. So you get even a bit more of an interesting shape, if you will. But whatever I want to show you is like this kind of roundish shape you have now. It's kind of a wonderful viewing platform. And if you only want to have that to one side, now it's time to just get rid of the other side if you want to. And then you can clean these corners off by whatever you want. You know, you can just say, okay, I'm gonna delete some of the pieces by hand, like this, you know. So, and then you just, I don't know, slap a, you know, if you're lazy, you're just going to go rocks, and then let's say rock, just use that one. That's a bit of a hefty one, right? But now you can just rotate this in like so. And you gotta have this situation of nicely hidden that away, okay? And you get this wonderful kind of roundish area for the people in. I do understand, of course, that this is just for the purpose of testing. You wouldn't put it in like this. You would maybe have something more, you know, fitting like so, because it just fits in a bit nicer here with the pathway, you know. And you could put some benches on so people technically sit on it. I mean, you know, there's a lot you can do. But if that isn't your thing, you can now, oops, just bring that over again, because that is nicely done. You can get rid of this fence, and as we have collision enabled, people would then nicely move around. How do you actually, there you have it. So people would actually then move around, and you know, you could now do whatever you want to make that look better. You could also go to terrain and then use the terrain and use the intensity very much like this, and then just paint very carefully so you have a nice alignment if it is possible, you know, with the pathway. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, just like so. Look, we're getting almost better and better every single moment, and almost perfect with the alignment. So it's just wobbling a little, okay? So a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, whatever. So this is pretty nice indeed, you know. We've got a little viewing platform, and to make that nicer, we could always then go in and have a bit of a nice little backdrop here, make the whole thing look immediately better. Look, that's what I meant. And now you could also go and have sort of a wetland in the front here, just like, because it gives you some nice options. But I like this kind of flower beds in here too. You know, you give that a little bit of a nice area if you want to. But what I do actually not like about this is it just doesn't give you that much control. If you want to have some more bushes here, go to scenery, go to foliage, and now I'm going to show you like a very nice little trick. The brush is very powerful in this game, the very powerful brush. We'll also get to a second rotation trick in a bit, but the brush is so powerful, but sometimes you want to have a bit more control over these things. So you could go in and just have this one and scale it to a certain degree. Oh, wait, it doesn't let me scale it. Is that because of the dynamic piece? Hold on. Oh, yeah, we can scale the... Okay, well, I think this is just because of these dynamic things, and then, yeah, we can scale all of these. We're gonna look for some nice plants we want to scale in here if we want to, so I'm not going to go too crazy. The cherry blossom, nice. Let's see, is there like... Can we just... Is that like... This is the entire kind of flower. There we have it. So, here we have this one. Gonna place this one down. Gonna place... couple ones around this one. Oh, there's one floating. I don't want to have that one. This is also sweet. Like a couple of red ones in here. We could also bring some yellowish ones in. Here we go. And we can also make these. They look nice. So here goes that. So wonderful, right? And now we can just shift, select, and drag all over all of them. Confirm, create a group. So we have that group of flowers that we can just move over here. So that is nice, isn't it? Now, what is really nice is if we edit the group, select all of these things, and we do say copy around, we get all these options, right? And what's pretty cool is we can have random rotation on, and we can then, as you can tell, I'm going to scale this a little bit upwards so we have a bit more of a nice one. And then what happens if I select the whole group now, confirm, again, the random rotation is on. So the whole group would always get a new orientation, as you can tell. So that looks immediately organic if you place a group like this down. Just to showcase how much of a random rotation it is, I'm just going to click this here. You can see now how it just randomly rotates. That is very handy, I should say. That is very handy indeed. This is, by the way, a very sloppy job of mine because I didn't do align to surface or anything. This is just for the showcase, okay? Please don't add me. It's very much like this. There is a brilliant way of covering this, by the way. That is something also the Planet Game players have been achieved. We can always go here, make sure it's aligned to surface off, to just make sure that it doesn't always snap to everything. So here we have it. Now you can push it and it will always remain in the upright position. And what you can do now is we can scale this bigger. And then we're gonna move this thing into the ground and use this thing basically as a bit of shrubbery in between the sloppy job we've done with making these things float, you know, just like this. And all of a sudden, that looks like a nice bush area, you know. Also cover up that front here. That looks ugly. And as you're happy with this, we can then also, if we want to, go and have some very specifically placed trees and stuff in here. I like these huge ferns quite a bit, so I would love to place them in here too. Also, I don't need to rotate the whole time because now as I have random rotation on, that is basically happening to all the pieces anyway. So just to show you, if we were to use a palm tree of any kind, let's use a bit of a bigger palm tree, by the way. Hold on, there's some really nice palm trees in this game I want to utilize. These are all like weird pieces. So here we go. These are the ones I was talking about. So I'm going to bring them up a little. So you can see now I'm placing them. They don't look too repetitive because they will always have ever so much slightly a different rotation, which is giving the whole game so much more character. So they're all a little bit differently rotated now, which is super good. It's super good. Okay, so that's that. And then again, as I said, we can place some carefully placed individual stuff wherever we feel like it's necessary. You know, just like this. And then also, if we want to have some elm trees or whatever trees in here, we can also use this tree as bush, just like that. You know, it's a bit basically spamming a lot of things in here and just making sure it looks good. But I think the idea is good. Now, there's one more thing I want to do with you guys. I want to make sure that this area here is a little bit of a nice viewing area that does not look like a typical viewing area of the lagoon. I want to make sure that this looks like as if the people were able to go up a stair and stand here and have a look with some benches placed in here. Now, here we made a building that has an outward circle, or like a normal circle. This is where we want to have like an inward circle. We do actually start with the same trick. We go to the menu, we say wall of whatever, we just shout at this, you know. And then again, we're going to look for these small round walls. Again, it doesn't matter which piece it is, and you're gonna place them down. You could then also just make it like, you can also, by the way, I like this kind of central point, but it also works if you do it this way. But then you have like a bit of a bigger footprint of the center. But this one would also create a center in here. In this case, actually over the joint. We are doing this a bit bigger this time around. So let's just use this technique, okay? Because now we could also just say wall, and we're gonna attach this wall to it. Again, it just all works the same kind of way. The same logic does apply, okay? So we're going to utilize this one, and we're going to move this again in the center of the lagoon in a way. And we're gonna find out how much of a distance we need to get this kind of rotation in. So by this, you almost need to measure the middle between here and here. So I'm just gonna bring this in somewhat like here, I guess, you know. And then I'm gonna edit the group, and we're gonna move this piece all the way to here. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Now, what we can do, and this is very important at the beginning, we will align this now properly with the orientation of the lagoon. And I think this is potentially exactly the orientation I want to. So here we go. Okay, that's nice. And now we go into the lagoon and we're going to just copy this around as I told you earlier. So we have this perfectly aligned. Again, delete every single piece in the middle exactly once. So you have this cleaned up. Now what you can do, because it is already having its own central point, you can now do the rotation and see if you are happy with the alignment. And I'm fairly happy. Look at how the little piece moves along the lagoon to the outside. We could just ever so slightly push that in here a little bit and then see where that goes. Let's have a look, because this is exactly the rotation we'll have. And yeah, that is about perfect. This is about perfect. This is exactly the moment where we can edit the group. Don't mind this piece, it can remain there, but it doesn't do a job. So we're gonna actually delete this piece, whatever. So we have done this, and now, as I said earlier, we need to bring pieces in and, you know, whatever. We can just do concrete, keep it simple now. I'm just gonna build real quick and tell you about what needs to be considered in this specific case, because this one is going to be a little bit different. We are actually going to use the staircase, whatever. It's gonna be the easiest one to do. Let's say, why is that not? Hold on, just gonna click on that again. It should be, come on. There you have it. Now it's correct, and then I can also use the position snap. Now it's in the center. Awesome. And we're just gonna scale that up. Hopefully, it's actually going to be. Whoops. Come on. Is that better if we do it? Come on. This is a weird piece. It's so slow in editing. What the heck? Okay, now let's bring that thing over. All right, there you have it. Okay, so this is that, like the staircase. I rotated that, not sure if it does anything. Bring this to the pathway here. And I think I wanna have a plateau in between then. Just gonna also, the speed control is all the way down. This is maybe why. Ah, there we have it. Okay, I think I, unintentionally did that. That was not meant to be this way. So I'm just gonna bring this here. But we also need to ensure that we have it on the height that we can really go above the lagoon. Is that already the correct height? Yes, it kind of is. Okay, so what we can do then is we can just rotate the other way around. Just make maybe one more step. That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And then we can also give that little middle plateau that I was talking about. So just maybe we need to, hold on. Why is this whole thing looking red? I just wanted to have this and this. And now I'm gonna move this up a little. Come on, just there you go. Just so it looks a bit more as if the staircase goes all the way up, which it does. Awesome, look at that. That's fantastic. That's already pretty fantastic. I do really like that. Now, to get an idea of what we are doing, we need to now already do the trick as we did before. And the thing is, we are doing a outward circle right now, which means we have to look at the inside, but also at the little cake piece, I want to call it, in between. So my trick here is to go in, and again, just don't mind the center, get rid of the center selection, confirm, and now do the, hold on. There is a grid piece in, which we don't need anymore. We'll need that back in a second, but for now, we don't need this anymore. So again, select everything, deselect the center, say confirm, and then again, you have this ability. Put it to the lowest, which is unfortunately 15 degrees, and now click once. This is the distance you would have in between now, which is hilarious. Now, what you can do to overcome that is get rid now of the angle snap and now push in the staircase as much as you want. So we have it here. Now the important bit comes in. As this outside is the second step, we need to get rid of the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then we can get rid of everything else, despite the center again. We don't need the other side. And this becomes your working space now. This is our working space. This defines everything you do. So in case you would have had done already a fence, that would have been a bit more smart, to be honest. So the fence would have looked already pretty nice. But I'm going to keep it fairly simple. Let's see if that all is good. You know, we could technically do it already like this, but you know, we're just gonna go and redo the whole action, because I found this a very interesting insight for me right now. But therefore, I'm just going to do a couple changes, and then we do the same thing again to create our main piece, and then add some last little details to it. So we have this piece, and I'm going to make the following thing happen. Let's see if that works. There we have it. And we just want to have it like so. This is exactly how I want this. Just have one step in here too. And now let's go all the way down so it fits right in. Okay, that's amazing. That's pretty good. Okay, so we've done this, and I'm gonna type in fence. So we have some fence in there. Yeah, whatever. Maybe we are going to go, like, we have slight roundish ones, but they're like all too roundish. You can also put your blueprints then in here yourself, you know, but they're not in the right orientation. Would be a bit of a hassle to bring this into the correct orientation. So let's not do it with those. Let's actually use this one. And then we need to align the surface on and the position snap on. Go back to that piece in the center to have the orientation correct. Which it isn't right now, which is a bit unfortunate. So in order to do this, we work a bit sloppy. You normally go and search for the correct orientation, but I am just going to scale this down so it fits. Yeah, just like that is good. I'm just gonna place this just over here, and there we have it. Just go to this corner, and I think I want to make this like darker gray, bluish gray. Yeah, that's a nice color. So accept that one. So this is our fence on this side, but it's obviously not secure enough. So we could get right in with those. Why are you not aligning though? Maybe a bit of a wider one. I think this is fairly okay. I'm not sure why this went too off, but it doesn't matter. So I'm just going to do this and then stick that in, just to have a bit of a, you know what, I'm just gonna make it a bit more like this, kind of a security thingy that sticks out here. And I will say I'm just going to make that bigger so it nicely aligns with the idea of it. So here goes that. I think that's fine. I think I don't really need to do much more than this, because for the idea, it's very important to already have the idea at the beginning. Again, confirm, copy the whole thing over to make it really fit in the center. Select everything, deselect the center, confirm, do the first. Yeah, we need to get rid of these grid pieces again. My bad. Always need to ensure that you don't have grid pieces on the outside anymore. So confirm that. And again, from the center. Very important, move snap on, bring it over. All right. So again, this is what I said. Get rid of the angle snap. And now you place in all the other things so that it just aligns as you want to. So. And in my specific case, as you can see, now the issue becomes in the center, the issue becomes the fence. So in order to make that a bit more nice, you could just select this one and select this one and confirm. There is a technique I quite like. So this is, if I do duplicate that from the center and I do say that I want to move this without angle snap, I'm going to use both sides to make my way into the center. So that one and then this one. And now you can see the center is kind of off, you know. So I'm going to place one piece exactly in the center. And now what I'm doing is I'm just going to bring this one overlapping there and this one overlapping here. Now what you can do is you can go into this centerpiece and get rid of that one. So this way you may have that center one a little bit off, but you can just fix that with these pieces, and absolutely do not have the move snap with these pieces because they were already overlaying a little bit, and all of a sudden you cleaned that up. And just like that, you have created this nice, seamless area. What I want to do real quick before we copy everything over around and show you how that looks, I want to make this a little bit more lively. So I'm going to put in a bench, and we have a couple of benches, but very important is, and this is a little trick I learned the hard way because I had the people facing the wrong direction. The only way to know the correct orientation is take one of these benches that have a back area, you know, and now you can see rotating this to the right will make it correct. So what you do is you're going to use that again, and now, well, actually, you know, you use that one and you can see this is the orientation. When you use that one, it's the same orientation, so that means in this direction that's going to be exactly what you want to have, okay, because this is then the area how they sit down. So we can just move that here, one there, one here maybe, and another one in the center. I mean, you know, you don't even need to think about where to place because they won't walk here anyways. You know what, I'm just gonna do the following. I think I want to have two benches relatively close to each other here. It's not perfect, it's not exactly where they should be. You know what, we do have that little second. Let's move it slightly over so it's aligned with this side, and then the last thing I want to do is say fence again, and we do have is there one? There was a specific idea I had. Yeah, it just kind of, I thought I'm gonna have one here that goes down as like a little kind of one that goes. I think actually, you know what, we're gonna use this one instead. This should do the trick, and now it's fine. That should actually work. So if I try to find the correct angle, here we go. We can bring this in as a guidance post. Wait, hold on. I should have just used that again and find the correct height. There we have it, and just use that one too. We have kind of this little railing, you know, and then we can utilize this piece and just make sure this looks a little bit like so. All right, cool, that's that. We don't need to do more than this. However, as I have said earlier, there is a bit of an issue because this outside piece does need to go away, simply because this is not the one we'll need, because this is exactly the first one too. The only thing we need to keep in technically is the bench, because that's the one we don't have, but it's actually technically this one. So we're gonna get rid of this anyways, and we're gonna move this bench over. And if we did our job correctly now, we should be able to see that if we now copy this thing over, confirm, and we have the angle snap activated, it snaps exactly into position. Have you seen what just happened? There's like that little offset here, which is not too big of an issue. You know, we can just overlook that for the moment. Confirm. That's because I did one or two little minor issues here. So we're just gonna keep rotating until we're happy. And here we go. Just have however you want to. I think I'm gonna leave it as over here. And now, if you don't want to have this side, you could obviously now say, you know, I like that, so we can also get rid of this, it doesn't really matter. And now you can take the whole bit and just advance move it into any position you want. And now it would come in handy if that fits to this side, right? So we can search for the exact alignment if we want to. So here goes that, and then just copy that over one more time to see if we want to have certain things like this also hugging this area. Now, what is pretty cool is we have scaling. So you could still try to scale things to a certain degree. You can see it doesn't work for all degrees, but now we can also make sure that this is kind of hugging the edge over here as you want to too. So these things are fantastic, and the only thing you need to do now is clean off the edges if you want to make this look good. So whatever is going to be here. You know, there's that edge. That one is obviously very clean, fairly clean, and that's going to be clean too. So you've got a very, very nice attached stuff to the lagoons now. Made them a lot more nice. What you could always do, you know, if you're lazy and you don't want to do this, get yourself some rocks, you know. Just make sure to, I don't know, get a, whatever. Maybe a smaller one, you know, and just drop that into the corners. If you feel like you need to have something to make that look nicer, just grab yourself something like this. And then all of a sudden, it looks good, you know. This is for me personally, this is the easiest way of kind of adjusting some of these things. You don't need to. You can also make some concrete stuff or whatever. It'll help you quite a lot. Also, by the way, the reason why we had this kind of offset is because I still have the random rotation on. This sometimes messes up with these type of builds. I should have said that earlier. I just like completely messed up with this. Anyway, so look at that, how good our area looked so far. There's just a couple of little things we need to do, and then we're done with the tutorial. It's been a lot. I wanted to do a bit more with this habitat. We can actually, you know, we do a little bit more natural habitat thing in the next part, but we do not build like entire habitats anymore. It's a bit too much, I guess, at the end of the day, because it's just repeat and not very much news value for you guys. So what I'm gonna do in the next bit is just gap filling and natural barriers, and then a conclusion of the tutorial. I hope you enjoyed this advanced building. You have different techniques for roundish buildings. You can utilize that to your advantage. Again, you've got the inbound and the outbound one. Important is that you measure for the outbound one, you need to go into that cake piece that appears between the 15-degree angles. It's not too much of an issue with the inwards one, because you can just copy it so many times to fill the gaps anyways, because you've got that cake piece going to the inside, or pizza piece if you like pizza more than cake. So that's the case, and yeah, you would obviously have people roaming around in this area anyways, because we have made sure that there are attractions in here. So if we would have to have some dinosaurs in, people would also use the benches and so on, which is damn cool. I think I like the fact Frontier did it that way, that they basically beam themselves onto the benches rather than going there, because going there you would have 90% of our viewing galleries would be empty, so that would be boring too. So yeah, let's go to the next point, which is going to be natural barriers. Next part, and the second last part, at least the bigger second last part of today's mega tutorial, is going to be the natural barriers. We have already done a couple of those along the way in the other segments of today's build, but we do have now a couple of ideas to do natural barriers. You see, the first one is very simple. You know, it's basically just making sure everything is sunken down here so animals can't go up here. In order to showcase, we are going to actually hatch a couple of animals, and we are going to have a Triceratops in my case. Let's begin the task over here, and we can also do a para. There you go, begin task with this one. But we also want to have some smaller ones. Let's say, for example, the who do we know? Maybe it's not a super tiny one. Let's use that one. That's fine as well. So we can have that one and a bit of a bigger one. Let's say the Diplodocus is a good choice for us. So we can begin all these tasks, hit play, so we can select the eggs real quick, you know, just not too crazy. I'm just gonna select all the eggs. Oops, not discard. Actually, I want to have all the eggs, begin, select all the eggs, begin, select all the eggs, and begin. So what we're gonna do, Triceratops release via airlift. We're gonna get the other ones in a bit, but we're going to release them already in that little valley we created over here. So they can do this, and while we're waiting for them, I'm going to explain a couple of things, how you can create these things. So what you have to keep in mind, and therefore we can go over again to our wonderful Edmontosaurus. They are in here. When we click on the basically the territory for them, you can see where they can walk. This gives you an indication to the walkable area of the dinosaurs, and you can see what acts as a barrier, natural barrier. And in this specific case, deep water does help, because they cannot wade through deep water, and they seem not to go to the way in the back here. But if we click, for example, of that specimen, we should be able to see that this one has a bit of a bigger territory anyway, so it doesn't. So they don't even couldn't go into the back here, which is interesting, but technically they could. So this is how you create these natural elements, by checking which type of natural barrier they have. So what you can use is obviously normal fences, but they are not a natural barrier. What you can also use are terrain inclines and declines, and the sharper they are, the better this actually works. But you can also obviously use scenery. The easiest one is rocks, obviously. I'm gonna put a rock in here and another one that we're gonna place right on the other side, and I'm gonna move this one a little bit bigger. So let's put it in like so. I said, you know, that should be fine. That should be good. And if all of them are being released, actually I'm gonna speed up the game. You can see that then in a second. We click on this one and you can see now the area of influence. What you can see, this gap over here is actually big enough for the Triceratops to pass through. But if we will have the Diplodocus in a bit, you will be able to tell that they are not able to go through here. So they still haven't done all the release. So I'm gonna wait for that in a bit. I'm gonna showcase something else already. So we're going to have another little area, which I'm gonna place somewhat over here. And I'm gonna make a very narrow way that just increase the size a little, and then make that go down, and even so much more like here. So this is fine. That's pretty good, okay? This is pretty nice. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to raise the terrain in that area a little. I'm just gonna make that flat and just give this a little bit more of a closer connection to this area. And then we're gonna select smoothing in here. So that's that. And we have this one done. Now, they have been fighting here as well, but we can also check the area. And now you can see this gap over here is too tiny. They're not able to walk through that one. However, if we were, for example, to take the Microceratops right now, we are going to place them in here too. In a bit, you will be able to see them. The Microceratops, by the way, not the one I pronounced that before. We will also, by the way, can we just give you what you need? So ground fiber and cover is required, and water. Okay, well, while we're waiting, I want to give them a bit of a better way to live. So I'm going to put some water in, and we are going to give them some ground fiber. That's that one over here. So here you go. Be a bit more happy. You can see also how it creates these nice rocks to the side, because it's just a very nice little effect. So they get this one as well. Let's see what they're still missing. Might actually be cover. Yeah, cover is not there, and wetland as well. So we can do this while the other ones are getting delivered. I'm just gonna quickly make that so they are not annoyed the whole time. So just gonna give them a bit of wetland here, a bit of wetland there, and we're gonna give them a bit of cover as well, if they fancy having this. All right. Oh, we can see this Triceratops actually can move over here, which is very interesting. So we might actually need to move this a little bit further in. Just gonna do this. Oh, I can't place this because, oh wait, you're waiting through that. Why are you doing this? Collision is turned on. Huh, you shouldn't do that. You do something against my trick. Anyways, the idea now is, and we have to see, where are the smaller ones? Where are the smaller ones? Are they roaming around already? I don't know, but now I should be able to move that one a tiny bit more in. Okay, let's have a look. And this time around, yeah, now it's finally done. You can't do this. So now let's have a look where the Microceratops are. Excuse me, friends, where are you? There's one. So they are very tiny indeed, which was exactly the idea. And now they should be able, when they get over here, they should be able to go through here, because they have a smaller area of influence. At least I think, because that's what I did measure. And so they will be able to go here. So this is how you can create kind of multi-species habitats. If we were, for example, to get in the other one, let's say the Diplodocus, and we're going to release this one as well in our habitat. It's going to be visible relatively quickly that they are not able to go into this back area. So this way you can also create habitats that fulfill the need of multiple animals in there, despite a different need. So my idea was to create this one with all the needs for the Microceratops, and this one for the Triceratops, and that one is going to have a bit of what they all require, and so you can create these things. I'm just actually wondering why they are not able to pass through. It might actually be that there is a minimum traversable area which affects all animals smaller than a Triceratops, for example. Let's see if they can now, or if they just didn't go here. So have a look. If you No, it seems like they cannot really go in here. That is very interesting indeed. I thought that's gonna work, but this is interesting. So it seems like they all have a minimum of a couple of meters, in fact. So, but now the Diplodocus, if we click on that one, you'll be able to see. Oh, even they? No, actually, why is that's the territory of that one, and this is the other territory. That's the one from the other animal. So if I click on the other one, I'm very sorry that this is a bit confusing. It seems like in the last patch they changed something, because I did this test before and it just perfectly worked, that the Diplodocus cannot walk through here while the others could. And it still is the case, because that territory you see here is not the one of the Diplodocus, that's the one for the Triceratops, so they show for the whole habitat. They absolutely have to change the view a little bit on these things, because that doesn't really help to understand which exactly that is. The only thing I can tell you is that they have a bigger requirement to move through certain things. I even made you a little tutorial blueprint for that. I'm going to show you real quick, because that is super important for natural barriers. So if you go to operations, to the hatchery, I have this measurement box, and if we place that one down, let's actually use that one in the back here. You can see in the front I have a little measurement over here, and if we were to, let's say we are going to do the Diplodocus again, oh wait, it's not connected with the pass. Oh my god, that is so annoying. Alright, hold on. Alright, I just fixed the issue by putting a monorail in, and I didn't bother you to watch me placing this down. But now I did incubate the two Diplodocus over here, and you can see this is set at the moment for the width of the Velociraptor, where I did build my Velociraptor habitat. And now if we click on a dinosaur over here, and oops, where the heck is the window? Ah, you're not fully released yet, are you? There you go. You can see they cannot walk through here, but this was working for the Velociraptor. Now what you can do is you can just take that gate, and why the heck is the... Oh wow, it's interesting that the gizmo is not working correctly. It should actually be way more simple to just walk that over. But now, if we just... Oh, they're just about to fight. But now we can check, okay, this still isn't enough. You can see there's a little bump that is being happening over there. But we just gonna move this even so much further in. It doesn't really matter where exactly. So just hit play again and see if they can wait out now. Still not. That is interesting. Well, you can. They definitely did change something about this, and it doesn't work exactly anymore. Okay, well, that is a bit of a weird one. So you can see they can traverse. They couldn't before, now they can. So we assume it's kind of 10 meters of width exactly. It's a bit of an odd one. Usually it should show me that they can still walk in. I do hope they patched this back. So Frontier, if you're watching, I'm sorry that this is actually happening this way. I was so proud to show that because it's actually working so well, but now it's not anymore. Bit of an odd one, you know, but at the end of the day, the theory behind this still is working. Okay, don't go back there. Whatever, you can actually still live on that island, I don't mind. So we've got these specimens in here. You can see now, maybe if we click on them, I'm not sure if this finally formed. Okay, well, they can still walk through there, which is very interesting because that definitely is not 10 meters in width. So let's just move that a little bit more tiny and see if this changes anything. So that one is a tiny one for those. And if we click on the Diplodocus and have a look for you, it still does say so, but I believe they won't be able to go here. I think the game is just displaying wrong traversable areas for now, which is a bit of a shame, but okay, this is the way it is right now, and we have to deal with this. But what you can also do, because I said this is gonna be for you as a little info, you can, of course, you can do natural barriers. You can do something like we did over here and just build something out of scenery. We're gonna make something super simple. We're gonna say concrete again, or actually, you know what, we have done so much with concrete. Let's use wood instead, because just for a change, and we're going to use this wood piece. Now what we're going to do is we are going to first of all pause the game so we are having not the annoying animal fights all the time, and we're just going to build a wooden structure that we are kind of happy with. You know, just going to give this a bit of a nice tilt here, whoops, and obviously just making sure they're all in one group. We learned that all already, so I don't need to explain this too much. And then we can just grab ourselves, oh, I didn't create the group because I'm stupid. Not with this one, confirm and create a group. Now we edit the group, and with this one, I'm just going to place a couple of things in here. It should really not be that it is too complicated, because for the showcase that will be enough. So it's kind of a wooden structure I like. I'm gonna put a fence on top. I don't measure this correctly now, it's just the way it is, okay? Just gonna put a fence, a simple fence on top. Let's use that one. And use the align to surface to make it at least... Whoops. What was the one I checked? Was it that one? Or which, that one? So, here we go. Let's use... Nope, I didn't want to place it already. Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna move this up. So, let's just bring it all the way up. Here. Rotate this correctly. Is that correctly rotated? Yeah, there you go. Just scale that up a little so it fits nice in. Got a fence. And we are almost good to go. Let's go into the free look camera for a change so we can nicely align that. So go here, and we're done. So this is the structure I'm fine with. And you know, just to make that a bit nicer, I'm gonna put a bit of gravel on top. Because that should be my ground cover for over here. This is planters. Okay, so let's go with the bigger gravel piece here. Align that real quick and then go up. Make it bigger, make it align. So here's that, and we're just gonna bring that in here. And there we go. So if we were to give them more space down here, this is exactly what I want to show you right now. So if we were to give them more space by getting rid of some of the area here, this would give our dinosaurs space to roam also in this area, right? So this is exactly what you would do. Then we hit play, and you should be able to see now, yeah, okay, in this case, we even get the problem that they, for some odd reason, could go this incline. That is very steep indeed. But that's fine. Actually, that's a very good situation right now, because now we can showcase how that works. So we're gonna bring this thing down to really the height we want it to be. And I wanna be at that height. So that's exactly where we want to be. And yeah, just like maybe a tiny bit higher up, so we can fill the whole rest in with the gravel as well. So edit the group, go in here and say, I'm gonna bring this over as well. And then I want to move the entire thing up so that we are having the gravel actually as a ground texture. So that is nice. And now from over here, you could build your structure out as you wish, you know, just select everything and then just copy that over. Make sure that you also, it's so weird that the gizmo is a bit odd today. Well, it's just in a bad form, you know, whatever. So we've got that. Let's make a group of 3 and then we start to change the alignment a little. So I'm just going to make this 15-degree rotated, and then we're just going to sync that one in too. As we make this inbound, I don't need to care too much about how it looks. Just going to, oh, now the gizmo is functioning again. Very interesting indeed, but okay, I'll take that. And bring this all the way over here. I'm just going to slap that all in. It doesn't matter. I just want to create something for you guys now. And don't want to waste even more of your time. This is already way too long of an episode, of a tutorial, I should say, not episode. So, oh my god, okay, so I messed that up. So let's confirm that one and bring this bit over to the other side. And one more tick to get the exact nice form factor as on the other side. Just merge that with this piece. And we are almost good to go. I'm actually going to push that all the way through to connect this with our other area here. So just like that. And then we can go and delete everything that is inside of the lagoon. No, actually, let's be a bit more careful. So here we go. Here we go. That is nice. So we have this nice kind of area next to the lagoon. Looks very nice, looks very decent, you know. Very cool to connect all these things. And then we were also to just get a bit of... Actually, we have smooth cobblestone path, right? And then we can make this a bit of a nicer color that matches ours here a bit nicer. Actually, yeah, that's fine, I think. And then let's just get this in and make this a nice little pathway, I should say. Let's see that we can make this nice looking. Well, I want to have another one to the inside now, which is nicely rotated. There you go. And then we can fill in, the plaza, whatever this is going to be over here. Just like so. All right, just to connect those two, and then we would also be able to just quickly smooth that out if we were to have a nice connection to those areas, you know, just making sure that this is on the same. Actually, it's not on the same height anymore, is it? I need to just find the exact, that's the exact height, okay? So this is perfect. We're gonna smooth this all out. Just trying to see if we can get it all in. Yeah, we can. And then just smooth this area out here a bit as well. So there we go, there we have it. And now you have created some very nice natural borders. Sometimes you obviously have to be aware of how high that whole thing is. So sometimes that works that you don't have them. Now you can see they can't walk up there anymore. It's just kind of hidden. They can't also walk up here. But the question is, what happens if you click on a Triceratops? Can they get there? No, they can't as well. So it's all good, you know, it's all fine and so on. But we could also now take this one and give them even more space and give ourselves a bit of a nice rock here. And sometimes this will lead to a problem because they could climb over there and get out, but it seems like they cannot. It all is contained now. How wonderful that is. So we have created successfully our habitat. However, I would love to just make the habitat a bit nicer here to the end. That's just something I'm gonna make real quick, just sort of like so, that it does give you an idea. And one thing I need to do to show you, I'm just gonna bring this all down as well. As I said earlier, some animals will be able to go through deep water and others won't. So I'm gonna make like a bit of a deep water stream here in the middle, which is gonna be interesting to see. So here we have it. And technically, now the Triceratops would need to take that entire route to the outside or to the outside here to get there, while the Diplodocus should have the entire area covered. There you have it. The Diplodocus can just walk through because they are able to walk through deep water, while the Triceratops are not. So that is just very good to make natural borders. We talked about that earlier, but as we were maybe putting this out as an individual tutorial itself, it makes sense to quickly talk about that very nicely. So that's just how you create these kind of natural borders. Obviously, with the scenery, you can go absolutely crazy and do whatever you want. You are not limited to what I've just shown you. You're not limited to a wooden wall. You can make just walls out of different material. You can make walls with whatever you want. So be creative, be experimentative, be curious. Whatever you can do, you can make huge kind of domes out of stuff and make indoor habitats. Oh, by the way, maybe they're showcasing all of a sudden that they can indeed roam there. Yeah, but they cannot escape, can they? What about you? What about you? Are you escaping? Okay, you're not. And these two things they're showcasing should be the two Diplodocus that are over there. Oh, where are they, by the way? Where did they move? They're still living in this area. Okay, let's have them a good time over there. It's all fine. And they are still having some environmental issues. Too less wetland and too less tall fruit. We could try to give that into them if we want to, because that is also part of the natural area. So let's get a bit of more wetland in here. Should be okay. And some tall fruit. Tall fruit is here, so I'm gonna give that to them as well. Some tall fruit goes in here. Goes a long way. There we have it. And so hopefully to make them happy. Seems to be a bit better now. I don't know. Maybe you'll find that tall fruit. Yeah, they'll get in better. What is, by the way, the Triceratops still having no cover, which is odd because I gave them a lot of cover. You can also create cover with rocks, by the way, but yeah, that's just, we can also see what is giving tall fruit but no cover. But this is a broadland cover. We can just give them cover over here. And maybe in the back here. I'm not sure if that counts. It's kind of funny what these brushes also do to steeper areas. You know, this is cover, but it doesn't count as cover for the animals because it's not like the trees you have in here. But I'm just gonna make this like this. The habitat looks fine for the moment. It's not a super nice habitat, but that's not the part we wanted to talk about. You learned now how to create natural habitats in this game by just utilizing the pieces that we have at hand. Either use rocks, you use the nature, raise or lower the terrain, make sure you have some edges, or you bring in the pieces to create walls and so on. Very interesting ideas that you can make out of it. You can also use, for example, you could use buildings as well now as a barrier. You know, you could also go in and just place down facilities. They will also act as a barrier when you have like one huge kind of facility and put a wall, like kind of theme them. They will act as a barrier too. So, for example, people are able to go through that little tunnel over here, as you can tell, but they won't be able to go against these walls, and that at the end of the day will create some issues. One last thing I wanted to show you is you can also get just creative with this by, and this is something I planned for the whole time, we do have this aviary over here, but I really dislike the area that it is right now. Just like it's so boring, right? And what I want to do is I want to give this whole thing a backdrop. Therefore, you are going to see something that is pretty nice indeed. So the first thing I need to do is I'm gonna see how far I can bring the terrain over. So you can see this is what I can do. I can just get in a bit more terrain. That is all, okay? And I'm gonna paint the terrain just as this one is. Just give this a bit of a different texture. That is nice. And now we have this huge advantage, and I'm just going to fly in, that this game offers something that we are going to make use of. And I think that is a very clever trick by Frontier, that they gave us the option to have biome-related, how they're called, rocks and foliage. So if you go in, these are the dynamic scenery that fits in perfectly. So we are going to utilize that one, and this one is going to fit right in with the rock in here, with the texture there. This one is absolutely insanely big, so we're going to use that one first. And I'm going to create like a natural way how it's integrated here with the rest of this area. So this is actually part of the mountain now. You could literally do whatever you want and bring in some other pieces and make sure that the mountain itself looks a bit more interesting. But I also want to make sure that the habitat gets a very interesting backdrop now by making it like as if the whole aviary has been built into the mountain, which you see quite a lot Frontier has been doing in their promotional material as well. But also, if you're aware of the Jurassic Park movies, especially Jurassic Park 3, you know that the aviary is completely hugged into a mountain anyways. So this way you can make it really, really realistic and create an aviary that really seems like as it is part of the mountain. And the best thing about this is, that because the scenery now has collision, the animals in here will only fly in the region that is open to them. So you sometimes can also just use the advanced move to really bring a bit more space in. I'm actually also not really feeling this right now, so I'm just going to move that one back. So this is then the available area for our animals to fly in. And as this is part of a collision, you can also, if you wanted to, and I think it's a good idea, we can make sure that it all looks completely tight into the wonderful with the rocks, there you go. You can make this completely embedded into the build, into the rocks over here. I'm gonna go with a bit of a bigger one. That one is nice. And I'm going to follow just here. We also have still random rotation activated, so we can make use of that one too, so that you don't have everything looking the same. You can now go in and just make sure as you click these things in, it looks almost like this is all still part of the mountain, and just have these kind of things in here. You could even go crazy and use these bigger ones to create like a ground cover as well. You know, put some things in here, and the animals will still be able to land on them and just make sure they use them. Now the easiest bit would be to kind of create a ground cover that fits in right now. So you could either use that one, or you go in here and you're saying like, for example, the wetland should be a good choice as well. So that looks kind of nice in here too. And then you could also obviously get some trees in if you wanted to. Maybe we can get in here somewhere. You know, it's not big enough. You would need to do a bigger aviary if you wanted to. So that's definitely nothing for a Quetzalcoatlus right now. But this way, you have an aviary that is very nicely embedded into the mountain. If you wanted to make that even more fancy, and I'm just going to do that just for you guys, we are going to use this piece, but we are making this piece fancy. I'm going to scale that up as much as possible. I'm going to rotate this, and we're going to make a nice little middle bit here. So just gonna bring this in like so. I'm gonna drag that out and move this a little, rotate that a little more, and then we're gonna put something on top. hold on, so that it is somewhat connected here to the back. There we have it. So that makes the whole thing look even more interesting, I feel. Could give that whole thing a bit more of a top area as well. So here we go. Now the aviary is really nicely in here. One thing that is a bit of a bad thing is you can't really put any scenery, foliage on top with the brushes, but you can still go and have some really cool plants, and you just go in and search for some bigger trees. These are not the ones that are bigger. Let's have a look if we can find some bigger ones. These ones not. They could act like some... I'm just going to see. Yeah, these ones will be good. And now you can just push them in and just make sure you place them on top. Yeah, just to get some greenery in this mountain if you wanted to. If that's your thing, you know, you don't need to. But this is also part of the natural barriers to make the whole thing appear as if this is part of it. Again, there is no real need for that. You can virtually do whatever you think is nice. You can also use these pieces, and there's a fig tree. I didn't want to do these ones. Also, let's see what else. We have like a bit of a cover. Yeah, that's cool. Look, that's the Jurassic World enclosure flora. That's nice. So we can use that one too. And then put this all in as a blueprint. You get the idea. I'm not going to bother you too much with this. So that is done, and we have this mountain now. It all looks very nice indeed. You have a lot of things now happening. Our park is flourishing, it's all good, but now there's one last bit, one last segment of the tutorial we need to do, and that is filling in the gaps. So let's do that. Alright, we are in the last part. I thought it's gonna be the last part, but I forgot about breeding, so we're gonna make a very tiny bit of breeding at the very last bit, because, you know, I forgot about this because it's so straightforward and obvious, but still. Now, the thing I wanted to talk about is filling in gaps, and I personally think it's one of the most important thing to make your park stand out from normal stuff, you know? I'm just going to build a bit of path over here for a good reason, because I'm showing you a couple of tricks how to make your park look a lot better by just filling in some gaps. We are going to have a couple of techniques, and this is a bit different to the Planet games, because the Planet games are not so reliant on facilities in comparison to this game. In the Planet games, every viewable area is actually counted as viewable area for the zoo game, for example. You don't need to put actual viewing galleries in. This is a bit of a difference in this game. You need dedicated viewing areas, and therefore I am here to show you that you can even use these viewings to fill in some of your more boring areas. Oh, by the way, look at that. We completely forgot to get rid of this stuff over here. Let's just quickly do this. Okay, now we cleaned that off. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of tricks how to do this. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the game. I always do this to focus on what I wanted to do. We're going to do and start with some amenities. We don't have any in here because they're all the way up there, but we're going to start with some medium shopping amenity, and we're going to use the... I don't really care. Let's use the Europe one, Malta one, I don't know. And I want to go with the standard camera over here. That makes the world a bit more easy. So I'm just going to click the medium shopping amenity again, and we're going to use that one. We're going to click this in and place this here, which is nice. And then we are going to have another facility next to it, which is going to be the medium drink amenity. And we're going to use that one right next to it. We just rotate that a little to make a bit of a nice area here. And then we are also going to have a medium food amenity, which we're going to use maybe this one from Malta now. And we're going to place this one just over here in a bit of a 45-degree angle. So here's that, you know, and then you would need to connect it with the path. However, in here I want to be a bit more of a different story. I want to make this part of another plaza. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of paint out a bit of a plaza here, you know, nothing too crazy, just making sure that we have a bit of a nicer area in here. So all of a sudden you have this area nicely filled in with a couple of things. Now, because this game offers you a lot more flexibility with the pieces and piece by piece building, you could now go easily in and create an entirety or like one entity of these buildings by filling in the gaps. And I'm gonna make this super simple right now. You don't always need to build everything yourself. So I'm just gonna copy this whole bit over here. I'm just going to make sure to disconnect the amenity, and I'm gonna copy that. Oh wait, hold on. I should just kind of select the back here, and then I need to deselect the amenity itself if I can. I did now, so I'm gonna confirm this and copy this from the group, put that in the back here, and I'm gonna get rid of all the pieces I don't need. So these kind of pieces in the ground that will always flatten things, I'm gonna get rid of because, oops, wait, these are normal ones? No, they are not. So I'm just going to, the road markings are fine too, but I'm just going to leave them in, and some of these pieces are also not required anymore. So let's just get rid of those. So, but I'm really happy with this. So I'm just going to use this real quick, confirm, and we're going to use this one and move this actually next to this one. And I'm going to copy this and I'll rotate this to make it a bit bigger. And I'm like, you know, I want to drag this out into a bit of a bigger backstage area if I wanted to. So like this is nice, and actually I want to create like a feeling as if this is all part of one bigger complex, you know. Just gonna make this a bit more nice looking, so we can sync that one in, and then as I'm lazy, I'm just going to make this like so. Okay, see, and all of a sudden you have like one big amenity, which looks a bit odd to the front. So what I'm willing to do is I'm gonna give this a bit of a nice natural backdrop. What I will do though is I'm going to take the normal path and I'm gonna create like a bit of a backstage area, if you will. So very quickly, for me personally also, filling gaps is something that needs to be relatively quick. So you are allowed also to use some of the in-game stuff if you want to. The problem now, if you use the in-game fences and you build some trees around that, they will not be placed there. So let me just quickly show you. I'm just going to build this. You know, it just kind of gives you that automatic barrier to place them down, which in my specific case over here is exactly what I wanted. You know, whoops, that last one I'm going to leave because I want to have some more plants over here. And all of a sudden you have this nice area created. There's a bit of barren area here. I like to also use a couple of the grasslands. I just selected the wrong one. So the grassland over here is always a nice little thing to fill in the gaps. And then if I were to do this correctly, I would now put a little fence in here. As I have already created some blueprints, I'm going to use one of my blueprints now because they are fine for that reason. I'm going to use this custom low fence I have over here, move that into the ground, rotate that into a direction that is nice, and then I can just keep on clicking and place my fence down. I think you get the idea. I'm not going to do this too crazy right now. In order to make this look nicer, you would then follow just that corner over here, but I'm also willing to just create like a bit of a fenced off area here for our guests, but I'm gonna make my life a bit more simple right now, and I'm gonna edit this group, and I'm gonna say, confirm the selection, and I'm going to copy this from the origin, whoops, and it's again a bit of a mess up here with the gizmo, which is also typical for these type of games, but now it has found its correct average. So I'm just going to create my little fenced off area. I'm going to show you in a bit why, you know, making sure that everything looks nice and decent for you guys as well. Just going to put this all in. So this is decent. Let's leave that one open is fine. Confirm. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate this one time around and then move it all out. So just to hang around here. And what you can then do, and this is pretty damn easy, you're just going to type in bench. Oh, you don't need to shout at the game, by the way. Or you can also type in table. I think this is even nicer. But I think Frontier has some cool blueprints. We can make use of blueprints right now. So you go down here to props, scroll all the way down, and I feel like there should be some of the tables predefined. Yeah, there you have them. You know, and we can just duplicate this thing and then have a couple of those standing around here, you know, just very simple. And then we can also, I think it's a group, isn't it? No, it's not. But you can also take some other stuff from the menu, so like more variants of this. So for example, this one is with an open one, and you can then just place it down and duplicate it if you want to. So very simple, but as the people will then all of a sudden spawn in here, it gives the whole area a bit more character. Are they flying? Oh my god, I did. Occasionally make them fly. Okay, let's get rid of these two, and the life is good. So yeah, look at that. This is how you create a wonderful area simply by that, and you have selected just a few pieces, just a couple minutes, and you filled in the gaps. However, we have more gaps than just one, so let's fill them in as well. Also, let's get rid of these pieces flying around over here. We don't need them. They are a result of one of the earlier stuff we did. So again, you could now go in and, of course, make sure that you use the grassland for all these kind of areas to make that look a bit nicer, or to the front here. But what I also like to do is give some viewing options, okay? So at this point, we can make some attractions. And sometimes it just kind of makes sense to also use things that are not inside of a habitat, and maybe we can... There we can put it. Look at that. Now we have the viewing gallery over here, and we can tuck that thing to this main facility. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to... Hello? I'm just going to rotate. How the hell can I not rotate this? Hold on. This is odd. Why did it not rotate in the first place? But we can make this be part of this area here. So we have it, and we then can connect those two with each other, and it's all good, and we're going to put a path in here. So the cool bit about this, it looks almost like a little centerpiece here for that area, but it is actually a viewing for the waterfront itself. Same goes with other ones you can utilize, for example, I mean, the lagoon viewing dome apparently can only be placed in lagoon. Or maybe Evo has found a way to do this differently. I don't know if she had, but I find like this is the only one I have. So then put the entrance somewhere. Maybe we can make part of this, but we can also kind of try to bring this here to the back. It's a bit odd that I can't rotate this normally, but I'm gonna put this here. So it's also, why does it not auto connect these? Some quirks and so on are still in the game, I tell ya. I'm not sure why it does not auto connect when I place it. So let's do the connection. Okay, why does it tell me I want to complete a... Okay, if I do take this one as the origin, it works fine. I'll do that this way. And we obviously have our normal kind of viewing towers, where we could make our own design, but we are again trying to use one of the prefab ones, because I want to put one actually on that hill over here. So just rotate this around and give us a view, because that one will give us also a nice view to the lagoon, to make the lagoon overall a bit more interesting to the viewers. And of course we need to then bring a medium or small path around this building real quick. Yeah, well, whatever. It's just, hey, terrain too steep. You're kidding me. Do I need to take the other side? Nope. Can I do it here? I can. Okay, so that worked, and we can just get rid of this one. So that's this. And in this specific case, we would need to get rid of this collision, so people will get through, but I don't want to change this. The view is pretty nice from over here. So that is fairly easy, and the rest can either be done with foliage that you want to use from this brush. So we can obviously put down a bit of foliage in all these spaces, which, to be honest, in this game quite often already does the trick. You know, if you want to have a bit more foliage here and here, that is all good. But my last trick for you guys is make use of the in-game foliage as piece by piece, because you can also create some very nice kind of pairs of rocks and stuff that look super cool. So for example, we're gonna make like something just for you to showcase right now. Just make sure that you have a couple of rocks sticking out like this one, and then go to the foliage tab. You can either use the one that we have in this park, or you go for your own one, kind of have some grass lying in between. If you've got random rotation activated, that makes your life easier anyways, you know. Just make sure that something is on top, and then you can have some smaller kind of palm trees around if you want to. So that's fairly cool. And then I'm going to use multi-select, use all of that, confirm, create a group, and now I can just use my group and put this in different spaces, you know. Sometimes you can just merge it into each other so it doesn't look too repetitive, but therefore you are just getting a little item you can just put around, you know. The same goes with props, obviously. The same goes with buildings. You can always have like an info kiosk somewhere just in between. But this way you can easily, as you can see, look at how this area changed in a couple of clicks, I should say. And a very good one is also to soften your terrain. That is very important as well. So for example, over here, that looks all very harsh indeed. And this corner over here looks also super harsh. What I would always recommend is go in and search for a grass or texture that you are basically happy with. I found actually the grassland over here very nice to just have. So this paints automatically grass, so just do that instead of having all the other stuff. So it just kind of calms down your area quite a lot. So this way you can really make sure that your gaps are looking less prominent and less obstructive, which is exactly what I would recommend to avoid. Obstructive areas are just like really kind of, yeah, they are sore in the eye, and you can definitely tell that they are not meant to be there in the first place. So there's also like an ugly gap over here. Something I could also see us doing is, again, oops, not environment, go to scenery, go to rocks, and we're gonna use a flat one. I'm not sure if another one, that one is always a good choice because this is becoming relatively flat. Make this as small as possible, and then rotate that in and sink it in and get rid of this ugly little edge here. Just rotate the piece so it's not always the same. Here we go. Nice. Nice work. And then we could also put some benches and stuff everywhere, spam them around. And one important bit that many people forget about is lights. Lampposts are such a game changer in the view of an area. By the way, I would now need to use... Come on, give me the piece and duplicate one, because I want to have the render rotation off in this case, so that it always has the same kind of rotation. Here goes that. And you're gonna place all these down. They do change the appeal of an area quite a lot. It just looks so much more realistic having these lampposts all the way, you know. Not only at nighttime, it also gives you a bit of a view at daytime. This is super important. You can obviously also have some of those here and here. It's getting quite busy in this area. And then just place these things down. Same goes for benches, by the way. You know, you can just grab your benches and place them everywhere. And so you fill your gaps in very nicely indeed. And all of a sudden, you can see you created your area. One last thing I wanted to do is I want to use my dense forest. I think this is the East Asian woodland is the most densest. Yeah. And I want to do this over here so that this area is very nicely separated from our backstage area. This way you have basically created a wonderful park. And I'm going to fill that in here too, just to make this area we have created almost like finished. Here you go. And there's one thing is missing over here, okay? I don't know. I'm like this. I need to put something in here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to blueprints, and this is allowed. You can use blueprints. Why not? And we're going to search for something that would fit in there very nicely. I think I want to have like a skeleton or something like this, which I can't find in here. Is there not a? But there were just like prefab ones in the statues. What? Why is it not? Oh, they're not. They're not researched yet, so that's why. Okay, whatever. We've got that one. So we can have this one and just maximize its size, and have another one next to it, which is okay. Which is pretty okay. This looks really nice. This looks really nice. Okay, and then I want to kind of change the ground, because the ground should be a bit more of a contrast here. So we're gonna make this like so. And then this is already looking as if it's meant to be like this. And there's like a tiny gap as well. So we're gonna go to blueprints. And in this specific case, was that a dino center? That seems to be bigger, right? Yeah. But we could now kind of get in with a bit of a planter. And that's too small actually. But we can scale this bigger, can't we? No, we cannot. They used some other pieces. What do we have? Like this one is good. This one is good. We can have this one. This is fantastic. And just place that one here, and all of a sudden this looks so much better. We can also have these on this space. Even though you can't walk here, people eventually will spawn there, you know? And then this is all good. And you have created a majestically looking little park in the span of a couple hours. Obviously, you are quicker than me if you have just found your mojo in a bit, because that is exactly what is happening. Once you train your muscles, train your creative muscles in this game, you will become better and better and more advanced. I have been, explaining quite a lot and so on. I would have been able to build this in 1/5 of the time maybe, but it's very important to go through the whole process step by step to give you guys an idea. All right, as promised, let's quickly go into the last little bit, breeding. It's a very quick one. All right, breeding. Now, breeding, I kind of skipped over because it's very straightforward. The way we can do this is we have in the operation tab, we have a couple of nests. We have a large nesting area. We can place this somewhere in here. we can then have a medium or small nesting area, or we can have, and if you just go back to the enclosures, a medium nesting area. This is for habitats, okay? So in this case, we do have these nesting areas, and they are already, as you can see, unoccupied at this point, but the preferences are the Diplodocus because it's a large animal, so it will take this one. If we go to the medium one, we don't have any valid dinosaur over here, and we've got the small one, which should be the Microceratops, which is good. Now, the good thing in this game is either you go in and create a plan yourself, and then you select the 2 animals you want to, but as you can see, we only have 2 female Diplodocus, so we cannot make them breed. Makes sense, right? I'm not sure if I did have a male of any kind of sort, and therefore I'm not really sure if we can showcase this in here. Let's see if we can create a plant with the micro. It's also just female, right? Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if I have in here some of the flyers, but again, there is a dedicated aviary hatchery, so we can go into this one. There's this flying reptile one. Put that in, click on that one, and you can create a plan with those. But again, I only have females in because I just clicked. That was kind of stupid. You know, just to show you, I'm just going to synthesize one more time. Tapagera, and we're going to say begin task. Select X, make 2 male ones, and say release. And in a second, we can create a plan for them. And last but not least, you guessed it, there is also a marine nesting area, which you can place into the marine. And then if you click that one, you can see this one is preferences for the Attenborosaurus, but not for the Megalodon. We also have just 1 Megalodon in here, but many of the Attenborosaurus, but again, I think only females. Yeah, because I just quickly did this. But just for showing you how that works, we are going to click on the nest, and then we can create a plan. And in this case, hold on, where are you guys? Are you not just released? Where you gone? Where are you gone? Did I not release you guys? Huh? Am I stupid? I did release them in here a second ago. Where are they? Tapagera, what the heck? But I didn't do this? You've been with me, right? I did do this one. Pteranodon, begin task. Let's see if I clicked it. Male, begin incubation. And then we're gonna release this animal into the park. And we're gonna see if we will now have a male. That was kind of stupid. I was sure I did this. Let's have a look. Tapagera, but finally that worked. Okay, so we click on 1 male and on a different female. There we have it, male and female. Start the program, and now they will be using this nest to breed dinosaurs. However, and that is pretty cool indeed, when you are in Sandbox or in a larger ecosystem and you give them nest, they will start breeding themselves. I didn't know that before, but in my big arena build I made, this was kind of hilarious because also you can see down here, the breeding is in process, so in a bit we will be seeing babies. So that is kind of cool because you have an ecosystem where they breed themselves, but they won't stop until you give them contraceptives, which you can also do. Oh, look at that. There's one, just breeding program completed. Okay, are we going to see nasty babies in here? Let's have a look if there are some eggs in there. Not quite yet. Okay, well, normally you do see some little eggies in here if they did do this, but I think the babies are already there. Yeah, there you can see them. So that's just all you need to do about breeding. You just need to have all the options in, and then you get babies, which is very straightforward. It's a cool mechanic, and it just kind of makes a lot of sense because there you can create wonderful ecosystems with animals that will breed more often, getting more offspring. Maybe that acts as food for other animals. There is a good chance that this is going to be becoming a theme that people are doing. And I'm very interested to see where this is leading. Anyways, guys, I do hope that this was helpful for you. And I do hope that this entire wonderful tutorial was helpful for you. I enjoyed this really to do it. It's been a lot. It's been a very long tutorial. It's been a very, very long sitting through explaining all the things. So again, in this case, I really do hope you guys appreciate that and understand what kind of work is behind making a video like that. So in case you like that, make sure to leave a like on the channel or subscribe for more, because I will be certainly doing a lot more in the future. Yeah, this tutorial should stand for a while. I'll be making a new one as soon as we had too many updates that changed some of the functions and fixes and stuff, which will obviously come in the future. So I do hope you guys enjoyed it. As I said, make sure to subscribe to the channel. And by the way, if you haven't bought the game yet, there is always a link to my instant gaming, where you can get not only this game but a lot of other games for a very nice discount, and you support the channel directly without paying anything extra. That is a pretty good thing. So in case you are interested, the link is in the description. You can check that one out. A mega big thanks for all your ongoing support. I really hope this was helpful for you. And in any case, I see you in the next one. Goodbye.